We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
EvoHeat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Take me back to when I...
Alright, welcome to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. My name is Samuel Greenolsh and I will be your commentator for today. Here's how the Heat 1 grid stacks up. On the pole will be Connor O'Reilly in the 71 alongside him, Callum Mullins in the 9. Row number 2, so it'll be Josh McLaughlin in the 52 and Ronan Finn, I think in the 26 or 28. Row number 3 is I believe John Manzano in the 27 and Bentley Tully in the 63, I think. I have to see as they come down the back straight. I think it is. Row number 4. Looks like a Junpei Marita on the outside in the 8. And let's have a look. Looks like it's Charlie Furlonger in the 72, rounding out your top 10 will be Jackson Turner in the 12. And Aaron Rabjones in the 22. That's your top 10. We're looking set for a start. 7 minutes plus a lap. The 4 lights are out. We're on the way. And it's going to be Connor O'Reilly who will lead the way into Castledown's Kink. Indeed it is. Out of pit corner he goes. It is Connor O'Reilly who will lead the way from Callum Mullins. And it's Josh McLaughlin from John Manzano. Then it's Bentley Tully. No, it's Furlonger. Then Turner. Then Cody Scott up to 7. Then it's Ronan Finn. Then it's Junpei Marita and Bentley Tully. Then it is Rab Jones. And I think it's Whitaker. Oh, up the inside goes Callum Mullins to the lead. McLaughlin goes to 2. Manzano up to 3. So in the span of 1 corner, the span of 2 corners, Connor O'Reilly has gone from 1st down to 4th. And now Cody Scott's up to 5 from Jackson Turner. Then it's Furlonger up the inside of Marita. Junpei tries to get the exit out of turn 2 towards the flip-flop, towards Revolution race gear. Oh, problem for Furlonger. He's put his hand up and he's spun already. He's spun and he's out of this race. My suspicion could be a broken chain, but it is Callum Mullins who leads the way from Josh McLaughlin. Then it's Manzano. Then it's Cody Scott. Then Jackson Turner. Connor O'Reilly in the span of 2 laps has gone to 6. Oh, one's gone round. That's Turner. Jackson Turner's gone round. And Cooper Horwell's gone with him. Then it's Marita in 6. Then it's Ryan Reid up to 7 already from Aaron Rabjones. Then it's Boston Wheeler. Then Ronan Finn. Rounding out your top 10. Then it is Billy Whitaker. Then Bentley Tully. Then it is James up to 13. Then Riley Hind in 14. Blake Ramiley in 15. From Aaron Powell, Cade Russell, Jackson Turner, and Cooper Horwell. For some reason, Ronan Finn's not showing up. Well, he is, and he's a lap down. Looks like we do not have proper timing. Fastest lap of the race right now goes to Callum Mullins of 42.622 from McLaughlin, Manzano, Scott, O'Reilly. That's your top 5. Then it's Ryan Reid. Then it's Aaron Rabjones from Junpei Marita. Then it's Boston Wheeler, Billy Whitaker. Then Bentley Tully, Ronan Finn. Then it's Corey James, Riley Hind. In 15th at the moment is Blake Ramiley. Then it's Jackson Turner up to 16th. Down the back stretch they go. Down towards the bottom hairpin. Oh, one's gone down to Howard's. Then round into the gravel goes Ronan Finn. And he's out of this one as well. 42.460 for Ryan Reid is now fastest on track. The P-platers are actually doing all right in this race. Cade Russell, I think the fourth of the P-platers. Riley Hine leading. Corey James, Aaron Pohl, and Cade Russell. Furlonger is out. And Ronan Finn also out. Down the Howards. Through turn 10. And through on-site rental group. On to the Capri Straight once more. Mullins, Manzano up to second, McLaughlin the third, Reid up to 4 from Cody Scott. That's your top 5. Ryan Reid getting the move done on Cody Scott at Castle Dines. Through goes Romiley up the inside. I believe that is Corey James. 42.131 from Cody Scott is now from Ryan Reid, is the fastest lap of the race now. In the Power Republic 91 Arrow Kart, down the back stretch. Through Howards. Through turn 10. And onto on-site rental groups, the final sweeper. On to the Capri Straight once more. 2.5 minutes remaining, plus the additional lap with 6 laps down. Mullins, Manzano, McLaughlin, Reid, Scott. Then it's O'Reilly. Then Rab Jones, Marita, Wheeler and Whitaker still rounding out your top 10. Connor O'Reilly coming under attack from Aaron Rab Jones. And Junpei Marita, who makes a return to the restricted light category. Of course, he's heading over to Japan to race in the Rotax Max Challenge. In the Rotax Masters category is Junpei Marita. On to the Capri Straight once again. Mullins leads. The gap was 1.2 seconds last time around. What is it this time? 1.25. It was 1.28 last time. So Manzano has slightly caught Mullins that last time. McLaughlin and Reid. Third and fourth. And it's Scott. Then O'Reilly. Then Rab Jones and Marita. Then Wheeler and Whitaker. Round out your 10. From Turner. Then Tully. Then it's the first of the P-platers. Riley Hind in 13. Into number 14 from Blake Romiley. Then Cooper Horwell. Then it is the other 2 P-platers of Corey James and Aaron Pohl. Then it's Cade Russell off the back. So the 3 P-platers off the back. Just over a minute to go. So it'll get 2 laps after this one. Ryan Reid again with the fastest lap of the race at 42.110. He's just under 0.9 behind Josh McLaughlin in third. Now Rab Jones is all over the back of the 71 of Connor O'Reilly as they come out of Autobahn and down the back stretch towards Howards. Out of on-site rental group goes the leader, Callum Mullins, one of the graduates from the 4SS category in recent years, as is Connor O'Reilly and Cody Scott. A few graduates from the class in this field. Another notable one is Jackson Turner. And also Ronan Finn, who is unfortunately out of this race. 10 seconds to go, plus the additional lap. So they'll get 1 more lap. Over the line goes Cade Russell. 44.8 last time. It was 44.8 is his best time. A 45.1 was what he could do this time. 1 to go. Mullins over the line. He starts his last lap. Then it's Manzano. Then McLaughlin. Then Ryan Reid with a bit of a gap now. Back to Cody Scott. 42.011 from Reid is now the fastest lap from O'Reilly. O'Reilly in 6. Rab Jones, Marita, Wheeler, and Whitaker. Then it's Turner. From Riley Hind, then Bentley Tully. Oh, Cooper Horwell's gone through on Tully. Then it's Romiley. Then it is James and Pohl and Russell off the back. But anyway, out of turn 10 and out of on-site rental sweeper for the last time. Your winner in Heat 1 in restricted light will be Callum Mullins. Second will be John Manzano. Third will be Josh McLaughlin. Ryan Reid comes home for 4th. Then it's Cody Scott home in 5th from Connor O'Reilly, Aaron Rab Jones, Junpei Marita, Boston Wheeler and Billy Whitaker round out your top 10. Then it was Jackson Turner. From Riley Hind, Cooper Horwell, Blake Ramiley. 15th home will be Bentley Tully. Then it'll be, the 25 of Corey James from Aaron Pole and Cade Russell round out your finishers. Unfortunate DNFs for Ronan Finn and Charlie Furlonga. Finn, I don't think he even posted a time on the board. Could be an issue for transponder. Anyway, we'll cut to a break. We'll be back soon with our second group of the day, the DD2s. So DD2s, our open performance and tag heavies.
Shut up and sit down.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for 2025 and the penultimate round. This is our second group of the day. Our open performance kart of Brett Wells, well, KZ2. The open performance KZ2 of Brett Wells. He will lead the way. Then it's our DD2s. NR2 tag heavies off the back. In the KZ2, we have Brett Wells. We'll wait for the DD2s to form up so we can tell you who is where on track. Of course, we won't be using the Cup 3. We'll be going right after the first cut through straight to Video Pro, and then it continue on to Autobahn, down the back stretch to Howard's, up through turn 10, the penultimate corner, and through onsite on the formation lap. So we have on pole will be our KZ2 of Brett Wells. He's the only one on the front row. In the DD2s, it will be Adam Wood on pole in the 21. Alongside him will be Jason Smith in the 6, row number 2. Will be Dan Hutchinson in the 8 and Kimmy Mavers in the 3. No, sorry. Oh, yeah. Row number 3 will be Scotty Cleveland in the 14. So sorry, never mind. We're underway. Jason Smith, Kimmy Mavers, Adam Wood, Steph Duffy in the 13, Dan Hutchinson in the 8, Scotty Cleveland in the 14, Scotty Gray in the 74. And in the tag heavies, it's Will Marshall in the 17 and Harry Fox in the 68. Well, they're the tag 125s. Meanwhile, back through Video Pro, the KZ2 of not Dan Hutchinson. Brett Wells leads the way. Out of Autobahn and down the back stretch. Up the inside of Scotty Cleveland goes Kimmy Mavers. His suit and helmet reminding me of Dr. Evil from Austin Powers is Kimmy Mavers. Now he's got Scotty Gray in the Project X Paralyn behind him. A few Paralyns in that field and a few OTKs and a couple of Birrells. An Arrow and a Kart Republic. Onto the Capri Straight goes to tags through Castle Irons and into turn 2. Out of turn 3 into Revolution flip-flop. Brett Wells pulling away. The gap was 0.7. It's going to be well over a second as he crosses the line. Out of Howard's goes Wellesley through turn 10 and through on-site rental group. 41.573 from Wells. Then it's Adam Wood, Dan Hutchinson. So Jason Smith, sorry. Then Dan Hutchinson, then Scott Cleveland, then Kimmy Mavers, then Scotty Gray. Then Duffy, Marshall and Fox round out your field. Over the line goes Marshall and Fox. 42.548 for Marshall. 42.555 for Harrison Fox. 41.899 from Cleveland is the fastest lap in the DD2s. Up the inside. I think that was Hutchinson going through on Scotty Cleveland. Meanwhile, Brett Wells heads down to Capri Straight. 40.6. Oh! Round goes Smithy. I think he might have been tagged by Kimmy Mavers. I'm not sure. But he gets going again. Plenty of track behind him. Or between himself and Will Marshall. Roughly about half a lap between Brett Wells and the two tags. Harrison Fox, the fastest in the tags, at 42.163. But down the back stretch into Howard's, through turn 10, goes Brett Wells. Then it is Adam Wood leading the DD2s from Scotty Cleveland now up to second. Then it's Hutchinson up to third. Then it's Kimmy Mavers. Then Scott Gray. Then Stephanie Duffy. Then it's Jason Smith. Halfway through the time with an additional lap. Marshall and Fox off the back in the two tag 125s. Harrison Fox goes fastest in the tags, a 42.078. Brett Wells. The gap was 3.5 last time. What is it this time? Just over 4 seconds. And fastest lap from Adam Wood in the DD2s of 41.364. The gap between himself and Scotty Cleveland has gone up to 2.5 seconds. Then it's Hutchinson third from Mavers, Gray, Duffy and Smithy. Will Marshall has just gone quickest in the tags of 41.950 to Harrison Fox of 41.995. So the slowest time at the moment is a 42.037 by Duffy in the DD2s. Brett Wells leads the way with just under 3 minutes to go. Adam Wood still second and again goes fastest with a 41.153 to Cleveland's 41.293. To Hutchinson's 41.475. Then it's Kimmy Mavers 41.653. Then Gray's 41.654. Then Duffy's 42.037 and Smithy's 41.862. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Of course, we do not have any tag lights because I think most of them would be at Dubbo for this weekend's New South Wales Kart Championships, which also takes place today, which has some of the regulars up here, down there going for a blue plate. Oh, Scotty Cleveland is now the fastest on track in the DD2s with a 40.995, the only DD2 to drop into the 40s. To dip below the 41s. Down the back stretch goes to DD2s. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental groups with just over a minute and a half to go. Plus 1 lap is Brett Wells. Adam Wood leads the DD2s from Scotty Cleveland, who's chasing him. Then Duffy. Then Smithy. Jason Smith. Then it's Will Marshall from Harry Fox. Marshall a 41.877 to Fox a 41.907. Not much between those two. Only a second separates them. Or Marshall goes fastest in the tag 125s with a 41.768. Wells. 3 laps to go. Because he will get 2 more when he crosses the line. I hope I don't jinx that. Because that thing does happen with the commentator's curse. 41.076 to Wood. The gap between himself and Scotty Cleveland sits at 2.486 seconds. Not much between the two. The gap ever so slightly decreasing. Marshall 41.897 last time to Fox 41.949. The gap still just over a second between the two in the tag 125s. Oh! Brett Wells. Did I just jinx it again? He's slowing up and he's pulling in. I jinxed it, but there's still 2 laps to go. As the leaders cross the line with about 4 or 3 seconds to go. Adam Wood now leads overall from Scotty Cleveland. Dennis Dan Hutchinson from Scott Gray. Then Kimmy Mavers from Steph Duffy. Then it's Jason Smith in 7th from Will Marshall and Harrison Fox. Onto on-site rental groups. Goes the leader. He will start his last lap, which is lap number 12. The gap between himself and Cleveland has crept up to just over 2.6 seconds. Then it's Hutchinson. Just under 5 seconds between Wood and Hutchinson. Will Marshall. What's the gap between himself and Fox? Or just under 1.4. Marshall's pulled another just under 0.2 on Harrison Fox. Meanwhile, out of Howard's through turn 10. And on to on-site rental groups. Your winner in the open box, so in the DD2s. Heat number 1 will be the 21 of Adam Wood. Second will be Scotty Cleveland. Third will be Dan Hutchinson. Scotty Gray comes home 4th from Kimmy Mavers. Then it's Stephanie Duffy home in 6th from Jason Smith, rounding out the DD2s. And out of on-site rental groups, it will be Will Marshall who takes the win in the tag 125s from Harrison Fox. As they are the only drivers in the tag 125 categories across light and heavies. Of course, they're only heavies, so just consider them tag 125s. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with KA3 Junior Heavies. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for 2025. And on track is our KA3 Junior Heavies. And it looks like it'll be the 96 of Ryan Shaw who will lead the way. From Jackson Duong. Then it's Alec Barnard in the Kart Republic. Gone from an Energy. Southgate, Cooper Field, Paddy Buckley. We'll get the grid up as they form up. So Ryan Shaw will be on pole in the 96. Alongside him will be Jackson Duong on the front row. Row number 2 will be Alec Barnard in the 9 and Max Southgate in the 7. Row number 3 will be Paddy Buckley in the 50 and Cooper Field in the 29. Row number 4 will be Johnny Wright in the 30. The first of his 2 classes today. Then it'll be Rathgate, I think in the 6 or the 66. I can't really tell from up here. Rounding out your top 10 will be Jet Saragi in the 38 and Jake Porter in the 95. Row number 6 will be Nathan Coburn in the 74 and Jake Jenkins in the 63. And rounding out your field, I think in his first ever race meeting, is Ollie Karki in the 19. We are set for a start. 7 minutes plus the additional lap. 4 lights are on that board on the Capri Straight. We are... Oh, wait. No, we are not racing this time. Because they're not going this time, I will get the names up for you. Ryan Shaw, Jackson Duong, Alec Barnard, Max Southgate, Paddy Buckley, Cooper Field. Actually, we'll start over. Ryan Shaw will be on pole in the 96 alongside him. Jackson Duong in the 13. Row 2, Alec Barnard in the 9. And Max Southgate in the 7. Row 3, Paddy Buckley in the 50 and Cooper Field in the 29. Row 4, Johnny Wright in the 30 and Rathgate in the 66. Jet Saragi in the 38 and Jay Porter in the 95. Round out your top 10 from Nathan Coburn in the 74, Jake Jenkins in the 63 and Ollie Karki in the 19. I will actually save this grid because these grids will be reversed for heat number 2. Where I think Nathan Coburn will start on the pole. Karki will be out at 12 and Jenkins will be out at 13 for that one. We're on the way for heat number 2 for 7 minutes plus a lap, and it's going to be Jackson Duong in the 13 who leads the way out of pit corner. Then it's it is Ryan Shaw who will lead the way from Duong. Then it's Southgate up to 3rd. Then it's Paddy Buckley to 4 in the number 50 blue plate car. Already all over the back of Southgate. Then it's Barnard to 5. Buckley goes through on Southgate up to 3rd at Autobahn. Down the backstretch and Duong's gone to the lead. Jackson Duong goes to the lead from Ryan Shaw. Then it's Buckley. Southgate all wide goes Barnard. That allows Rathgate in the 66 to go for up to 5. Jet Saragi all over the back of Alec Barnard. Of course, Saragi getting on the podium at the last round of the Australian Kart Championships in the KA3 junior category. Also leading some of the laps as well before the champion-elect of Braxton Reagan took over. But of course, Saragi still managed to finish in 2nd spot at that round. Meanwhile, up the inside goes Rathgate on Southgate, but he gets a poor run that allows both Southgate to go through and Saragi to go through. And Saragi now makes the move on Southgate up the inside, under braking into Howard's. A few cars come together. That's Johnny Wright and Rathgate. Jake Jenkins has to avoid them. So does Ollie Karki. Down the Capri Straight once more. Then Buckley goes through to 2nd now on Ryan Shaw and takes the fastest lap of the race, a 43.589. It's Shaw, 3rd. Then Saragi to 4, Southgate, Field, Porter, Barnard, Coburn and Karki now round out your top 10. Johnny Wright and Rathgate get going again. But Rathgate will have to retire. And Johnny Wright will be almost a lap down. Not how we would want to start his first race in the junior heavy category. Will he keep going or will he pull in? I'm not sure. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. He keeps going, but he will surely be a lap down later in the race. Nathan Coburn tries for a move on Jade Porter, but couldn't make it stick into Castledines. Paddy Buckley again goes fastest with a 43.376. But Duong and Saragi aren't that far off. A 43.421 for Duong. 43.448 to Saragi. Those two also recent graduates of the 4SS categories. Is Johnny Wright pulls into the pits. He retires from this race. Cooper Field, I think he's catching Southgate. 42.927 for Buckley now is the fastest lap of the race. The first one to dip into the 47s. So 42, sorry. And Field is catching Southgate to the tune of 0.3 of a second per lap. Set through Autobahns. Coburn makes the move on Porter. Into P7. Alec Barnard right behind him as well. Meanwhile, onto the Capri Straight comes the leaders, Jackson Duong and Paddy Buckley. Paddy Buckley, 42.868 is the new fastest lap. Saragi up to third from Shaw, Southgate, then Field. And Coburn, Porter, Barnard. 3 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. $42.954 to Duong, 42.868 to Buckley, 43.065 to Saragi. The two P-players at the back, 45.201 to Karki, 45.358 to Jenkins. Ride is out, Gate is out. Wright and Gate are out. 42.843 to Buckley. He is now all over the back of Jackson Duong. But where will he go for the move to take the lead? Oh, I think there was a bit of a coming together between the 63 of Jenkins and the 19 of Karki, the two P-platers, just off at the back. Coburn's pulling away from Barnard. And Barnard's gone through on Porter. Go, plus the additional lap. Duong, Buckley. Well, Jackson Duong now takes the fastest lap of 42.776, and Jenkins is off at turn 2. And where's Karki? Oh, he's at Autobahn. Down the back stretch into Howard goes Karki. His best lap of 45.201. Just under a minute and a half to go for the leaders, so they'll probably get about 3 laps. Through turn 12, through onto on-site rental group. Goes Jackson Duong and Paddy Buckley. 0.3 of a second between them. Then it's Saragi, Shaw, Southgate and 5. Then it's Cooper Field. Then it's Nathan Coburn, Jade Porter. Then Alec Barnard and Ollie Karki. Round out your current field. Buckley on the back of Duong. The times between the two last lap were only 1/1000th of a second. Duong a 42.862 last time to Buckley's 42.861. Now Saragi's into 42.8 as well, a 42.873. 2 laps to go, 30 seconds on the board, 30 seconds plus 1 lap. Oh, the gap is now just over a quarter of a second. 0.258 is the difference between Duong and Buckley. Can Duong hold on for another lap and a half? Meanwhile, Barnard's all over the back of Jade Porter, trying to go for P8. And Southgate's catching Shaw by 0.2, but he probably won't get there. The time has run out. There will be 1 lap to go. Through turn 10, onto on-site rentals. Onto the Capri Straight. 1 lap to go. Jackson Duong goes fast. It's the 42.713. He pulls 0.2 of a second on Paddy Buckley. Siragi third. To Ryan Shaw and Max Southgate. They round out your top 5. Down the back stretch into Howards. The gap is already extended between Dwong and Buckley. Out of turn 10. Onto on-site rentals. For the last time, your winner in Heat 1 in KA3 Junior Heavy will be Jackson Dwong. Paddy Buckley comes home in second. Jed Saragi comes home in third from Ryan Shaw. Max Southgate rounds out your top 5 from Cooper Field. Then Nathan Coburn. Oh, side by side out of... Oh, he's going to get it. Jay Porter gets there from Alec Barnard. He went side by side out of on-site rental groups. And rounding out your field will be Jake Jenkins. Sorry, Ollie Karkit, sorry, in the 19. Unfortunate DNFs with Jenkins. For Jake Jenkins, Johnny Wright and Raph Gate. We'll cut to a short break. We'll be back soon with the Cadet 9s.
times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile.
Alrighty, out on track for heat number one. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, the penultimate round. And also running with the track A layout, where instead of turning left at chain break, you continue and turn right just before the Video Pro hairpin. And then you follow the rest of the normal layout from there. But anyway, here's the grid for the Cadet 9s. On pole will be Lucas Shepley in the 56. Alongside him will be Hugo Jones in the 79. Row number 2 as they get closer. By the looks of it will be Jacob Ding in the 55. So Hugo Jones is actually on pole in the 79 So we'll start over. Let's start over. On pole will be Hugo. No. What is going on? I am so confused. All right. Let's start over. On pole will be Lucas Shapley in the 56. Alongside him will be Hugo Jones in the 79. Row number 2 will be Jacob Ding in the 55. And Vinnie Misson in the 77. Row number 3 will be Jack Southgate in the 7. And Leo Milligan in the 25. And rounding out the field will be Jacob Ding. So not Jacob Ding, Cooper Heffernan in the 74. A lot of these drivers are regulars at our neighbouring clubs in Warwick and Toowoomba. We're set for a start. 7 minutes plus a lap. We're away. Though no timer is on the board. But it is going to be Lucas Shapley in the number 56 Birolart who will lead the way. From Jacob Ding. Up into second. Jones to third. Then it's Misson. Then Milligan, Heffernan and Southgate. Rounding out your field. So head through Video Pro. And up to the Autobahn turn for the first time. 6.5 minutes. We're about half a minute in. Down the back stretch they go. Jacob Ding closing up to the back of Lucas Shapley for the lead. Oh, wide goes Shapley, but manages to hang on to the lead from Jacob Ding. Onto the Capri Straight. And Ding's going to go for the move at the Castle Dines kink. Oh, had the back out of it. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Through the first cup through to Video Pro. And Lucas Shapley has pulled the gap to Jacob Ding. Ding now has Hugo Jones on the back of him. Then it is Vinnie Misson up to 4. Then it's Heffernan and Milligan and Southgate off the back. Onto the Capri Straight. It is Lucas Shapley leading the way with the fastest lap of 47.831. Oh, Jones now goes fastest with a 47.725. Jacob Ding currently second with a best time of a 48.238. On track anyway. Through Video Pro. Oh, Hugo Jones had a look up the inside but couldn't make it stick. And now they're both on the back of Lucas Shapley as they head up to Autobahn. Out of Autobahn and down the back stretch. Go the 3 leaders. Shapley, Ding and Jones. A Paralin and a Kart Republic in the top 3. Then it's another Kart Republic in P4. That's Vinnie Misson as Leo Milligan in the other Paralin. Goes through on another on the Alonso kart of Cooper Heffernan. Then it's Southgate in another Birolart. Says 3 types of kart brands in the field. We got, I think, 2 Birals, 3 Kart Republics, and 2 Paralins. Hang on. Yeah. Yep, my maths is right. And Jacob Ding is the fastest on track with a 47.586. Pulled a bit of a gap back to Hugo Jones as they head through turn number 10. And on to on-site rental groups to the Capri Straight. Oh! Milligan drops down behind Cooper Heffernan. Southgate still at the back. Lucas Shapley now goes fastest with a 47.434, but only just to Jacob Ding's 47.441. But now Ding is all over the back of Lucas Shapley. The gap was about just over 0.2 of a second as they crossed the line. Ding had pulled about 1.1, had the gap of about 1.1 between himself and Hugo Jones in third on that last one. But now the gap is roughly now 2 seconds between the two as Hugo. So Jacob Ding trying to have a look at Shapley to try and take the lead. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. And Jacob Ding trying to go for the move on Lucas Shapley. But still not able to make the move. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. We're on lap number 6 with just under 3 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Ding all over the back of Shapley, who's going to have a look around the outside at Autobahn, but Shapley shuts that door. Out of Autobahn and down the back stretch. The gap between Ding and Jones is 1.2 seconds the last time. Or down through Howards. No move from Ding or Shepley. Right, just over 2 minutes to go. On to lap number 7. Meanwhile, there's a battle for, I think, P4 between Heffernan, Misson, and Leo Milligan. Leo Milligan actually goes for fastest overall with a 47.556 on that last lap. He actually did the exact same time as the leader, as Jacob Ding tries to have a look up the inside of Lucas Shepley. At Video Pro, is he going to try it at Autobahn? No, he doesn't. Oh, down through Howards. Ding and Shepley side by side is now going to invite Hugo Jones back into the fray with just under a minute and a half to go. So roughly, I'd say 3 laps to go. Shepley, Ding, Jones. 48.3 for Shepley, 48.2 for Ding, 47.6 for Jones. They're not careful. Cooper Heffernan might join the party. Potentially Vinnie Misson and Leo Milligan. Maybe, maybe not. Southgate improves his best time to a 49.229. Down the back stretch, through Howards. The 3 leaders all locked together now. The difference was 0.6 between the 3 last time round. What is it now with 2 laps to go? Over the line. The gap was 0.4. Hugo Jones is now fastest on track with a 47.326. They've pulled 0.4 on Cooper Heffernan. And the 3 leaders are locked together or side by side out of Video Pro. Shepley and Ding up to Autobahn. They come out of Autobahn and down the back stretch towards Howards. The time has run out. There is 1 lap to go. We'll be on to lap number 10. Shepley, Ding, then Jones. Start their last lap. 47.8 for Shepley, 47.9 to Ding and Jones, 47.8 to Heffernan. They come through the cup through to Video Pro. Ding has another look at Video Pro, but again, can't make the move stick for Jess Golding Motorsport. Number 55, Parallel Kart, out of Video Pro. He's got 1 major chance left down into Howards, but I think he's way too far back to make the move. Out of Howards. Through turn 12, and there goes Ding up the inside. They're going to be side by side through onside rental groups the sweeper. Who's going to be there over the line? Jacob Ding gets the win in heat number 1 from Lucas Shepley, and Hugo Jones rounds out your top 3. Then it's Cooper Heffernan from Leo Milligan, then Vinnie Misson, and rounding out your field will be Jack Southgate. What an ending to that race. I thought he lost the opportunity when he was too far back at ours, but Ding managed to get a better exit and went up the inside at turn 12, and they went side by side out of onside, and then Ding shut the door on the exit. That allowed him to take the win in heat number 1. We'll take a short break. We will be back soon with the Tag Restricted Masters, our drivers with the most life experience.
Shut up and sit down.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for 2025, our penultimate round of the club championship. And once again, a different layout with a track A layout. And out on track comes our drivers with the most life experience, tag restricted masters, and also our biggest field of the weekend with 25. This class usually does get big fields, both here and the neighbouring clubs of Warwick and Toowoomba. I think last time at Warwick we had like 18 drivers race, which is a good field. Anyway, here's the Masters, and it's going to be Lee Robinson who leads the way. Again, no relation between himself and Mick and Mark Robinson. So, and he will start on the pole in the 11 alongside him. Will be Steve Johns in the 5 in the Willpower Kart this time. Row number 2. I can't see it. I know Chris Lusty will be alongside in the 2. Row number 2 looks like Chris Briggs into 16 and Chris Lusty into 2. The two Chris's. Row number 3 will be Mick Robinson in the 23. And I think the 78 or 73 of Jeff Thompson, I think. Hang on, let me have a look. That's the 78 of Josh Barnett. Then it is Donnelly, Brogan. Then it is the 73. 73 of Thompson. And Meyer in the 76 round 8 10. Where we go. Our biggest field of the day. 3 Castle Irons and out of pit corner. And it is going to be Lee Robinson who will lead the way. From Steve Johns and Chris Lusty. In the number 2 Techno Kart. The 11 Arrow, the number 5 Willpower Kart, and the number 2 Techno. Oh, better contact between, I think, Barnett and Soward at Video Pro. Of course, towards the back of this big 25 kart field. Oh, wide and around goes Steve Johns. Oh, collects a few karts down at Howard's. There's like 4 or 5 karts involved in total. A few having to take to the grass. Oh, I think a couple are out. That's Briggs is out, and I think, oh, Johns is out. They're at last race meetings. Turn 12. The turn 12 they used at the last race meeting, and will be turn 3 at the Capri Cup. We'll turn 3 on the Capri Cup layout as through goes Al Zlowski into 25 EKS karting machine. Of course, Brock Zlowski on site, along with Project X, and I think Power Republic is down the inside. I think Tom of Scotty Campbell goes Zlowski, and Brogan, and I think and Ferguson as well. Fastest lap of the race onto lap number 3 is Chris Lusty with a 44.646 to Mick Robinson's second fastest, the 44.695. No, sorry. Scott Island's 44.665. Lee Robinson's 44.992. We're on lap number 3. Through goes Gav Soward on Kev Field. Kev Field almost overtaken around the outside by Sattler. In the 56, he goes through at Autobahn. Down the back stretch, Lee Robinson, Chris Lusty. Then it's Mick Robinson in 3rd. Then it's Scotty Highland. He's another driver doing 2 classes. He's doing the Masters and the Mediums. Up the inside of Castle Irons goes Lusty. Can't take the lead. Mick Robinson is fastest on track with a 44.314. No, that's Zlowski. With a 44.130. Through goes Soward on Brogan. To take P10. The field's starting to spread itself out for the most part. Bit of a gap between Scotty Campbell and Adrian Godfrey. Just under 2 seconds between them. Brogan and Sattler going at each other. Matt Meyer and Kev Field. Oh, a lot of action in the midfield and at the front of the field as well as Lee Robinson, Chris Lusty and Mick Robinson. No relation between the two Robinsons. I think Lusty put 2 wheels on the grass. That allows Mick Robinson to go through. No, he doesn't. Lusty shuts the door. Szlowski goes fastest. And I think it's the first one to dip into the 43s. No, sorry, Highland dips into the 43s as well. But Szlowski fastest on track with a 43.711. And now Scotty Highland is catching the three in front of him. He was over a second quicker than Robinson and Lusty, and 0.4 quicker than Robinson. He's caught them massively. Meanwhile, about 4 wide on the exit of Video Pro towards the back of the field. Mick Robinson tried to go for up the inside of Chris Lusty. That allows Lee Robinson to build a slight gap. And now they got a slight gap back to Scotty Highland as well in 4th. Then it is Josh Barnett, Noel Smith, Alan Szlowski. Then Scott Campbell, Gav Soward, and Adrian Godfrey ran out the top 10. Then it's Sattler, Brogan. Then Nigel Barnett, Matthew Donnelly in 14th, Jeff Thompson in 15th. Then Adrian Ferguson, then Kev Field, then Matt Meyer, then Peter Fletcher, then Scotty Jordan, Tim Lemon, Scotty Russell, and Clinton Hicks round out your field. Your 23 kart field, Steve Johns is out and Chris Briggs is also out. Down the backstretch into Howard's. Mick Robinson had a look at Chris Lusty in the number 2 Techno kart. Robinson, 2.5 minutes to go with 6 laps in. We're on to lap number 7. Szlowski all over the back of Noel Smith. 43.678 by Szlowski. It's still the fastest lap of the race. A lot of action in this field. No matter where you look in this in this now 23 car field is Robertson. Tried to have a look up the inside of Lusty, but he compromises his exit. That's going to allow Scotty Highland, try and have a look. But Mick Robinson covers him off. Through Howard, through turn 10. Onto on-site rentals to sweeper. Just under 2 minutes to go. Onto lap number 8. Oh, a bit of contact, I think, at the back between Tim Lemon and I think Scotty Russell off the back. 1.5 minutes to go. Robinson, Lusty, Mick Robinson, Scotty Highland. And now Josh Barnett's in this. It could be a 7-kart train for the lead as Scotty Highland goes through. On Mick Robinson up to 3rd now. On lap number 8, Noel Smith tries to cover off Alan Szlowski, and he does successfully. Maybe. Oh, bit of coming together between Smith and Szlowski. Smithy not happy about it. Just under a minute to go, plus the additional laps. It is 3 laps to go. Lee Robinson still leading the way from Chris Lusty, then Scotty Highland. Then Mick Robinson, then Josh Barnett. The top 5 have broken away from Smith and Szlowski. Lusty. Oh, Scotty Highland's gone through now on Chris Lusty up to 2nd. Now Lusty's going to have to try and cover off Mick Robinson. Robinson up the inside. Can't make it 2nd, and he actually goes around. And around goes Barnett as well. Szlowski goes through and up into 4th. So now it's a 2-way battle for the lead between Robinson and Highland with 2 laps to go. Where did Mick Robinson end up? Oh, he's down in about P10, behind Pete Sattler. Out of Video Pro and onto Autobahn with 2 to go. Highland now takes the lead. Your new race leader with just over a lap to go. And now Chris Lusty is going to go with him up into 2nd. The Techno number 2. The number 2 is in P2. Meanwhile, Smithy and Szlowski are still going at each other for P4 with 1 to go. Smithy is going to try and cover off Alan Szlowski as much as he can. Mick Robinson trying to go through on the 78 of Josh Barnett with no success. Field on the back of Adrian Ferguson. This is a brilliant race in the drivers with the most life experience. drivers from 40 years of age. Out of Autobahn, there's now a clear gap between the top three. To head down the back stretch into Howards for the last time. They come through turn 10. And out of on-site rental grid for the last time. Your winner in the Tag Restricted Masters Heat 1 will be Scotty Hyland. Chris Lusty comes home second. Lee Robinson comes home third. Alan Soslowski makes his way to fourth from Noel Smith. Then Gavin Sauer, then Scotty Campbell, then Pete Sattler, then Josh Barnett, and Mick Robinson round out your top 10. From Adrian Godfrey, Nigel Barnett, Jeff Thompson comes home 13th. Matthew Donnelly, 14th from Adrian Ferguson, Kev Field. Then it was Mark Brogan, Scotty Jordan, Matt Meyer, and Peter Fletcher round out your top 20. From Clinton Hicks. Then it was Scotty Russell and Tim Lemon rounding out your field. Rounding out your finishers, Steve Johns and Chris Briggs were out on the first lap, over by the previous layouts, turn 12. We will take a quick break. We'll be back shortly with our next group, the Cadet 12Ps and the Cadet 9Ps. Well, the Cadet P-players.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7. Our penultimate round of the championship for 2025. And out on track, we have our Cadet 9Ps and the Cadet 12Ps, some of our beginners in the karting world. And Jake Sidoni will lead the way. And it's the 12Ps in front of the 9s. As you head onto our formation lap, all around goes the number 3. He gets it going. I don't see number 3. Oh, yeah, there is a number 3. On pole will be Jake Sidoni in the 16. So in the 6, sorry, alongside him. Spencer Allen in the 15. Row number 2 will be Elijah Russell in the 51 and Harrison Bailey in the 3. Row number 3, I believe is supposed to be Chase Hamilton in the 48. I think we might have to go around for one more. Then it is Hudson Lawson in the 16. Row number 4, Lincoln Ferris in the 91 and Teddy Litfin in the 84. I think they're going to release him. No, they're not. So they're going around for one more. Loic Bucher, I believe, in the 18 will pull in as he was having engine issues. That engine was spluttering on the formation lap. And it will be Jake Sidoni on pole in the 6 alongside him. Will be the 15 of Spencer Allen. Row number 2 will be Elijah Russell in the 51 and Harrison Bailey in the 3. Row number 3, I think, is supposed to be Chase Hamilton. Indeed he is. That's the last of the 12 Ps. And alongside him on row number 3 will be our pole sitter in the Cadet 9 Ps, Hudson Lawson.
Just a one little straggler.
Row number 4 looks to be Lincoln Ferris in the 91. Yeah. I think, no, wait. Loic Bucher, no, not Loic. Is it Loic? I think it is. I think it's Loic Bucher. No, Lincoln Ferris, so no. It's supposed to be Loic Bucher in the 91. Sorry, no, not 91. 18. And Teddy Litfin in the 84. Ferris in the 91. And I think, Lincoln Cosgrove, I think, in the 58. No. Chase Klein in the 96. Round 8, your top 10ers were away for the Cadet 9 Ps. Through Castledines and through pit corner. It is Jake Sidoni who will lead the way. As indeed Loic Bucher comes into the pits, he will not continue any further. It is 5 minutes plus a lap for these Cadet 9, for the Cadet P-players. Through goes Harrison Bailey up to 4th on Spencer Allen at Video Pro. But it is going to be Jake Sidoni who will lead the way from Elijah Russell, Chase Hamilton in 3rd. Then it's Harrison Bailey and Spencer Allen. Round out your top 5. There's your 12 Ps and gents. So Hudson Lawson leads the way in the Cadet 9 Ps. Elijah Russell goes beyond Sidoni to take the lead. Out of on-site rental group. Onto the pre-straight, onto lap number 2. With 4 minutes to go, plus the additional laps, it'll get a much shorter race. Russell leads the way from Sidoni. Then it was Hamilton, then Bailey. Then Spencer Allen, those are your 12 Ps, and they're building a bit of a gap to the leader of the 9 Ps, Hudson Lawson. Then it's Ferris. Then it's Chase Klein, Teddy Litfin, Voy Krupinski. And it's side by side between the 58 of Lincoln Cosgrove and Dan Sewell in the 5. And there's a second Lincoln Ferris on timing. For some reason. Happens sometimes. Harrison Bailey up to 3rd. From Hamilton and Allen. The gap between them and the leader of the 9 Ps, Hudson Lawson, was 0.7 last time. It is just over a second this time around. Fastest lap of the race overall goes to Sidoni, a 47.570. In the 9 Ps, it's Hudson Lawson with a 48.536. So Lawson slightly faster than Chase Hamilton. Down the backstretch into Howard's. There's a bit of a battle brewing towards the back of the field. On to lap number 4. It is Russell, Sidoni. Then Harrison Bailey from Chase Hamilton and Spencer Allen. Fastest lap of the race goes to Harrison Bailey, a 47.302. Hamilton and Allen. All the 12 Ps are in the 47s. Fastest lap of the race in the 9Ps goes to Hudson Lawson, a 48.256. Him and Ferris have pulled away from the rest of the 9Ps. Oh, Elijah Russell. What's happened with him? He's gone. Has there been contact between himself and one of the other 12s? Here comes Spencer Allen up the inside of Chase Hamilton. No. Sidoni takes the lead from Harrison Bailey. Then it is Chase Hamilton in third from Spencer Allen. Elijah Russell down at the back of the 12Ps and down in 7th overall. Then it's Lawson and Ferris leading the way. Then it's Elijah Russell in 7th, Chase Klein, Lincoln Cosgrove. Up to 9th, Teddy Litfin rounds out your top 10. From Kaprinski and Saul. Had to look up the inside but couldn't make it stick, and he had to go, had a half spin at the Carlstein's kink and ends up on the grass. He gets going again, but slowly through pit corner. Meanwhile, down the back stretch into Howard's. The fastest lap of the race is a 47.302 from Harrison Bailey, who is chasing down Jake Sidoni for the lead. I believe in his first ever race meeting with just under a minute to go, plus the additional lap, so they got 3 to go. Then it is Elijah Russell in 5th place in the 12s. Hudson Lawson leads the way in the 9Ps from Lincoln Ferris. 48.051 to Hudson Lawson. He could be the first of the 9Ps to break into the 47s. I would not be surprised if Lawson and Ferris actually end up racing in the overall Cadet 9s and come off their P plates very soon. Because the fastest lap of the overall of the Cadet 9 non-P play, this was a 47.3. They're only just under 0.7 off that. Spencer Allen goes fastest with a 47.127 in third. So he's catching the 2 in front of him. Hudson Lawson almost into the 47s, a 48.014 last time. They will have 1 to go this next time round. We're on lap number 7 of 8. Litfin off the back. Where's Sewell? There's Dan Sewell. Down the back stretch. And here comes Harrison Bailey up the inside of Sidoni to the lead. Allen almost went with him, but the door got shut on him by Sidoni. Out of turn 10 onto on-site rental groups to start the last lap of the 12Ps, sorry, of the Cadet Ps. And it is Harrison Bailey who leads from Sidoni and Allen. Through turn 3 on to Revolution race gear. Through Revolution. Down to RHQ. Through Video Pro. Elijah Russell, 47.467. He's the 3rd fastest on track overall and in the 12Ps. Lawson saw the fastest in the 9Ps, down the back stretch into Howard's for the last time. Harrison Bailey's built a bit of a gap. Spencer Allen slightly closed up for Jake Sidoni on the brakes. Through turn 10, onto on-site rental groups for the last time. Your winner in the Cadet 12Ps, Heat 1, will be Harrison Bailey. Second will be Jake Sidoni. Spencer Allen 3rd, Hamilton 4, and Elijah Russell takes home P5 in the 12s. And in the Cadet 9Ps, it was Hudson Lawson who would take the win from Lincoln Ferris. Chase Klein home in 3rd. With a big gap.
There's a bit of a crack.
Oh, 2 cars that come together towards the back. That is Voy Krupinski and Lincoln Cosgrove. Chase Klein finishes 3rd. Then it'll be Dan Sewell who finishes 4th from Teddy Litfin. Voy Krupinski, so Lincoln Cosgrove will come home in 6th. But Voy Krupinski is stuck on the curb. Down at Howard's. He'll be assisted as Chase Klein does another lap. There goes Chase Klein. I think Voy Krupinski will come home to finish in 7th in the Cadet 9s. Loic Bucher didn't finish that one. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with our Cadet 12s as Boy Kopinski gets going again. Alrighty, out onto the track. Come on, Cadet 12. Sorry. We'll start over. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, the penultimate round for the season. And on track, come on, Cadet 12s with 15 karts on track. A lot of them race at our neighbouring clubs of Toowoomba and Warwick as well. And we do have all 15 karts on track. And it will be Scarlett Mitrovic on pole in the 5. Alongside her will be Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. Row number 2 will be Ashton Lusty in the 4. And Connor O'Hare in the 17. Row number 3 will be Sebastian Woodrow in the 13. And Lennox Carson in the 83. Row number 4 will be Ricardo Johnson in the 50. And Jensen Lawson in the 67.
3.
Rounding out your top 10 will be Liam Campbell in the 22. And I can't really see who it is in P10. We'll have another look as they head down the back stretch. I think it might be Joseph Pilot in the 31. Indeed it is. That's your top 10. Row number 6. Looks like it'll be Walter Hillier in the 65. And OJ in the 59. Row number 7 will be Jace Harriman in I think his first race in the Cadet 12s in the 28. And Harlan Bell in the 7. And rounding out your field will be Frankie Majorek in the 71. 15 karts. The amount. Those are the amount of karts on track. 7 minutes plus a lap for our Cadet 12s. We are set for a start. We are away and racing. And it is going to be Jeremy Broadbent who leads the way at pit corner. Mitrovic slots into second spot. But it's going to be free wide to turn 3. No, it's not. Through to Revolution race gear flip-flop. It is indeed Jeremy Broadbent who gets away to the lead from Scarlett Mitrovic. Then it's Lusty to 3rd from Woodrow. Then Liam Campbell up to 5 from Lennox Carson. Then it's Ricardo Johnson. Through goes Woodrow up to 2nd. Lusty's going to go through to 3rd. Carson to 4. Johnson to 5. Campbell to 6. Mitrovic from pole down to 7. Make that P8 as Harriman goes through. P9 as O'Hare goes through. And Majorek goes through as well. Then it's Joseph Pilot from Harlan Bell. Bit of kerfuffling going on as off goes Oliver Jones. But he rejoins well down the back behind OJ, who's in 14th. 13th is Jensen Lawson as through goes Joseph Pilot. And Harlan Bell on Scarlett Mitrovic. Round the outside goes Jensen Lawson. And OJ goes to the left-hand side of Scarlett Mitrovic on the exit of Video Pro and is through by Autobahn. Oh, through goes Majorek on O'Hare. Broadbent leads the way from Sebastian Woodrow. Then it's Lennox Carson in third. So Lennox Carson in second, then Ricardo Johnson in third. Sebastian Woodrow drops down to fourth from Liam Campbell. Then Jace Harriman up to sixth from 13th. Harriman goes from 13th up to 6th from Ashton Lusty. Then OJ up into 8th. Sorry, is it? No, it's Majorek. Now goes through on Ashton Lusty for P7. Then it's O'Hare and Bell rounding out your top 10. Down the backstretch, around the outside. Goes Connor O'Hare. But he gets forced out wide by Harlan Bell. That puts him under pressure from Jensen Lawson and OJ. And Joseph Pilot behind him. Onto the Capri straight once more. Then it's Scarlett Mitrovic off the back. Now went through by Oliver Jones, who's now up into 14th. Ricardo Johnson gets the fastest lap of the race. Him and Carson are the only ones so far to have dipped into the 45. 45, so 45.838 to Johnson. A 45.905 to Carson. Through at Autobahn. Majorek goes through on Harriman. Up into P6 now. Then it is Harlan Bell in P8 from Ashton Lusty and Connor O'Hare. Then it is OJ up into 11 from Lawson. Then Pilot, then Jones. Oh, a couple of wheels on the grass here on the exit of turn 10 for Oliver Jones. As through goes OJ on Connor O'Hare, now up into P10. 45.601 to Ricardo Johnson. He's gone fastest again. The top three are the only ones to dip into the 45s. A 45.867 to Broadbent, a 45.759 to Carson, a 45.601 to Johnson. But the gap between Broadbent and Carson is just under 2.3 seconds. As they went over the line last time, Johnson all over the back of Carson. Through goes Broadbent, Carson, Johnson. 2.2. 2.2 between Broadbent and Carson and Johnson. Harlan Bell's the latest driver to dip into the 45s, a 45.921. Sorry, 45.925 for the Birolart number 7, back with Tyler Greenbury Racing. And he's also gone through on Harriman. Now he's got OJ on the back of him. Lawson had a go at Ashton Lusty to try and move up at the 10th. But now comes under attack from the 31 of Joseph Pilot, but Pilot stays where he is. Then it's O'Hare from Oliver Jones and Mitrovic off the back. On to lap number 7 now. 2.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. The fastest lap of the race once again goes to Broadbent, a 45.569. Pilot tries to go for on Lawson, but couldn't make it stick. Scarlett Mitrovic off the back. Meanwhile, through Autobahn, down the back stretch. 45.569 to Johnson. Fastest lap of the race. And he's all over the back of Carson. The gap between Broadbent and Carson is 2.1. They just catch him by just under 0.1. The last time, 45.537 to Broadbent. Fastest again. And now Majorex all over the back of Harlan Bell. OJ's gone through on Harriman. Now he might come under attack from Lusty and Pilot. Mitrovic off the back. 47.873 last time at best is a 47.361. But a 45.537 from Broadbent, fastest again. We're on lap number 8. Through Howards, through turn 10 and onto on-site rental groups. There's just under a minute to go. Through goes Broadbent, Carson, Johnson, then Woodrow, then Campbell, then Bell, Majorak, OJ, Harriman. Here comes Pilot up the inside of Lusty. Then it is Lawson, O'Hare, then Jones, then Mitrovic. Down the back stretch, there will be 2 laps to go for Ricardo Johnson. There will be 2 laps to go. We're on lap number 10. Oh, through goes Harlan Bell on Jace Harriman now. No, it's Woodrow. So he goes from Woodrow up into 4th, then it's Woodrow. We've got 2 to go. Oh, up the inside goes Oliver Jones on Connor O'Hare. Woodrow 5, Campbell 6. Then it's Majorek in 7. Then it's OJ. Then it is Harriman and Pilot rounding out your top 10. Then it is Lawson had a look up the inside of Ashton Lussey but couldn't make it stick and gets a poor exit. There's enough of a gap between himself and Oliver Jones said he doesn't need to worry too much. 1 lap to go for the leader, the number 32 Tony Cart of Jeremy Broadbent, who does have the fastest lap of 45.529. Then it is Carson from Johnson. Then it's Harlan Bell, Sebastian Woodrow, Liam Campbell, Frankie Majorek, OJ. Then it's Harriman, Pilot, Lusty. Then Lawson, then Jones and O'Hare in 14th. Then Mitrovic rounds out your field in 15. Down the back stretch, the gap just under 2.6 between Broadbent and Carson. Broadbent has led every lap of this race. Up the inside for second goes Ricardo Johnson on the last lap at Howard, but Carson gets him right back over the line. Your winner in Heat 1 for Cadet 12s will be Ricardo Johnson. Second will be Lennox Carson. Ricardo Johnson will come home in 3rd. From Harlan Bell, Sebastian Woodrow, Liam Campbell, Frankie Majorek, OJ, Jace Harriman and Joseph Pilot round out your top 10 from Ashton Lusty, Jensen Lawson, Oliver Jones, Connor O'Hare, and rounding out your field will be Scarlett Mitrovic. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with our KA3 seniors. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, and it's also the penultimate round where once again we are doing a different layout compared to the normal layout. It is mostly the normal layout. We just skip the cut through, Brisbane Karts and RHQ, and instead of turning left at chain brake, we go into the cut through before making a quick right-hand turn, which is roughly 90 degrees. Into Video Pro hairpin. And on track is our KA3 seniors. On their formation lap, off the back is Aidan McCullough, the only P-player in the field. I think he will definitely start every race from the back of the field, as he is a P-player with these random reverse grids. And on the formation lap, we have Max Chatton on the pole in the 63. Alongside him will be Dylan Kamaloka in the 41. Row number 2 will be Hamilton Ray in the 3. And Ryan Reid in the 60. Row number 3 will be Angus Hare in the 6. And Talia Kittle in the 35. And rounding out your field will be the number 20 of Aidan McCullough. Will we go racing this time? 7 minutes plus a lap on the board. Road lights are out. We're on the way. Bit of a gap back to Aidan McCullough, but it is Max Chatton who will lead the way from Kamaloka. Ryan Reid up to 3rd. Oh, make that second now. So he goes through on Kamaloka. Then it is Hamilton Ray. Then Angus Hare. Then Talia Kittle. And Aiden McCullough off the back. Through Video Pro. And up to Autobahn. Down the back stretch into Howards. Up the inside. Hamilton Ray tried to go through on Angus Hare but couldn't make the move. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental groups. Onto the Capri Straight. It is Chatton, Kamaloka, sorry, not Kamaloka, Ryan Reid, and through he goes to take the lead. Onto lap number 2. Oh, a bit of a half spin there for Chatton. He loses another 2 places. No, just loses a place to Dylan Kamaloka. So Kamaloka started second, now back up to second. Chatton from pole to third. Then it is Angus Hare from Ryan Reid. Up, so Hamilton Ray in 5. Trying to go up the inside of Angus Hare into Howards, or as the runs in wide, but he goes through. Up into P4, goes Hamilton Ray. Then it is Angus Hare and Talia Kittle. Fastest lap of the race goes to Ryan Reid with a 43.292. Up towards Autobahn. Ryan Reid and Dylan Kamaloka, you're 1 and 2. Max Chatton down to third. Your gap between the top 2 was just under 9.5 tenths that last time. As the fastest lap graphic for Ryan Reid does come up on screen. Onto lap number 4. He once again goes fastest with a 42.386 to Kamaloka's 42.457 and Chatton's 42.497. The 3 behind them are all in the low 43s. Hamilton Ray, 43.127. Angus Hare, 43.246. Talia Kittle, 43.288. And Aiden McCullough, the only one in the 44s, a 44.289. He will find time as the day goes on. Meanwhile, up the inside of Angus Hare goes Talia Kittle. Up in the 4, so P5. Onto the Capri Straight and over the line goes your leader, Ryan Reid. Max Chatton now goes fastest on track with a 42.340. Just over 45 thousandths between himself. So 46 thousandths between himself and Ryan Reid in terms of fastest laps. And now he's all over the back of Dylan Kamaloka, who on the last lap did a 42.727. So he's caught him by 0.4 of a second. Hamilton Ray now becomes the latest driver to dip into the 42s, a 42.847 to Kittle's 43.092 and Hare's 43.026. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental groups. Onto lap number 6, Reid takes the fastest lap, a 42.227. Kamaloka and Chatton still second and third. Kamaloka, the recent driver to move up into the seniors. Slightly drops off the back of Dylan Kamaloka on that last one. Then it's Hamilton Ray. Then Talia Kittle. Then Angus Hare and Aiden McCullough off the back. Onto the Capri Straight once more. Ryan Reid, Dylan Kamaloka, Max Chatton. 42.188 to Ryan Reid. Then it's Kamaloka and Chatton, second and third, 42.301 to Chatton. So to Kamaloka, a 42.475 last time to Chatton, 42.599 to Ray, 42.804 to Talia Kittle. Angus Hare, the only one in the 43 still, with a 43.055. And Aiden McCullough just lowered his best time to a 44.076. Down the back stretch into Howards they go. Ryan Reid, the gap is just over a second and a half between himself and Kamaloka. Then the gap is just under half a second between himself and Max Chatton. What's the gap as they cross the line? 1.9. New fastest lap from Ryan Reid, a 42.156 as we head on to lap number 8. What about Aiden McCullough? Does he lower into the 43s? Over the line? No, he doesn't. A 44.304 is what he did the last time. But his best, a 44.076. Down the back stretch. Into Howards. Through turn 10 and onto onsite rental group. Goes the race leader, Ryan Reid. The gap is about 2 seconds now between himself and second place, Dylan Kamaloka. With just over a minute to go. Oh, 42.7 last time for Ryan Reid. The gap is now just under 1.7. What happened to Reid on the last lap? Did he make some kind of mistake and lose a bit of time? Of course, I think he was fastest in the restricted light category earlier on as well. Let me just double check. Indeed, he was with a 42.011. Down the back stretch. Into Howards. Reid, Kamaloka, Chatton. Then it's Hamilton Ray. Then to Leah Kittle. Then it's Angus Hare. Then off the back is Aiden McCullough with 2 laps to go. 30 seconds on the board. 30 seconds plus 1 lap. They will get 2. Well, now they have roughly 1.5 seconds to go through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. And on to RHQ and Video Pro is Ryan Reid. Then it's Kamaloka. Then it's Max Chatton. Then it's Hamilton Ray into Leah Kittle. Fighting over 4th and 5th from Angus Hare. Then it's Aiden McCullough off the back. 44.611 to McCullough. 43.336 to Angus Hare. Still not yet into the 42s. The only one in the 43s. 1 to go for the leader, Ryan Reid. Ryan's pulling in. Oh, he realized it's the last lap. Now he's given the lead to Dylan Kamaloka. Max Chatton now back up in the second spot. For up the inside goes Chatton to the lead. We've just had 2 lead changes on this 1 lap alone. They're side by side through Video Pro. And Talia Kittle's gone up to 4 on Hamilton Ray. Ryan Reid almost retired from the race on the last lap. Down the back stretch. Into Howards for the last time. And out of turn 10. And onto on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in Heat 1 for the KA3 Seniors will be Max Chatton. Dylan Kamaloka comes home second. Ryan Reid comes home third from Talia Kittle. Then it'll be Hamilton Ray. Angus Hare comes home 6th. And rounding out your field will be Aiden McCullough. What a last lap from the KA3 Seniors. I think we had 2 lead changes, almost 3, on that last lap. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with the tag Restricted Mediums.
I was too late. Strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025 and also the penultimate round for the year. And on track, we have our tag restricted mediums with double the field size from the last race meeting where we only had 6. This time we got 12. And we'll see who starts where as they line up on the formation lap. Noel Smythe, as I've been told, is at the back. Alrighty. I think we might get a second formation lap, but I'll give a rough estimation. On pole will be Corey Donnelly in the 61. Alongside him will be, it looks like the 87 of Pedro Ribeiro. Row number 2 will be Zach King making a return in the 95. Alongside him, Sebastian De Salvo in the 7. Row number 3 looks like it could be Noel Smythe in the 37 and Riley Vanderberg in the 78. Row number 4, Scotty Harlan in the 44 and Scott Jordan in the 41. Both racing the Masters. No. Noel Smythe joins up on the 4th row, running at your top. Stuff it. The 22. It is the 22 of Cameron Russell in the 22. Marcus Georgilopoulos in the 24 and JJ Hamilton in the 48 off the back. We're away in racing for 7 minutes plus a lap in the mediums. And it is going to be the number 87 of Pedro Ribeiro who gets away to the lead. And it is going to be the 7 of Sebastian De Salvo who goes up into second. Third Corey Donnelly.
Only a bad workman blames his tools.
Zach King in the 95. Lightning McQueen arrow kart goes up the inside of Donnelly up in the 3rd spot. But doesn't get the extra speed, but he does get the run into turn number 10 and onto on-site rental group. Onto lap number 2 it is De Salvo, Ribeiro, King, then Donnelly, then Vanderbroek. Then it is, I think, Scotty Hyland in P6. Indeed it is from Noel Smythe, Scotty Jordan. Then it's JJ Hamilton, Marcus Giorgio. Oh, problem there for Corey Donnelly. What's happened with Donnelly? It's pulled off to the side. Oh, must be a rear wheel, I think, coming loose or a chain. He gets it going, but he'll have to rejoin down at the back behind the 24 of Marcus Georgilopoulos. That's a difficult last name to pronounce. And it's over the line, goes to Salvo. The gap was 0.4 last time between himself and Ribeiro. The gap is now just over 2 seconds between himself and Zach King. Fastest lap of the race goes to De Salvo, a 43.697. And it wasn't a chain. I think it looks like a flat tyre. Or even a loose wheel for Corey Donnelly. He will be out of this race. I don't think he even had a working track. Either he had he didn't have a working transponder, it went flat, or he didn't have one anyway. Ben Lillis is not here, I don't think. Is up the inside, goes Vanderbroek on Pedro Ribeiro. Move up in the 3rd spot behind his Ultimate Kart Academy teammate Zach King. Meanwhile, the Jess Golding Motorsport driver of Sebastian De Salvo, the maroon plate number 7, leads the way with the fastest lap of the race, a 43.323 from Zach King. Then it's Vanderbroek, Ribeiro, Smythe. Sorry. I almost called him Smith there for a second. Then it's Hyland, Jordan, and JJ Hamilton. That's a familiar name. Raced against JJ in the past, back in Cadets, back in Cadet 12. 9 years ago, believe it or not. On to the Capri Straight once more. De Salvo. King. Vandenberg's all over the back of him now. The gap was 0.6. It's now just under 0.2. It's 43.083 to De Salvo on that last lap. 43.181 to Vandenberg. He's caught just over 0.4 on Zach King on that last lap. Through Video Pro. And up to Autobahn. Vandenberg all over the back of his Ultimate Kart Academy teammate. Now just under 1.8 seconds between himself and Pedro Ribeiro, who's got Noel Smythe all over the back of him. He goes to the middle and defends into Howard, but he leaves the inside open for Noel Smythe to go through. And up in the 4th. Now they're going to be somewhat side by side up the Capri Straight. No, there isn't. Scotty Hyland behind him. JJ Hamilton has gone through on Scotty Jordan. Then it is Cameron Russell and Marcus Georgilopoulos rounding out your field in P10. Corey Donnelly will not finish. Ben Lillis didn't even start. Through Autobahn goes the leader. Sebastian DeSalvo, the gap just over 3.5 seconds between himself and Zach King. Vandenbroek all over the back of his teammate. Through Howards. Through turn 10 and on to on-site rental group. King, moving one way, moving another. On Vandenbroek, Scotty Hyland goes through now on Ribeiro. They move up into P5. Then it's Hamilton and Jordan. Then it's Cameron Russell and Marcus Georgilopoulos. I think I'm still butchering that pronunciation. Hamilton, I think, put 2 wheels on the dirt. Or was it Pedro Ribeiro? Meanwhile, DeSalvo just over 4 seconds now between himself and Zach King in second, who's got just under a 10th between himself and Riley Vandenbroek. Over the line with just under 2 minutes to go is Sebastian DeSalvo. There's a warning light on. Oh, an unsportsmanship flag for kart 95. That's Zach King, who does his fastest lap of the race, a 43.592. Still got Vandenbroek all over the back of him. So through RHQ and into Video Pro. It's roughly 3 to go. Roughly 3 or 4 laps remaining. Just under 1.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Vandenbroek still trying to have a look at Zach King. Meanwhile, DeSalvo over the line. 43.036 is the new fastest lap. King, Vandenbroek, still defending. Oh, off goes JJ Hamilton. No, it's not JJ Hamilton, it's Marcus Georgilopoulos. I think I'm still butchering that last name. There might be a problem with his NASA panel, the KG 506 NASA panel, compared to some of these drivers with the Eurostar Dynamica. KG 508, KG 509, and OTK M11. And the lap time for Marcus Georgilopoulos, I think it might be invalidated. Might be. Over the line goes Sebastian DeSalvo with 2 laps to go. From Zach King and Riley. Oh, Riley Vandenbroek's actually gone through to second from Zach King. Then it's Noel Smythe in 4th from Scotty Hyland. Then Pedro Ribeiro. Then it's JJ Hamilton from Scotty Jordan. Then it's Cameron Russell and Marcus Georgilopoulos. One lap to go now as he heads through turn 10 and onto on-site rental groups. For the number 7, maroon plate Arrow Just Golding Motorsport kart of Sebastian DeSalvo. But does not improve on his fastest lap on him. 43.252 from him last time round. What about Vandenbroek? 43.214. He slightly caught him by just under 0.04. Then it's Zach King in 3rd from Smythe. Then Hyland and Ribeiro. Scotty Hyland on the back of Noel Smythe. To head through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Meanwhile, down the back stretch for the last time into Howards. And Scott Jordan's gone through on the 48 of JJ Hamilton. He's going to try and fight back. But meanwhile, over the line for the last time, your winner in Heat 1 for restricted mediums will be Sebastian DeSalvo. Riley Vandenbroek comes home in 2nd. Then it was Zach King home in 3rd. Noel Smythe home in 4th from Scotty Hyland. Then it was Pedro Ribeiro. Then it was Scott Jordan, JJ Hamilton, then Cameron Russell, and Marcus Georgilopoulos rounds out your field. Unfortunate DNF for Corey Donnelly. And Ben Lillis didn't start. I'm going to take a short break and be back with the last of the Heat 1 races, which is the KA3 Junior Lights. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. And it's the last of the Heat 1 races for today. It is our KA3 Junior Lights with one of the biggest fields of the day, with 18 karts on track. I think it's the 3rd biggest group on track. Yes, it is. And leading the way is the 88 of Archer Bailey. I will get the grid order up for you when they come through on the formation lap. Looks like Campbell Dawson, I believe, in 2nd. Then it's Jensen, Spencer Jackson, Connor Redmonds, AJ Leggett, Baxter Jarrett, Oscar Hennock in that new look, number 5. On pole will be Archer Bailey in the 88, alongside him Campbell Dawson in the 73. Row 2, Spencer Jackson in the 77, and Jack Jensen in the 97. Row 3, AJ Leggett in the 64, and Connor Redmonds in the 16. Row number 4 will be Baxter Jarrett in the 31, and Noah Curry in the 4. Rounding out your top 10 will be Oscar Hennock in the 5, and Jacob Neal in the 24. Row number 6 will be Charles Newman in the 17, and Jack Sydenham in the 33. Row number 7 will be Andrew Thompson in the 96, and Johnny Wright in the 30. Yep. Row number 8 looks to be Matthew Dixon in the 75, and Alan Wu in the 99. Rounding out the field will be Lachlan Wolski in the 59, and James Clifford in the 86. And James Clifford in the 86. We are not racing yet for the KA3 Junior Lights. Archer Bailey will start out a pole. Head through Video Pro and on towards Autobahn. Once again, another grid order that I can save, so I know so I can actually remember who's supposed to start where before they go out. Anyway, but it is Archer Bailey on pole from Campbell Dawson in the 73. Then it's Spencer Jackson in the 77, and Jack Jensen in the 97. AJ Leggett in the 64, and Connor Redmonds in the 16. Baxter Jarrett in the 31. Noah Curry in the 4. Oscar Hennock in the 5, and Jacob Neal in the 24, round 8, the top 10. We are set for a start, 7 minutes, plus the additional lap for KA3 Junior Light. We are away in racing, and it's going to be Archer Bailey who will lead the way into Castledines. Oh, problem for Jack Jensen. And he's dropping all the way down to the back of the field behind the 86 of James Clifford. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop for the first time. It is Archer Bailey who leads the way. AJ Leggett getting the elbows out. Spencer Jackson down to third, make that 4 as he makes contact with the rear of Baxter Jarrett, who moves up to third. Oscar Hennock moves his way up in the 4th as we got a kart stopped, and it is Campbell Dawson who started on the front row alongside Archer Bailey out of this race. There's a round. Oh, goes Spencer Jackson. And he collects Jack Sydenham as well down at Howard's. On to lap number 2, it is Archer Bailey who leads the way from Leggett. Then Jarrett, Hennock. Andrew Thompson makes his way up to 5 from Connor Redmonds. Then it's Andrew Thompson. No, Andrew Thompson makes his way up to 5 from Edmonds. Then it is Charles Newman. No, yes. Then Johnny Wright. Then Curry. Then rounding at top 10 is Matthew Dixon from Jacob Neal. Then Jack Jensen. Then Lachlan Wolski. Alan Wu goes up the inside of Wolski into Howards and takes, I think that is P13. Indeed it is. On to lap number 3. AJ Leggett is now in the lead from Archer Bailey and Baxter Jarrett. Fastest lap of the race goes to Baxter Jarrett on that one, a 42.795. Him and Hennock are the only ones in the 42s with a 42.975 for Hennock, and sorry, a 42.854 to AJ Leggett. As Noah Curry tried to go through on, I think, Andrew Thompson? No. Was it? I don't know. No, Jack Jensen went through. I think there was contact between Curry and Neil. As through goes Jacob Neil back through on Noah Curry. They got Alan Wu behind them and Lachlan Wolski. As up the inside goes Johnny Wright on Connor Edmonds. Fastest lap of the race goes to Andrew Thompson, a 42.609. The top three are all in the mid to high 42s. Through RHQ and through Video Pro. Johnny Wright in P7. Didn't have a good start to the race in KA3 Junior Heavy. Up the inside goes Spencer Jackson. At James Clifford. At RHQ, not the usual place you overtake. Not a place you usually overtake on this layout, I don't think. And hangs on to P16. On to lap number 5. Leggett pulling away. Just under about 3/4 of a second between himself and Jarrett on the last lap. And it's Archer Bailey from Oscar Hannock. Then Andrew Thompson rounding out your top 5. Who once again takes the fastest lap with a 42.247. Then it's Johnny Wright in P6 from Connor Edmonds. Then Charles Newman, Matthew Dixon and Jack Jensen round out your top 10. Then it is Jacob Neal, Noah Curry. Then Alan Wu, who's all over the back of Curry now. Try and move up into P12, doesn't make the move. Then it is Sydenham in 13 from Wolski. Up the inside goes Dixon on Newman. Then it's Spencer Jackson from James Clifford. Campbell Dawson is not going to finish this one. Meanwhile, fastest lap of the race once again goes to Andrew Thompson, a 42.181. Everyone in the top 7 now. In fact, 9 out of the 10 cards in our top 10. Actually, 10 of our 17 cards are all now in the 42s. Andrew Thompson is just under 0.2 away from getting into the 41s. Over the line goes Leggett, Jarrett, Bailey, then Hannock, then Thompson. 42.048 to Thompson. He's closing up to our top 4. The number 96 CXR Racing Engines car. Spencer Jackson's gone through on Lachlan Wolski. What's happened to Alan Wu? He's dropped way down. Back down to P14 behind Spencer, so in front of Spencer Jackson, behind Curry and Sydenham. Down the inside goes Oscar Hannock now up in the 3rd. Then it is Archer Bailey and the 96 of Andrew Thompson. Just under 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Jack Jensen's gone through on Matthew Dixon. Then it's Jacob. Charles Newman, Jacob Neal. Jack Sydenham, Noah Curry, Alan Wu, Spencer Jackson, Lachlan Wolski. And James Clifford rounds out your field. James Clifford, the only one in the 45s. Over the line goes Leggett, then Jarrett, then Hannock, then Bailey, then Thompson. Then it's Johnny Wright, then Connor Edmonds, then Jack Jensen, then Matthew Dixon. Roughly 2 laps to go. .42.208 for Leggett. 42.141 to Jarrett. That's Jarrett's quickest lap. The gap between himself and Leggett has gone down to just over 0.7 of a second. Hannock 3rd. Oh, off goes Spencer Jackson. The Jess Golding Motorsport number 77 as an issue. And is now out of the race with 2 laps to go. AJ Leggett now goes fastest again with a 42.015. Just over 300s quicker. Ben Thompson's fastest lap as he's behind Archer Bailey. 20 seconds to go. They will get one more lap after this one. Head up to Autobahn. Oh, Thompson up the inside of Archer Bailey for 4th. Archer Bailey, who started on pole, is now in P5 with 1 lap remaining. Leggett, Jarrett, Hannock, then Thompson and Bailey. Then it's Johnny Wright, then Jack Jensen. Up into 7th now from Connor Edmonds. Then Matthew Dixon and Jacob Neal rounding out your top 10. The gap between Leggett and Jarrett is now just under a second as they went over the line. Something's happened to Alan Wu. Not sure. Down the back stretch for the last time through Howards, through turn 10, and onto on-site rental groups. Your winner in Heat 1 for the KA3 Junior Lights will be the 64 of AJ Leggett. Baxter Jarrett comes home second. Oscar Hannock comes home in third from Andrew Thompson and Archer Bailey. Then it is Johnny Wright from Jack Jensen, Connor Edmonds, Matthew Dixon, and Jacob Neal rounding out your top 10. Then it was Jack Sydenham from Noah Curry, then Alan Wu, Lachlan Wolski, and James Clifford rounding out your finishes. Unfortunate retirements for Spencer Jackson. Charles Newman. I don't know what happened to Charles Newman. Oh, no, nose cone. The nose cone's come off. I think the nose cone might have come off of Spencer Jackson. That's what caused him to retire. Yep, indeed, it was the nose cone that came off Spencer Jackson. Because if you look on the live stream, there was no nose cone on that kart. And Campbell Dawson retired on the first lap. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our first Heat 2 race, the Tag Restricted Lights. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club, Championship Round number 7 for 2025. And on track is our first of the Heat 2 races, the Tag Restricted Lights. And it is our reverse grid of Heat 1. The R4 P-platers still start at the back, but we have a different pole set for this one. On pole will be Cooper Horwell in the 15 alongside him. Ryan Reed in the 91. Row number 2 will be the number 4 of Billy Whittaker. And I think Blake Remiley. I think Indy 88. Have to quick look. No, it'll be Cody Scott in the 3. Row number 3 will be Boston Wheeler in the 33 and Blake Remiley in the 88. Row number 4 will be Aaron Rabjones in the 22 and Jackson Turner in the 12. Rounding out your top 10 will be Junpei Morita in the 8. And I think Charlie Furlonger in the 72. Row number 6. No, sorry. Yep, that is correct. Row number 6 will be Bentley Tully in the 63 and Jordan Manzano in the 27. Row 7 will be Ronan Finn in the 28 and Josh McLaughlin in the 52. Row 8 will be Callum Mullins in the 9, Connor O'Reilly in the 71. Then rounding out your field will be Cade Russell in the 96. Will be Cade Russell in the 96. Aaron Pole in the 24. Rounding out your field will be Corey James in the 25 and Riley Hind in the 14. Yep, there'll be Cooper Horwell on pole. All right, we'll read out the grid again. Cooper Horwell will start out of pole in the 15. Alongside him will be Ryan Reid in the 91. Row 2 will be Billy Whittaker in the 4 and Cody Scott in the 3. Row 3 is Boston Wheeler in the 88 and Blake Remiley in the 88. So 33 for Boston Wheeler and Blake Remiley in the 88. Row 4, Aaron Rabjones in the 22 and Jackson Turner in the 12. Rounding out your top 10 is Junpei Morita in the 8 and Charlie Furlonger in the 72. Row 6 is Bentley Tully in the 63 and Jordan Manzano in the 27. Then it's Ronan Finn in the 26 and Josh McLaughlin in the 52. Then it's Callum Mullins in the 9 and Connor O'Reilly in the 71. Then it's Cade Russell in the 96, Aaron Pole in the 24, Corey James in the 25 and Riley Hind in the 14. We're set for a start. 7 minutes plus a lap for the tag restricted lights. We are away in racing this time, and it's going to be Ryan Reid who will take the whole shot from Cody Scott, who moves up in the 2nd. Cooper Horwell down the 3rd. Then it's Whittaker, the 4. Then it's Wheeler, the 5. Rab Jones, the 6. Remiley, 7. Then it's Jackson Turner in P8 from Furlonger and Manzano rounding out your top 10. McLaughlin. Then Junpei Morita. Then it's Connor O'Reilly up in the 13th from Callum Mullins. Then it's side by side Ronan Finn up to 15th. Aaron Pole. Side by side between Remiley and Morita. Up towards Autobahn. Remiley keeps the place, and actually through goes Connor O'Reilly and Callum Mullins on Junpei Morita. Then it's Ronan Finn. Then Aaron Pole up the inside of Bentley Tully. Goes to 14 of Riley Hind onto lap number 4. Or is it lap number 3? Ryan Reid takes the fastest lap of the race of 42.923 from Cody Scott. Then it's Whittaker, 2 wheels on the dirt. On the exit of the flip-flop for Whittaker, and around goes Jackson Turner at Revolution Race Gear. He'll have to join up right at the back behind Cade Russell. Again, Ronan Finn not showing up on timing. But he is in 14th at the moment. Oh, the contact between Furlonger and Rab Jones. There's Jordan Manzano right there. Morita down to 13th. Then it's Ronan Finn. Through goes the 14 of Riley Hind on Aaron Pole. But the new leader, the P-platers. Then it's Bentley Tully in 16th from Corey James. Sorry, 17th. Then Cade Russell and Jackson Turner. Through goes Turner on Russell. The gap is a second at the line, and now Turner's through to the lead. Through goes Wheeler up the inside of Horwell, but couldn't make it stick. Horwell hangs on to 4. Third is Ryan Reid from Cody Scott. Fastest lap of the race goes to Ryan Reid. No, it goes to Callum Mullins of 42.374. The gap between Reid and Scott is just over 3/4 of a second that last time round. Here we come out of video throw. The gap between Furlonger and Wheeler just under a 10th and a half. Horwell, Furlonga up the inside of Wheeler for 5th. Is he going to get the support on the exit and down the back stretch from Rab Jones or Manzano? Down to the Howards. Yes, he does on Boston Wheeler. Now it's Rab Jones in 7. Wheeler to 6. Then it's Manzano. Billy Whittaker takes the fastest lap of the race of 42.276. The gap between Reed and Scott now just over the gap between Reed and Scott just went up to just over 0.9 of a second. A 42.479 for Reed and a 42.628 to Scott on the last lap. Meanwhile, up to Autobahn. I think Charlie Furlonger has made the move on Cooper Horwell to 4. Then it is. Oh, up the inside again. Oh, no, not enough space for Boston Wheeler, and trying to go through with Shauna Manzano. I think there was a bit of contact. And in that, Boston Wheeler loses another 3 places to McLaughlin, Mullins, and Rab Jones with 2.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Riley Hind goes through on Ronan Finn. Ronan Finn goes right back through and actually gets the inside of Revolution Race Gear. To Aaron Poland off again goes Jackson Turner to avoid. And now ends up right down to the back again. Or right down behind Corey James. What's happened to Bentley Tully? He's out of this race. Ryan Reed. Cody Scott now got Whittaker on the back of him. Then it's Furlonger. Then Manzano. Then it's McLaughlin now up the inside of Horwell. But Callum Mullins does not go with him. Meanwhile, Jackson Turner goes through on Aaron Pole. There's Bentley Tully. I don't know why he's not appearing on timing anymore. He's apparently down 4 laps, and that's not the case. He's currently in about P19 behind the 25 of Corey James. Meanwhile, out of turn 10 and out of on-site rental group goes the race leader, Ryan Reed. Then it's Whittaker. Then Cody Scott now. Whittaker now second. Cody Scott down to third. Dennis Furlonger. Manzano. McLaughlin. Mullins. Then Horwell. Rab Jones. Then Boston Wheeler. Then Blake Riley. Then O'Reilly. Then Junpei Morita. Then Jackson Turner now up to 14th. He went through on Ronan Finn. Then it is Riley Hind. Then it's Aaron Pole. Then Corey James. Then Bentley Tully and Cade Russell rounding out your field. Just over 30 seconds to go. They get 2 more laps to go for Ryan Reed. Then it's Cody Scott. Then Billy Whittaker. Scott back up into second. Then it's Furlonger, Manzano, McLaughlin, Mullins now to 7. Then it's Rab Jones, Horwell, Wheeler, Ramiley, O'Reilly. Then Morita. That's your top 13. Then Turner pulling away from Ronan Finn and Riley Hind. Meanwhile, 10 seconds to go. Through Autobahn goes Cody Scott and Billy Whittaker fighting over second and third. Fastest lap of the race again still belongs to Billy Whittaker of 42.276. 1 lap to go for Ryan Reed. From Scott, Whittaker. Up in, through on O'Reilly. Goes Boston Wheeler. Ramiley has gone through. Up into P10. Morita's still right on the back of him. Callum Mullins goes fastest on track this time with a 42.228. Riley Hind goes through on Ronan Finn. For I think P15. Yes, he is in P15 now from Ronan Finn. Then Aaron Pole. Then Corey James. Then Bentley Tully. And rounding off the back is Cade Russell. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in Heat 2 for tag restricted light will be the 91 of Ryan Reed. Second will be Cody Scott. Billy Whittaker comes home in third. Then it was Charlie Furlonger. Then Jordan Manzano, Josh McLaughlin, Callum Mullins, Aaron Rab Jones, Cooper Horwell and Blake Ramiley round out your top 10. Then it was Boston Wheeler, Connor O'Reilly, Junpei Morita, Jackson Turner, Riley Hind, Ronan Finn, Aaron Pole, Corey James, Bentley Tully, and Cade Russell round out your field. We're going to take a short break and be back soon with our open performance, DD2s, and tag 125 heavies.
I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees with a smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for 2025 and our penultimate round for 2025. Out on track is our open performance, well, KZ2, our DD2s, and our tag heavies. And of course, Brett Wells will lead the way. Here's our KZ2. And there is only one tag 125 open class, and that's tag 125 heavy. So, as they head down the back stretch on the formation lap, we'll see who is where. On pole will be Brett Wells in the 2. Alongside him will be Scotty Cleveland in the 14. Row number 2 will be Scotty Gray in the 74. No, wait, no. Yes. With Scotty Gray in the 74. Dan Hutchinson in the 8, row 3. Stephanie Duffy in the 13. Kimmy Mathers in the 3. Rounding out the field will be Adam Wood in the 21, I believe. And Jason Smith in the 6. We are set to go racing. 7 minutes plus a lap. We are away. No, we're not. We are not racing. And in the tag 125 heavies, it was Harrison Fox on pole from Will Marshall. I don't know why they're racing each other. They're going to need to slow it up.
No, I don't think they are.
They're going to be right at the back of the field.
No, it's red. They're just restarting.
They got the green flag with the yellow chevron, which means to restart and reform on track. But it looks like that won't be necessary, as they've already formed up. Harrison Fox on pole in the tag heavies from Will Marshall. We are set for a start. 7 minutes plus the additional lap. We are away and racing in the KZ2 and DD2s and tag heavies right off the back of them. And it's going to be Harrison Fox who leads the tag heavies. And I think it is Scotty Cleveland who gets away to the lead in the DD2s. Brett Wells leads the way overall. Duffy in 5, but 4th in the DD2s. Then it's Kimmy Mathers. Through goes Scotty Gray up in the 2nd in the DD2s, 3rd overall. Down the back stretch. Dan Hutchinson's going to try and go back through, and the DD does. So it's Brett Wells, Scotty Cleveland, then Dan Hutchinson, then Scott Gray, then Stephanie Duffy, then Kimmy Mathers, then Jason Smith and Adam Wood. Then it's Harrison Fox from Will Marshall. Through RHQ to Video Pro. Brett Wells leads the way from Scotty Cleveland, then Dan Hutchinson. And Scott Gray, Steph Duffy, Kimmy Mathers, Jason Smith, and Adam Wood. And in the tag heavies, it is Harrison Fox and Will Marshall. Now there's a bit of a gap between Scotty Gray and Stephanie Duffy. It was just over 0.2 of a second last time. What is it this time? They heard over the line. It is just over It is just under 0.7. Will Marshall now takes the lead of the tag heavies from Harrison Fox. Fastest lap of the race. Overall goes to Scotty Cleveland with a 41.492. But in the DD2s, it is Scotty Cleveland who takes the fastest lap with a 42.055. And Will Marshall in the tag heavies with a 42.578. Up to Autobahn goes our DD2s and our KZ2. And following them is our tag heavies. Through Howards. Through turn 10 and on to on-site rental group. Oh, bit of contact between Duffy and Wood. And now that's going to allow the tag heavies to try and catch up to them. 41.188 to Royals, 41.515 to Cleveland. 42.105 to Will Marshall. Adam Wood goes up the inside of Stephanie Duffy at the RHQ. And at Video Pro hangs on to it. Then it is Will Marshall and Harrison Fox. 42.574 to Fox and 42.105 to Will Marshall. Wells, Cleveland, then Hutchinson and Gray. Then it is Mavers, then Smith, then Adam Wood, then Duffy, then Marshall and Harrison Fox. 42.023 to Marshall, 42.3 to Harrison Fox. A 41.161 to Wells, a 41.521 to Cleveland. Those are the fastest lap. Those are the times last lap. The gap between Cleveland and Hutchinson, 1.4. The gap between Marshall and Fox, just under 0.7 of a second. Over the line. Halfway through our time. 40.760 to Wells. He dips into the 40s. Cleveland, Hutchinson, Gray. 41.515 is still the fastest time. No, it isn't now. Adam Wood takes the fastest lap in the DD2s with a 41.430. Now he's all over the back of Jason Smith and Kimmy Mavers. Pulling away from Stephanie Duffy, who's now coming under attack from Will Marshall, who's gone quickest in the tag heavies with a 41.794. And Harrison Fox a 42.120. Through goes Brett Wells, 40.368. He's almost in the 39s. Then it's Cleveland, Hutchinson, Gray, then Kimmy Mavers. Then it is Smith, Jason Smith, then Adam Wood, Stephanie Duffy. Oh, 42.4 for Duffy, 42.8 for Marshall. He's allowed Harrison Fox to catch back up to him. The DD2s on the LHO3s, the same tyres that are used in the KA3s and the tag restricteds. And also the Rotax Max Challenge classes, our junior Rotaxes and our senior Max light and heavies as well. Just over 2 minutes to go for Brett Wells. Then it's Cleveland, Hutchinson, Gray. Then it's Kimmy Mavers, then Jason Smith, then Adam Wood, then Duffy. Then it is Marshall and Fox in our tag heavies. 42.0 to Marshall, 42.2 to Fox, a 42.5 for Duffy. They're all over they're almost on the back of her. Oh, Marshall now has Harrison Fox on the back of him. This is for the lead in the heavies. The first and second. Out of on-site rental group. Just over a minute and a half to go for Brett Wells. 40.6 last time for him. 41.481 last time to Cleveland. What is it this time? A 41.437. He's improved. Hutchinson and Gray, second and third. But the real battle is for fourth between Kimmy Mavers, Jason Smith, and Adam Wood. Through RHQ and through onto Video Pro. I think Stephanie Duffy is holding up our tag heavies. She's done a 42.6. Marshall, a 42.6. Harrison Fox, a 42.4. 3 laps to go for Brett Wells. For our open performance, DD2s and tag heavies. 40.684 to Wells. 41, 511 to Cleveland. Hutchinson, 41.699. Scotty Gray does his best with a 41.621. Mavers, Smith, Wood, Duffy, Marshall and Fox. 42.388 to Fox, 42.408 to Marshall, 42.490 to Duffy. 2 to go for Brett Wells. Adam Wood has a look up the inside of Jason Smith, but can't make the move. Scotty Cleveland, Dan Hutchinson, Scott Gray. Then Kimmy Mavers. Then Jason Smith, then Adam Wood. Marshall and Fox have gone through on Stephanie Duffy with 2 laps to go. They will get the last lap board this time. The gap between Wells and Cleveland sits at just over 6.5 seconds. With 1 to go. Out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental groups. To start the last lap is our KZ2 of Brett Wells. What time does he do this time? He did a 40.9 last time. He did a 40.9 this time. Over the line goes Cleveland. Now there's a battle for second between Hutchinson and Gray. Scotty Gray couldn't make the move stick at Castledines. Then it's Mavers, Smith and Wood. Then it's Marshall and Fox. 42.043 to Marshall and a 42.289 to Fox that last time. Then a 42.793 to Duffy the last time. Up through Autobahn. Down the back stretch through Howes goes the leader. Oh, Adam Wood had a look on Jason Smith. Your KZ2 coming home in first is Brett Wells. He actually finished the race this time. And your winner in the DD2s, heat number 2, will be the 14 of Scotty Cleveland. Second will be Dan Hutchinson. Scotty Gray will come home in third. Then it's Kimmy Mavers who will come home in fourth. Then it will be Jason Smith. Adam Wood comes home in sixth from Stephanie Duffy. And Will Marshall takes the win in the tag heavies from Harrison Fox. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with our KA3 Junior Heavies for their second heat. Alrighty, welcome back to round number 7 of the Ipswich Kart Club Championship for 2025. The penultimate round for the season. And on track we have RKA3 Junior Heavies for their second heat race of the day. And on the pole we'll have Nathan Coburn. On the formation lap, on the pole we'll have Nathan Coburn in the 75. Alongside him will be Jade Porter in the 95, row number 2. Will be Jet Saragi in the 38 and Raf Gate in the 66. Row number 3 will be Johnny Wright in the 30 and Cooper Field in the 29. And it's Paddy Buckley in the 50 and Max Southgate in the... No, sorry. Yep. Yeah, that's right. And Max Southgate in the 7. Rounding out your top 10 will be Alec Barnard in the 9 and Jackson Duong in the 13. Then it's Ryan Shaw in the 96, Jake Jenkins in the 6... Ollie Carkeed in the 19 and Jake Jenkins in the 63, who will round out your field.
Yeah, it's set by a jet.
Almost got completely mixed up there.
If you don't know, you don't know.
Down the back stretch on the formation lap. I think Duong is in his position. Yes, he is in P10. As he started on the front row the last time, he will start second last of the non-P-platers. So in P10. Then it is Shaw, Carkeed and Jenkins off the back of the field. We are set for a start. Into the tram lines they go. We are away for 7 minutes plus the additional lap, and it's going to be Nathan Coburn who will lead the way. Through Castledines, and Saragi goes with him into second through pit corner. Up through turn 3 and up to Revolution race gear. Cup flip-flop, and through to Cup 3 and 2. RHQ and Video Pro. It is Coburn who leads the way from Saragi. Then it is Jade Porter up to third already from Rathgate. Then it's Johnny Wright to 5. From Max Southgate up to 6. So Southgate started in 8th, up to 6, and through to the lead goes Jet Saragi. Oh, down at Howard's and coming together is Jade Porter and Rathgate. They'll rejoin down to the back. Saragi leads from Coburn. Then Buckley up to 3rd. Then it is Wright from Southgate up to 5. Oh, Southgate goes through on Johnny Wright up in the 4th. Then it is Jackson Duong in 6th. Race 1 winner. He started in P10. He's now up into P6. After the first lap, then it is Ryan Shaw from Cooper Field. Then Alec Barnard and Ollie Karki ran out the top 10. Then it's Jake Jenkins from Rathgate and Jade Porter down at the back. Down the back stretch they go. Saragi now building a gap between himself and Nathan Coburn. And now Jackson Duong goes down the inside of Johnny Wright to move up into 5th. And now he'll try and get himself onto the back of Max Southgate, and DD does. Over the line onto lap number 3. Fastest lap of the race from Jet Saragi. No surprises there. 43.519. And through on the inside. Up in the 4th goes Jackson Duong on Max Southgate. Through turn 3 and through Revolution race gear. Now Southgate's got Johnny Wright doing double duties today in the juniors along the back of him. Then it's Ryan Shaw, Cooper Field, Alec Barnard. Up the inside goes Johnny Wright on Southgate. And I think Ryan Shaw will get him on the exit. No, he doesn't. Southgate. Oh, Ryan Shaw. Is he going to go up the inside? Yes, he does, but the door. But he couldn't get the run out of the corner. Saragi leads. Buckley up to 2nd now. Coburn to 3rd. Then it's Duong, Wright, Southgate. Then Ryan Shaw, Cooper Field, Alec Barnard, Ollie Karki. Then Jake Jenkins, Rathgate, and Jade Porter off the back. Oh. It's showing Ollie Karki to lap down on the timing, even though he is in about P10. In front of Jake Jenkins, fastest lap of the race goes to Paddy Buckley of 43.297. He's just over a 10th quicker. Then Jet Saragi, the gap between them. Just over 1.6 seconds that last lap. What about this lap? Over the line. Once again, it grows up again. Saragi. Oh, Buckley. No, Duong goes quickest. 43.127 to Duong. A 43.154 to Buckley. A 43.155 to Saragi. Meanwhile, Ryan Shaw still on the back of Max Southgate and bringing Cooper Field along with him. And possibly Alec Barnard as well. Up towards Autobahn. Through goes Cooper Field on the inside of Ryan Shaw. That'll give Southgate a bit of breathing room to try and hunt down Johnny Wright. And try and go back for 5th. And now Jackson Duong is on the back of Nathan Coburn to try and go for 3rd. 42.953 to Jackson Duong. He's the only one in the 42s. The first one to reach the 42s in this race. Jade Porter's gone through on Jake Jenkins, and around goes Coburn. Coburn's gone around. Oh, bit close there between himself and Alec Barnard, but he will rejoin between Rathgate and Jade Porter. Rathgate trying to find a way through on the P-player. The number 19 of volley, Karki. Bad run on the exit there for Karki, and that's allowed Rathgate to just slide on through. Saragi, Buckley, then Duong, then Johnny Wright, then Wright, Southgate, then Cooper Field, then Ryan Shaw, then Barnard, then Gate, then Karki rounds out your top 10 from Nathan Coburn. Then Jade Porter and Jake Jenkins. Johnny Wright still the only driver to hit the 42s. A 42.953 last time round. Field is pulling up to Southgate. Southgate a 43.915 to Field a 43.784. just under a tenth and a half. Slower than field. Ryan Shaw also getting to this. Saragi, Buckley, Dwong. Then it's Johnny Wright from Max Southgate. Then Cooper Field. Then Ryan Shaw. Then Alec Barnard. Then Raf Gate. Coburn's gone through on Carkeet. Carkeet's gone off to the back. Then it's Porter, Jenkins and Carkeet. Fastest lap of the race to Jackson Dwong again. The only driver in the 42s, a 42.879. Down through Howards, up to on-site rental groups. Johnny Wright, another graduate. 3 out of the top 5 are graduates from the 4SS category, from the 4SS junior category. Is out round the outside of Castledines goes Cooper Field, up in the 5th. Paddy Buckley now dips into the 42s, a 42.987 on the last lap. Southgate will try and go back through on Cooper Field if he can. But he's also got Ryan Shaw creeping up to the back of him as well. Meanwhile, down the back stretch, Paddy Buckley, the gap between himself and Saragi, just over 7/10 of a second the last time. He pulled about a half a second on Saragi on the last lap. Saragi, Buckley, Dwong. Dwong again with the fastest lap, a 42.814. Buckley pulled 2 1,000ths on Saragi with 2 laps to go. It'll be one after this one. Cooper Field. Back through on Southgate. They're having a massive ding-dong for P5. And off into the grass goes Cooper Field. Puts 2 wheels on the dirt. Southgate back up to the 5. Then it is Ryan Shaw. Then Cooper Field. Then Raf Gate. Then Alec Barnard and Nathan Coburn ran out your field. 1 lap to go for the leader. Not Paddy Buckley, Jet Saragi. The gap between them just under 3/4 of a second. Just under 0.9 now between Saragi and Buckley. Then it's Jackson Dwong in 3rd. From right, Southgate, Shaw, Field. Then Gate, then Barnard, then Coburn, then Porter. Up to Autobahn for the last time goes the top 3. All of them graduated. 2 of them graduated from the 4SS junior category. The one in the middle has been karting since they started karting in 2017 as Cadet 9. But out of on-site rental groups for the last time, your winner in KA3 Junior Heavy Heat 2 will be Jet Saragi. Paddy Buckley comes home 2nd. Jackson Dwong comes home in 3rd. Johnny Wright will come home to finish in 4th. Rounding out your top 5 will be Max Southgate. Then it'll be Ryan Shaw from Rathgate. Then Cooper Field, Alec Barnard and Nathan Coburn will round out your top 10 from Jade Porter. Then it'll be Jake Jenkins and Ollie Carkeet rounding out your field. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with our Cadet 9s. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season. Our penultimate round. And on track is our Cadet 9s. We have 7 karts on track. Drivers from 7 years of age. You can start practice at 6. And it's going to be a reverse order of Heat 1. So on pole will be Cooper Heffernan in the 74. Alongside him will be Leo Milligan in the 25. Row number 2 will be Jack Southgate in the 7 and Vinnie Misson in the 77. Row number 3 will be Jacob Ding in the 55, our winner from the first heat in the 55. And Hugo Jones in the 79, and rounding out the field will be Lucas Shepley in the 56. The three off the back were our top 3 in race number 1. Let's see what they can do in race number 2, especially Lucas Shepley from the back of the field. It is possible to go from 7th to 1st. In a race like this. Out of Howard's. Onto on-site rental groups on the formation lap. We are set for a start. 7 minutes plus a lap into the tram lines. We are away and racing, and it is going to be Cooper Heffernan who will lead the way. From Leo Milligan, Jacob Ding moves himself up at the 3rd. A little slight contact between Misson and Southgate. Hugo Jones goes up the 4. Then it's Misson, Southgate and Shapley off the back. Oh, better contact between Ding and Heffernan. So not Heffernan, Milligan. But Jacob Ding moves himself up in the 2nd spot now. Now it's going to hunt down Cooper Heffernan to try and take the lead. Lucas Shepley off the back goes through on Jack Southgate. Leo Milligan 3rd. Then it's Hugo Jones from Vinnie Misson. Lucas Shepley and Jack Southgate. We're on to lap number 2. Heffernan, Ding, Milligan, Jones, Misson, Shepley, Southgate. Oh, Jacob Ding now goes through to the lead on his teammate Cooper Heffernan. Now he's going to hang on to it at Autobahn. Then it's Hugo Jones closing in now. Now it's a freeway battle for the lead. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. Lucas Shepley goes up another one. This time up in the 5th. In front of Vinnie Misson. And in front of Leo Milligan. Onto lap number 3. Ding, Heffernan, Jones, Milligan. Then Shepley, Misson and Southgate. Oh, Hugo Jones tried to go up the inside of Heffernan at Video Pro, but couldn't get it to stick. Fastest lap of the race goes to Hugo Jones of 47.869. Him and Shepley are the only ones in the 47s at the moment. Down the back stretch. Through Howard's concreting. Onto turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Ding, Heffernan, Jones, Milligan, Shepley. Then Vinnie Misson and Jack Southgate off the back. 47.440 to Jacob Ding is now the fastest lap. Everyone apart from Southgate are in the 47s now. Southgate, the only one in the 49s, a 49.412. There's off goes Hugo Jones. And actually comes to a bit of a stop. That's going to allow Leo Milligan up in the 3rd. Now onto the back of Cooper Heffernan. Then it's Shepley, then Misson. Southgate up to 6. Unfortunately, it might be a DNF for the 79 of Hugo Jones. As through goes Leo Milligan on Cooper Heffernan. Lucas Shepley goes with him. And having Vinnie Misson might as well add on-site rental group, and he does go through up into P4. $47.4 for Ding. Milligan 2nd, Shepley 3rd, Misson 4. Then it's Heffernan. Then it's Southgate. Hugo Jones is out of this. Is he out, or is he going to get it going again? He might be out of this one. Down the back stretch. Trying to get Hugo Jones restarted and back into this race, but he will be a lap down. Through goes Jacob Ding. The gap just over 3 seconds the last time. What about the gap between himself and Milligan this time? Just under 3.2. So he's pulled another just under 0.2 from Milligan and Shepley. Shepley on the back of Milligan trying to go for second. Missing in 4. Van Heffernan and Southgate round out your field. Unfortunately, I think Hugo Jones might be out of this one. Through Video Pro and up to Autobahn goes the leader. The number 55, Jess Golding, Motorsport Cardiff, Jacob Ding. Lucas Shepley had a look up the inside of Leo Milligan to try and go for second. Meanwhile, Cooper Heffernan on the back of Vinnie Misson. He's going to go up the inside. Under braking in the Howards. Runs a bit wide, but he does keep 4th place from Misson. Over the line goes Ding, Milligan, Shepley. Heffernan, Misson tried to have a look back up the inside at Castle Irons, but can't make it. Then it's Jack Southgate off the back. The gap between Ding and Milligan, just under 3.3 this time between himself and Leo Milligan in second. Shepley trying to have a look up the inside. Here goes Heffernan and Misson again side by side at Autobahn. Heffernan keeps P4. But down the back stretch towards Howards. Vinnie Misson too far back to make a move on Heffernan. Meanwhile, just under a minute and a half to go for Jacob Ding, Leo Milligan, Lucas Shepley, Cooper Heffernan, Vinnie Misson, Jack Southgate. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop goes our second and third place karts of Leo Milligan and Lucas Shepley. Then it is Cooper Heffernan and Vinnie Misson. Down the back stretch, out of Autobahn goes Milligan and Shepley. The gap between them was just over 1/4 of a second last time. There'll be 2 laps to go for Jacob Ding as he crosses the line. Milligan still has Shepley on the back of him. 47.309 is the new fastest lap of the race, set by Lucas Shepley. Heffernan still has Misson on the back of him. Southgate at 6. To Video Pro goes our second and third place karts of Milligan and Shepley. They close down the gap between... through goes Misson on the inside of Heffernan at Video Pro. But Heffernan's going to try and go back around the outside at Autobahn, and he goes back up in the 4th. 1 lap to go. First of all, for Jacob Ding, up the inside goes Shepley on Milligan, but Milligan's going to take it right back at turn 10. They're going to be side by side at Onside Rental Group. And heading on to the Capri Straight, they're probably still going to be side by side as they head up to Castle Irons. No, Shepley pulls right back in on Leo Milligan. 1 lap to go. Ding, Milligan, Shepley, then Heffernan and Misson. Then it'll be Jack Southgate. 49.599 to Southgate. This time, what is it this time? Over the line. 59.158. I don't know what happened to Southgate on that last lap. Anyway, out of Howards through turn 10. Misson's gone back up to 4 on Heffernan, but out of On-Site Rental Group for the last time. Your winner in Cadet 9 for Heat 2 will be Jacob Ding. Second will be Leo Milligan. Coming home in third will be Lucas Shepley. And coming home fourth after a good move on the last lap, I think, was Vinnie Misson from Cooper Heffernan. Then rounding out our finishers was Jack Southgate. Unfortunately, Hugo Jones did not finish. Out of Howards. Through turn 10 and onto On-Site Rental Group goes our 6th place finisher of Jack Southgate. And rounding out the finishers was the number 79 of Hugo Jones. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our tag restricted masters. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club, Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season, and also our penultimate round. And out on track is our biggest group of the day, the drivers with the most life experience, our tag 125 restricted masters for their second heat race of the day, being led by the number 27 of Nigel Barnett. He'll start out a pole alongside him. I think will be Adrian Ferguson in the 65. Row number 2 will be Alan Kozlowski in the 25 and Gavin Soward in the 28. Or is it the 58? No, it's a 28. Row number 3 will be Pete Sattler in the 56, I believe, and Peter Fletcher in the 28. Sorry, in the 88, sorry. Row number 4 will be Kev Field in the 26 and Tim Lemon in the 40. Rounding out your top 10 will be Noel Smythe in the 37. And Scotty Highland or Scott Jordan? It's Scott Jordan rounding out your top 10. We have our 26 kart field. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. We're away in racing in the Restricted Masters. And it was Godfrey, Highland, Meyer, Campbell, Brogan, or Thompson, Barnett, Donnelly, Robinson, Chris Briggs, Clinton Hicks, Chris Lusty, Lee Robinson, Steve Johns, and Scott Russell rounding out your field as they head through Video Pro for the first time. All 25 karts. Actually having a pretty good start. All bar one are P-players in this field. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting for the first time. It is Adrian Ferguson who leads the way from Alan Kozlowski. Gav Soward up to third. Onto lap number 2. It is Ferguson. Kozlowski, Soward. Through goes Scotty Campbell on Tim Lemon. Then it's Barnett, Sattler, Field. Then it's Scott Highland. Then it is Godfrey, Smythe. Then Matt Meyer rounding out your top 10. Then it is Fletcher, Jordan. Then Scotty Campbell. Then Tim Lemon. Then it is Jeff Thompson. Oh, through goes Thompson. And I think with him goes Matt Donnelly. Oh, there's a loose rear bumper for the 40 of Tim Lemon. So he'll have to retire from this race. Kozlowski, Soward. Ferguson. Now your top three. Mrs. did take the lead on the last lap. Through goes Donnelly on Fletcher, and I think Steve Johns goes with him. Yes, he does. And does Mark Brogan go with him? He will on the exit of pit corner, and he will go through at turn 3. Through Revolution, flip-flop. Now, Fletcher has the 78 of George Barnett on the back of him now. Into the pits goes Tim Lemon. He's out of this race, and up the inside goes Pete Sattler on Adrian Ferguson. He's now up in the 3rd. Fastest lap of the race goes to Alan Sosowski, a 44.427. What is it this time? A 44.006 for Gavin Soward. On to lap number 4. 2.5 minutes in. Through goes Chris Lusty on Matt Meyer. And that is Lusty up in the P19. Lusty started from way down towards the back of the field. He's now on the back of Lee Robinson. Where's our Heat 1 winner? Oh, around goes Clinton Hicks at the back. There's our Heat 1 winner, Scotty Hyland. He's up in the 6th. He's up in P6, so it's Zaslowski, Soward, Sattler, Ferguson, Hyland up to 5 now. Then it is not Nigel Barnett, then Noel Smythe, Kev Field, Adrian Godfrey, Scott Jordan rounding out top 10. Gavin Soward. Alan Zaslowski takes the fastest lap of the race. He's the first one into the 43s with a 43.825. As he heads up to Autobahn, followed by Gav Soward. More battles heading towards the back of the field. Down through Howards. Through goes Scotty Hyland now, up the inside of Adrian Ferguson, now up into 4. Over the line, Zaslowski, Soward, Sattler, Jordan, Ferguson, then Barnett, Smythe. Up the inside goes Steve Johns on Jeff Thompson, Brogan, Fletcher. Then it's the 78 of Josh Barnett. Then Chris Lusty up down in 18th spot. After finishing, I think it was 2nd in the first one. Chris Lusty 18th. He finished in P2 in the first one. Another one that stepped up from the 4SS categories. Zaslowski, Soward, the only 2 in the 43s. A 43.825 for Zaslowski, a 43.997 to Soward. Over the line, Zaslowski again. Soward goes fastest again with a 43.786. Sattler still 3rd. Now he's got Scotty Hyland on the back of him. Then it's Ferguson, Barnett, Smythe. Through goes Mick Robinson on Chris Briggs. Briggs didn't finish the first one. Through goes Clinton Hicks. Tim Lemon's out of this race with a front bumper rear bumper almost coming off. Lusty almost had a look up the inside of Peter Fletcher, trying to go for 17th. For 16th, but can't make the move stick. Out of turn 10 and on to on-site rental groups. Soward's closing up to the back of Zaslowski. It was just under 3.5 tenths last time. What is it this time? Just over 0.3. A 43.761 to Soward and a 43.802 to Zaslowski. Through the flip-flop, through Video Pro. Scotty Hyland's on the back of Pete Sattler, and it's actually Steve Johns now who takes the fastest lap of the race, a 43.669. He's on the back of Scotty Jordan. Is he on the back of Scotty Jordan? Yes, he is. Through goes Lusty on Peter Fletcher, up in the 16th. Lee Robinson goes through on Josh Barnett now. Mick Robinson also goes through. Chris Briggs gives them the nudge. Almost under braking into Howard's concreting. Meanwhile, the camera focuses on the leaders. The gap is just... Oh, Zaslowski... Oh, no, sorry. Soward took the lead, but Zaslowski took it right back. Up to Autobahn. Go the leaders. Now Chris Lusty's all over the back, and Mark Brogan. This is going to be for 15th. It's a P15. Does he go up the inside at Autobahn? No, he doesn't. He stays where he is. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental group with 2 laps to go. Soward, Sosowski. Then it's Sattler, Van Highland. Then it is Ferguson. Then Nigel Barnett. Then it's Smythe. Then it's Adrian Godfrey. And Field Jordan rounds out your top 10. Lusty's gone through unbroken, but there's an issue with the NASA panel for the number 2 of Lusty. Doesn't look like it's where it's supposed to be on that number 2 Techno Kart. Meanwhile, down the back stretch, the gap between Sosowski and Soward is extended to just over a quarter of a second on the last lap. But we got 1 lap to go for Sosowski and Soward. What was the gap this time? Only 3 1,000ths shorter. Through goes Barnett, trying to go through on Adrian Ferguson. Couldn't make it stick. 43.812 to Soward, a 43.815 to Sosowski. Sattler's now in the 43s. So is Scotty Highland. 4 out of the top 5 are now in the 43s. Through Autobahn for the last time. Down the back stretch. The fastest lap still goes to Steve Johns, a 43.669. Through Howards. Up to turn 10. Into on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in Heat 2 for the tag Restricted Masters will be the EKS 25 of Alan Sosowski. Gavin Soward comes home second. Third will be Pete Sattler. Scotty Highland comes home 4 from Adrian Ferguson. Then Nigel Barnett. Then Noel Smythe. Then Adrian Godfrey. Then it'll be Kev Field and Scotty Jordan rounding out your top 10 from Jeff Thompson, Steve Johns, Matthew Donnelly. Home in 13 from Scotty Campbell. Then it'll be Chris Lusty, Mark Brogan, Peter Fletcher, Lee Robinson, Mick Robinson and Josh Barnett round out your top 20 from Chris Briggs, Scott Russell, Matt Meyer, Clinton Hicks and Tim Lemon. Tim Lemon didn't finish. Clinton Hicks is the last of our finishers. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly with our Cadet P-players. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season, our penultimate round of the year. And on track are our Cadet P players, our Cadet 9Ps and Cadet 12Ps. There's a bit of a gap between the two classes. And it'll be Spencer Allen who will lead the way. Pardon me. That last race, all the Cadet 12Ps were in the 47s, with Spencer Allen taking the fastest lap. Let's see how they line up in this one. On pole, looks like it'll be Spencer Allen in the 15 alongside him. Jake Sidoni in the number 6. Row number 2. Looks like it'll be Chase Hamilton in the 48 once again from Harrison Bailey in the 3 and rounding out the field. So row number 3 will be Elijah Russell in the 51 and Dan Sewell in the 5. Row number 4 will be the 58 of Lincoln Cosgrove and the 17 of Void Krupinski. Rounding out your top 10 will be Chase Klein in the 98, Lincoln Ferris in the 91. Then it is Teddy Litfin in the 84, Mike Bucher in the 18, and Hudson Lawson in the 16. Rounding out the field, we're away in racing in the 9 in the Cadet P players. And there's a few cards involved. Oh, almost a roll there for Chase Klein. The Cadet 12Ps get away cleanly, and Lincoln Ferris leads the Cadet 9Ps. That's 5 out of the 8 Cadet 9Ps all stuck together. That's most of the Cadet 9P field. And it looks like, oh, yep, they're chucking out. The slow boards are out. It is yellow at turn 1. Oh, it's a full course yellow. It's a solid yellow flag. They've got to slow it down. Heading up to Castledines, it is Spencer Allen from Sidoni, then Hamilton, Harrison Bailey, Elijah Russell. Then it is Lincoln Ferris, Chase Klein up to second. Hudson Lawson third. That's the 9Ps. From Lake Buka, Voy Krupinski. And we are full course yellow. Chase Klein is appearing on timing. We just got 2. Voy Krupinski is 4 from Lake Buka. Then Dan Sewell. I think, is Dan Sewell still out there? No, he isn't. Yes, he is. There he is. He's down the back. So they've got just over 5 minutes to go. We will not be counting the fastest laps under full course yellow. Hudson Lawson third. Voy Krupinski 4. Lake Buka 5th. Dan Sewell in 6th. Oh, they're reforming. They're reforming. Just under 5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. So it is Allen, Sidoni, Hamilton, Bailey, Russell, then it's Lincoln Ferris. Then Chase Klein. Then Hudson Lawson, Voy Krupinski, Lake Buka, and Dan Sewell. Sewell's got a long way to go to catch back up to the rest of the field. Up, the slow board has gone out. Looks like we might be back to racing this time round with just under 4.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap for our Cadet Ps. Yep, the green flag is out. Into the tram lines they go. Oh, we are racing with 4 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. And it is going to be Spencer Allen who will lead the way from Jake Sidoni. Then Hamilton, Bailey, and Russell. That's the 12Ps. In the 9s, it is Lincoln Ferris who will lead the way from Chase Klein. Then Hudson Lawson. Then Voy Krupinski is up the inside. Goes Hudson Lawson now to go up to second in the 9Ps. Then it is Chase Klein. Then Teddy Litfin. Then it'll be Voy Krupinski. Then Loic Buka. Dan Sewell round out the field. I don't know why Teddy Litfin is shown as 2 laps down. Or maybe he is 2 laps down. I'm not sure. Anyway. Allen, Sidoni, Hamilton, Bailey, Russell, Ferris, Lawson, Klein. Then it is Litfin, Krupinski. Then it is Loic Buka. And coming out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental group is Dan Sewell. A 48.792 is the fastest lap of the race, set by Spencer Allen at the moment. The timer says 50 seconds to go, plus the additional lap, so they will get 2 to go. Allen and Sidoni are pulling a bit of a gap. Back to Harrison Bailey, the winner of the first heat. Then it's Chase Hamilton. Bailey up to third, Hamilton to 4, Elijah Russell to 5. There's 2 to go. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jake Sidoni, a 47.596. Teddy Litfin, Voy Krupinski, Loic Buka. Meanwhile, Hudson Lawson's all over the back of Lincoln Ferris. He goes fastest in the 9Ps, a 49.060. To Lincoln Ferris, a 49.404. Lawson tries to go up the inside but can't make it stick. They've got a bit of a gap. Back to Chase Klein. Roughly 3 seconds. Then it's Krupinski and Buka. And Teddy Litfin. Oh, through goes Buka on Litfin. Krupinski went through as well. 1 to go. Spencer's pulled a gap to Sidoni. He was a quarter of a second last time. What is it this time? Just under a second. 47.072 from Allen. Around the outside. Or Hudson Lawson tried it. On Lincoln Ferris, but couldn't make it stick. Through to Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. Oh, Hamilton goes through on Elijah Russell at Video Pro. Can Hudson Lawson have a go at Lincoln Ferris at Autobahn? No, he can't. Down the back stretch they go. Meanwhile, out of Howard's through. Oh, coming together those comes Chase Klein and Elijah Russell. Your winner in the 12Ps is Spencer Allen from Jake Sidoni. Then it'll be Harrison Bailey in third. Elijah Russell will come home fourth. Chase Hamilton comes home fifth. And your winner in the 9Ps was Lincoln Ferris from Hudson Lawson. Then it'll be Chase Klein from Voy Krupinski. Then Loic Bucher. Then on top, Teddy Liftfin had a spin as well. Then on timing, it'll be Dan Sewell from Teddy Littfin. Lincoln Cosgrove didn't finish. What a race. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be back soon with our Cadet 12s.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Take me back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second. clocks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of our 2025 Club Championship, our penultimate round for the season. And on track we have our Cadet 12s. A grid of 15. Leading the way is Frankie Madrak. He will start at a pole for this one. All right. Let's see where they line up for this one. On pole will be Frankie Madrak in the 71. Alongside him will be Harlan Bell in the 7. Frankie Madrak will line up on the pole in the 71. Alongside him will be Harlan Bell in the 7. Row number 2 will be hang on a moment. Let me just see who's going to be third. Looks like it will be... Oh yes, Jace Harriman in the 28. Alongside him will be OJ in the 59. Row number 3. So it'll be Oliver Jones in the 41 and Joseph Pilot in the 41. Row number 4 should be the 22 of Liam Campbell. And the 67 of Jensen Lawson. Rounding out your top 10 will be the 50 of Ricardo Johnson and Lennox Carson in the 83. Row 6, Sebastian Woodrow in the 13. And Connor O'Hare in the 17. And then rounding out the field, Ashton Lusty in the 4. Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. And Scarlett Mitrovic off the back in the 5. We're away and racing for 7 minutes plus a lap for the Cadet 12s. And there's going to be Frankie Madrak who will lead the way through Castledines and into pit corner. They all go through nice and cleanly for the first few corners. And indeed they do. And it is going to be Harlan Bell who goes to the lead from Madrak. Then it is Harriman up to 3rd. Then it's Oliver Jones up to 4. OJ down to 5. Then it's Liam Campbell in the 22 and P6 from Joseph Pilot. Then Ricardo Johnson, Jensen Lawson, and Sebastian Woodrow who will round out your top 10. From Carson and Lusty. We're slicing further back. Meanwhile, a bit of gap between the top 2 and the 3rd place. OJ Walton. Over the line they go. It is Bell, Madrak, OJ. Through goes Jeremy Broadbent. On Connor O'Hare. To move up into P11. Meanwhile, they go through RHQ into Video Pro. Ricardo Johnson goes through on Liam Campbell. So did Oliver Jones. So Ricardo Johnson went through. So did Joseph Pilot. So down the back stretch, it is Harlan Bell, Frankie Madrak, then it's OJ. From Jace Harriman in P4. Then it's Ricardo Johnson. Then Oliver Jones. Then it is Joseph Pilot. Lennox Carson. Through goes Ricardo Johnson up into 4th now. Fastest lap of the race goes to OJ, a 46.151. Now she's closing up to the back of the top 2. Majorek and Bell. Just over 0.3 of a second between her fastest lap and the 2 in front of her. And now she's right up there now. Through Autobahn. It's a freeway battle for the lead between Harlan Bell, Frankie Majorek and OJ. Down the backstretch into Howards. No move from Majorek. Stays in 2nd behind Harlan Bell, who's back with the Tyler Greenbury Racing outfit. Jace Harriman goes back up into 5th in front of Oliver Jones. Then it's Pilot, Carson, Woodrow. Then Broadbent, into the pits goes the 22 of Liam Campbell. So O'Hare inherits 11th from Ashton Lusty, Ven Jensen Lawson and Scarlett Mitrovic off the back. Meanwhile, up out of Video Pro and up to the Autobahn turn, Ricardo Johnson is the fastest on track now with a 45.802. Him, OJ and Broadbent are the only drivers in the 45s. Up the inside goes Majorek on Harlan Bell to retake the lead. And now Ricardo Johnson's closing in. The gap between him and the race leader was just under 0.8 last time. What is it this time as they head over the line with just under 4 minutes to go? It is now just over 0.4. It was actually just over a second. Now it's just over 0.6. It's just over 6.5 tenths now. 45.710 is the new fastest lap, set by Ricardo Johnson. Then behind them, Oliver Jones, Joseph Pilot, Lennox Carson. This is for 4th, 5th, and 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th now as Jeremy Broadbent's on the back of it. Meanwhile, our top 4, nothing between them. OJ dropping off the back a bit as through goes Ricardo Johnson under braking into Howards. And fastest on track of 45.710 as they head on to lap number 6. Majorek, Bell, Johnson, OJ, then Jones, Carson, Broadbent up the inside of Pilot. Yes, he does. He goes for a Castle Irons and hangs on to it at pit corner. Then it is Woodrow and Harriman rounding out your top 10. Meanwhile, Majorek, I think, went slightly defensive at Video Pro. The top 4 locked together. Just over half a second separating the top 4. Meanwhile, O'Hare and Jensen Lawson going at each other. They've also got Ashton Lusty with them as well. Yep, through Autobahn. And I think Lawson's gone through on O'Hare. Yes, he has. Ashton Lusty's there as well. Meanwhile, on to the Capri Straight out of On-Site Rental Group. Johnson up to 2nd now. Majorek, Johnson, Bell, OJ. Then it's Carson, Broadbent. Then Jones. Then Pilot, Woodrow, Harriman, still running out your top 10. Then it's Jensen Lawson, Connor O'Hare. Then Ashton Lusty. Then Scarlett Mitrovic. Liam Campbell's out. We're on lap number 7. Just under 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Down the backstretch into Howards. Ashton Lusty goes through on Connor O'Hare. Meanwhile, on the Capri Straight with just over a minute and a half to go. As they cross the line, it is now still Majorek from Johnson and Bell and OJ. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jeremy Broadbent now of 45.654. Everyone in the top 6 is in the 45s now, or has their fastest lap in the 45s. As Joseph Pilot went through on Oliver Jones the last lap. Jeremy Broadbent on the back of Lennox Carson. He goes up the inside under braking in the Howards, and he takes 5th spot. Meanwhile, Bell goes up to 2nd. Johnson to the lead. Bell to 2nd. OJ up to 3rd. Majorek, in the span of just a few corners, has gone from 1st down to 4th with 40 seconds to go, plus the additional lap. So 2 laps to go. Then we'll get one more after this one. Johnson, Bell, OJ. Well, they may get another one yet. Still 20 seconds to go, plus the additional lap. Johnson, Bell, OJ, Madrak, Broadbent, just over 3 seconds behind the leader. And about 2.2 behind Frankie Madrak. I think that gap is somewhat maintained as they get 2 to go. They have 2 laps to go. Johnson, Bell, OJ. Through goes Woodrow up the inside of Oliver Jones now for P8. Fastest lap of the race, once again, goes to Jeremy Broadbent of 45.524. And Lennox Carson isn't far behind either, of 45.652. Those two are faster than the four cars ahead of him. Out of Autobahn, Ricardo Johnson has now built a gap of just over 3/4 of a second between himself and Harlan Bell, as the three behind him are battling. 1 lap to go for Ricardo Johnson as he goes over the line. He starts his last lap. Harlan Bell, OJ, and Frankie Madrak, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Then it's Jeremy Broadbent from Lennox Carson. That is your top 6, all separated by just under 3.2 seconds. The gap between Johnson and Bell is now just over 0.9 of a second. Through Autobahn for the last time. Bell has actually built a bit of a gap back to OJ. To head down the backstretch into Howard's concreting for the last time. Johnson comes out of Howard's. Out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in heat number 2 for Cadet 12 will be the number 50 of Ricardo Johnson. 2nd will be Harlan Bell. OJ will come home 3rd. Frankie Madrak 4. Then it's Jeremy Broadbent from Lennox Carson. Then it'll be Joseph Pilot from Sebastian Woodrow. Oliver Jones. And Jace Harriman rounding out your top 10. Then it was Ashton Lusty from Jensen Lawson, Connor O'Hare, and Scarlett Mitrovic rounding out your finishers. As Liam Campbell did not finish. I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our KA3 seniors. Alrighty, out on track come our KA3 seniors for our 2nd heat race of today. And as a reverse grid of the last one, it'll be Talia Kittle on the pole in the 35 alongside her. Will be Angus Hare in the 6. Row number 2, looks like it'll be Ryan Reed. No, sorry. We'll start again. We'll start over when they actually form up down the backstretch. All right, on pole will be Talia Kittle in the 35 alongside her. Will be Angus Hare in the 6. Row number 2 will be Ryan Reed in the 60 and Hamilton Ray in the 3. Row number 3 will be Dylan Kamaloka in the 41, who won the first heat from Max Chatton in the 63. And rounding out the field will be the number 20 of Aidan McCullough. All right, on to the Capri Straight. We are looking set for a start. 7 minutes plus a lap. We're away in racing in KA3 Senior. And it's going to be Talia Kittle who will lead the way. Ryan Reed up to 2nd. Dylan Kamaloka will go to 3rd. Angus Hare goes from 2nd down into 4th. Talia Kittle now drops to 3rd as Ryan Reed goes to P1. Then it is Hamilton Ray from Max Chatton. And Aidan McCullough off the back. On two. Onto Autobahn, down the back stretch. And in two. Howard's concreting, it is. Oh, Ryan Reid from Dylan Kamaloka, down it is Kittle. Then Hare, now Chatton up to 5, off goes Adam McCullough. Hamilton Ray at 6, and down in 7 is the number 20 of Adam McCullough. On to lap number 2, 6 minutes plus the additional lap. As I head through to Video Pro. And up to the Autobahn turn. Reid, Kamaloka. Reid finished 3rd in that last one because of a simple mistake, thinking the race was over and almost pulling in. Meanwhile, Max Chatton goes up to 4th now. Overtakes Angus Hare. Reid, Kamaloka, Kittle, Chatton, Hare, Ray. Then Adam McCullough off the back. Fastest lap of the race goes to Ryan Reid of 42.864. Head through Video Pro. The gap between himself and Dylan Kamaloka sits at just under 0.4 of a second to head through Autobahn. Down the back stretch. On towards Howard's concreting. Reid, Kamaloka. No positions changed. Over the line they go. 42.640 is the new fastest lap from Ryan Reid. The gap over just over 0.65 of a second to Kamaloka. Then it's Kittle from Chatton, Hare, Ray and McCullough. They head through Autobahn. Just under 4.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Through Howards goes the leader, Ryan Reid. The gap, just over 6.5 tenths to Dylan Kamaloka. Over the line, the gap is going to expand again to just over 1.2 seconds. 42.428 for Ryan Reid. Kamaloka, 42.899. Talia Kittle. Oh, last time it was Ryan Reid with a 42.428. Then Dylan Kamaloka with a 43.002. Then Talia Kittle, 42.9. Chatton, 42.6. Angus Hare, 43.2. Hamilton Ray, a 43.1. And McCullough, a 44.5. Out of Howards. On to on-site rental group and onto the Capri Straight. Ryan Reid, Dylan Kamaloka, Talia Kittle, Max Chatton. Then Hamilton Ray. So no, not Hamilton Ray. Angus Hare, then Hamilton Ray. My mistake. And then Adam McCullough. Won't be long till he's in those 43s. A 45.072 that last time. Up to Autobahn goes the leader. The gap now just under 1.5 seconds between himself and Dylan Kamaloka. The winner of Heat 1. Out of Video Pro goes Adam McCullough. Right down to the back. On to lap number 7. 42.6 for Reid, 42.7 for Kamaloka, 42.686 to Talia Kittle, 42.631 to Max Chatton. Max Chatton currently second fastest to Talia Kittle. In third fastest, Dylan Kamaloka currently 4th quickest from Hamilton Ray, Angus Hare, and Ada McCullough, who has just broken into the 43s. A 43.777 on the last lap. Over the line goes Ryan Reid. 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap from Kamaloka, Kittle, Chatton. 42.6 for Reid and Kamaloka, 42.5 for Chatton. He is catching the pair in front of him. What time does Adam McCullough do this time? 44.5. Anyway, out of Autobahn, down the back stretch, into Howard's concreting. Reed, Kamaloka, Kittle, Chatton, Hare, Ray, McCullough. Just under a minute and a half to go. Just over a minute to go. Reed, Kamaloka, Kittle, Chatton, Hare, Ray, McCullough. Through. Looking at Talia Kittle at the moment. Chasing down Dylan Kamaloka. Not much between them. The top four were all in the 42.7s on that last lap. The gap between Hare and Ray sits at just under 0.7 of a second. One. So 2 laps to go for Ryan Reed. Over the line he goes. Kamaloka, Kittle, Chatton. Then Hare, Ray. Then McCullough off the back. 42.5 for Reed, 42.8 for Kamaloka, 42.7 for Kittle, 42.7 for Chatton on that last lap. Out of Autobahn comes the leader, Ryan Reed. The gap is just over 1.8 seconds between him and Dylan Kamaloka. 1 lap to go for Ryan Reed. Out of turn 2 to turn 3 and on 2. The Revolution race gear flip-flop for the last time. Through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Ryan Reed, Dylan Kamaloka, Talia Kittle, Talia Kittle, Max Chatton. The gap between Kamaloka and Kittle, just over half a second the last time. Meanwhile, through Howard's concreting. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental grip. Your winner in heat number 2 for KA3 Seniors will be Ryan Reed. Dylan Kamaloka will come home second. Talia Kittle comes home in third from Max Chatton. Then it'll be Angus Hare in 5th, Hamilton Ray in 6th. And rounding out the field will be Aidan McCullough. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly with the tag restricted mediums. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. And for our next heat race of the day, we have our tag restricted mediums. It'll be Scott Jordan on the pole in the 41. Alongside him will be Noel Smythe in the 37. Row number 2 will be Riley Vandenbroek in the 78. Is it Scott Highland alongside him? I think it is. Maybe, maybe not. Alongside him on row number 2 will be Scott Highland in the 44. Row number 3 will be Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7 and Zach King in the 95. Row number 4 will be Pedro Ribeiro in the 87 and Corey Donnelly in the 61. Rounding out your field is JJ Hamilton in the 48. Marcus Georgilopoulos in the 24. And rounding out the field in the 22 will be Cameron Russell. Because we do not have Ben Lillis. We are set for a start this time. 7 minutes plus a lap for the tag restricted mediums. We are away and racing. And it is going to be Scotty Jordan who gets away to the lead. Vandenbroek is up to second. Noel Smythe to third. DeSalvo moves up into fourth from Zach King. Then it is Scotty Hyland from Corey Donnelly. JJ Hamilton, I believe, is up to... No, it is Marcus Georgilopoulos up into 8 from JJ Hamilton. And Pedro Ribeiro. Meanwhile, Hamilton up the inside of Marcus Georgilopoulos into Howard. Will Ribeiro go with him? Yes, he does. Meanwhile, onto on-site rental group, and Noel Smythe takes the lead from Scotty Jordan. Now Vandenbroek is on the back of him as well. Up the inside goes VDB on Scotty Jordan up to second. So it's Smythe, then Vandenbroek. Then it is the number 41 of Scotty Jordan. Then Dennis DeSalvo, then Zach King, then Hyland, then Donnelly. The top 7 all locked together, all a little bit of contact between King and the number 7 of DeSalvo, but they both get away with it. Meanwhile, I think that is Scotty Hyland trying to get a run on Zach King. Down the backstretch they go. Vandenbroek now moves to the inside of Noel Smythe. Under braking into Howards. Oh, doesn't take the lead. Scotty Jordan. Oh, DeSalvo goes through. Oh, will Zach King go through? No, he doesn't. He stays in fourth. On to lap number 3 it is. Smythe, Vandenbroek. Then it is DeSalvo, King, then Hyland, then Jordan. Then it is Donnelly up to 7, then JJ Hamilton's right there now. JJ Hamilton, right there. And he's actually the fastest on track, the P-player, with a 44.651. Up to the Autobahn turn. Noel Smythe, Riley Vandenbroek, Sebastian DeSalvo, Zach King, Scotty Hyland, Scott Jordan, Corey Donnelly. Down the backstretch. Vandenbroek still trying to find a way through. Meanwhile, I think that's Donnelly going through on Scott Jordan. Yes, it is. Up in the P6. There's Donnelly, meanwhile, around the outside of Castledines. Vandenbroek trying to go through, but he can't find a way through. Through turn 2, out of pit corner, up to turn 3, and up to the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Goes Smythe. Then it is VDB. The top 8 was locked together. Separated by... Oh, make that top 9. Separated by just under 2.5 seconds. Sebastian DeSalvo fastest on track with a 43.671. The only driver by far into the 43s. Scotty Hyland trying to go up the inside of Zach King into Howard's. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental group, onto the Capri straight. Pedro Ribeiro goes through on JJ Hamilton. Onto lap number 5. 3 minutes in. 4 minutes to go, plus another lap. Smythe, Vandenbroek, DeSalvo, King, Hyland, Donnelly. The top 6 separated by 1.1 seconds. Then it is Scott Jordan, Pedro Ribeiro, and JJ Hamilton running off this train. Then it is the 22, Cameron Russell. Then the 24 of Marcus Georgilopoulos. Noel Smythe puts his hand up. Down the back stretch, up the inside. Goes Vandenbroek to the lead. Sebastian DeSalvo goes to second. Side by side between King. Oh, King loses out. He drops about 2 places to 6 now. Corey Donnelly goes through on Smythe as well. So in the span of just a few corners, Smythe has dropped all the way down into about 8th spot. He's gone from the lead down to P8. In just a succession of 1, 2, 3, 5 corners, he's gone from the race lead down to 8th. Up through Autobahn. Vandenbroek now has a decent gap. Back to Scotty Hyland. It's roughly over a second now. Sebastian DeSalvo, fastest on track with a 43.671. There's contact between Scotty Hyland and Sebastian DeSalvo. DeSalvo Oh. Close between himself and Cameron Russell. And Scotty Hyland will rejoin at the back of the field behind Marcus Georgilopoulos. Fastest lap of the race goes to Riley Vandenbroek this time with a 43.638. The gap is now 1.7 seconds between himself and Corey Donnelly as he exits Autobahn. DeSalvo now on the back of Cameron Russell. Up to Autobahn, can't make the move. Down the backstretch. Ooh. Pedro Ribeiro trying to go for the move on Noel Smythe. Can't make it second. Round goes JJ Hamilton. Vandenbroek, Donnelly, King, Hyland, Smythe, then Ribeiro, then JJ Hamilton. Riley Vandenbroek goes fastest again with a 43.484. DeSalvo goes through on Cameron Russell. Then it's Marcus Georgilopoulos and Scotty Hyland off the back. Meanwhile, up to the Autobahn turn comes Riley Vandenbroek. Down the backstretch to Howards. Donnelly and King, second and third. That's where camera is focused at the moment. With 1 minute to go, plus another lap, so they get 3 to go. Vandenbroek, Donnelly, King, Jordan, Noel Smythe, then Ribeiro, then JJ Hamilton. Then it's DeSalvo, Russell, then Georgilopoulos, and Scotty Hyland off the back. Through the Autobahn, through Video Pro. Donnelly and King, 43.8 to King, 43.7 to Donnelly, 43.4 to Vandenbroek. Vandenbroek is well and truly clear. The gap just over 2.1 seconds the last time round. What is it going to be this time with 2 laps to go? Out of on-site rental groups to sweeper onto the Capri straight. The gap, 2.2. So he's backed off just a slight bit. Meanwhile, Scott Hyland has gone through on Marcus Georgilopoulos. Moved back up into P10 with 2 laps to go. Now they'll get the last lap board after this. They'll get the last lap board this time round. Will Riley Vandenbroek. Once he got out in front, he just took off. In that number 78 CS55 chassis with Power Republic and the Ultimate Kart Academy. He will start his last lap. Will Riley Vandenbroek. Then it's Donnelly. Then King. Then it's Smythe and Jordan. Then Ribeiro. Then Hamilton. Then DeSalvo. Then Russell. Then Hyland. And Georgilopoulos. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Up through Autobahn. The gap, just over 2.5 seconds between Vandenbroek and Donnelly. Down the back stretch he goes. Through Howards. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Your winner in Heat 2 for tag restricted mediums will be Riley Vandenbroek. Second will be Corey Donnelly. Zach King comes home in third. Then it will be Noel Smythe home in fourth from Scotty Jordan and Pedro Ribeiro. Then it'll be JJ Hamilton from Sebastian DeSalvo. Then it'll be Cameron Russell, Scotty Hyland, and Marcus Georgilopoulos rounding out your field. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with the last Heat 2 race and the last race, I think, before we go for our lunch break, KA3 Junior Lights. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club, Championship Round number 7. And the penultimate round of the Club Championship for 2025. And on track, we'll have RKA3 Junior Lights for their second heat race of the day. And the last one before we head into our lunch break. And we will see who is where. So head on to the formation lap. It is the reverse order of heat 1. And here's the grid order. On pole will be Matthew Dixon in the 75. Alongside him will be Johnny Wright in the 30, row number 2. Andrew Thompson in the 96. And Jack Sydenham in the 33. Row 3 will be Charles Newman in the 17. And Jacob Neal in the 24. Row 4 will be Oscar Hennock in the 5. And Noah Curry in the 4. Rounding out your top 10 will be Baxter Jarrett in the 31. And Connor Redmonds in the 16. Row 6 will be AJ Leggett in the 64. And Jack Jensen in the 97. Row 7 will be Spencer Jackson in the 77 and Campbell Dawson in the 73. Row number 8 will be Archer Bailey in the 88 and Lachlan Walt and James Clifford in the 86. Rounding out the field will be Lachlan Wolski in the 59 and Alan Wu in the 99. We are looking set for a start for heat number 2, KA3 Junior Light, 7 minutes plus a lap. Are we racing this time? We are away for 7 minutes plus a lap, and it's going to be Johnny Wright who will lead the way into Castledine. Then it'll be Sydenham who goes up to second. And I think it's Hennock. No, it's not Hennock in the third. It is going to be Dixon up to third from Hennock. Then it'll be Baxter Jarrett. Andrew Thompson makes his way to sixth from AJ Leggett. Then Jacob Neal, Connor Redmonds, Jack Jensen. Then Archer Bailey. Noah Curry. Then Spencer Jackson, Lachlan Wolski. Hang on a moment. Where's Charles Newman? Is he not in this one? Up the inside goes Hennock on Dixon the third. Out of on-site rental group, onto the Capri straight goes Johnny Wright from Dixon, Jack Sydenham, then Hennock. Through goes Campbell Dawson on Alan Wu. Now he's right behind Lachlan Wolski. Through the Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. Through RHQ into Video Pro. Right. Then it is Sydenham. Then Hennock. Then Dixon and Jarrett. Then Leggett, Neal, Thompson, Jensen and Edmonds rounding out your top 10. Meanwhile up the inside goes Hennock on Jack Sydenham. He's now up into second spot. Now he's going to try and chase down Johnny Wright. The gap was 0.7 between the two. What is it this time? 0.3. Johnny Wright. Oscar Hennock fastest on track with a 42.910. And so far, he is the only one in the 42s in that number 5 car. Campbell Dawson's gone through on Alan Wu and Lachlan Wolski. So I should restart that. Dawson and Wu have gone through on Lachlan Wolski on that last lap, and now Oscar Hennock is closing up to the back of the number 30 of Johnny Wright. On to lap number 4. Wright, Hennock, then Sydenham, then Jarrett. Thompson goes through on Dixon, so did Leggett and Jarrett. Oscar Hennock fastest on track, a 42.744. Johnny Wright, 42.974. Baxter Jarrett is second quickest with a 42.769. We're on lap number 4, up to the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch they go. Into Howard's concreting, and Baxter Jarrett goes through on side and up to third. AJ Leggett's there as well in P5. And there's Andrew Thompson as well onto lap number 5. It is Wright, Hennock, Jarrett, Sydenham. Leggett's gone fastest this time, a 42.461. Johnny Wright pulled a couple of tenths on Oscar Hennock that last lap. Meanwhile, Leggett goes through on Jack Sydenham at RHQ. To a Video Pro they go. Up to Autobahn. Wright, Hennock.
Boy on, big boy.
Then it is Leggett.
Big boy.
Then Sydenham and Thompson. Sorry, Jarrett third. Leggett fourth. Then it is Andrew Thompson up to 5. And through goes Jack Jensen up into 6. Sydenham lost 2 places. It could be 3 in the span of about 3 or 4 corners. onto lap number 6. Wright, Hannock. Hannock now 3.5 tenths behind. Johnny Wright now is Baxter Jarrett on the back of him as well. As they head to RHQ and to Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn. Hannock defends that inside line from Baxter Jarrett. And now that's going to give Johnny Wright a bit of breathing room as they head down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Johnny Wright, Oscar Hannock, Baxter Jarrett. Your 1, 2, 3. Then it's Leggett. Thompson defends from Jack Jensen. AJ Leggett goes fastest again with a 42.331. And now he's catching the top 3. Because Johnny Wright did a 42.6. Hannock a 42.8. Jarrett a 42.6. Leggett 42.3. So he's caught Baxter Jarrett by 0.3. As I say that, Jarrett goes through on the inside of Oscar Hannock. Into second place now, down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. He defends the inside line. Into Howard's. And through turn 10 as well. Will that compromise his exit? And onto on-site rental group. Don't think so. 2 minutes to go plus the additional lap. He defends to the inside at Castledines. Also hang on to onto second at turn 2. Oh, there's contact between Sydenham and another driver. I'm not sure who it was. But Sydenham's all the way down towards the back of the field, down in 14th now. Meanwhile, Johnny Wright leads by just under 9.5 tenths. Just under a second there between himself and Baxter Jarrett. 1.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Johnny Wright, Baxter Jarrett, then Oscar Hannock, then AJ Leggett. Jack Jensen on the back of Andrew Thompson, but they could still close up to the 3 ahead of him. Just over a minute to go, plus the additional lap. Wright, Jarrett, Hannock, Leggett. With a slight gap. Back to Andrew Thompson and Jack Jensen. Now Baxter Jarrett is trying to catch the leader, the number 30 of Johnny Wright. Up for the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch they go. Down towards Howard's concreting. The gap was just under 0.9 of a second last time round with 2 laps to go. Now it could be a 6-kart train for the lead. Headed by Johnny Wright and tailed by Jack Jensen. Fastest lap, Baxter Jarrett of 42.323, but Andrew Thompson takes it from him with a 42.282. See, it could be a 4, 5 or 6-kart train for the win on the next lap, which will be the last lap of the race. Then it is Matthew Dixon in 7th from Archer Bailey. Then it is Jacob Neal. Rounding and in 10th is Connor Edmonds. Oh, through goes AJ Leggett on Oscar Hannock, and Jack Jensen goes through on Andrew Thompson. 1 to go. Johnny Wright and Baxter Jarrett have now broken clear. It's a 4-car battle for third. Hannock tries to go through on the inside, but AJ Leggett does not allow him to go through. Through pit corner they go. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop onto RHQ. AJ Leggett covers it off as he does for Video Pro. And now he's built a little bit of a gap back to Hannock as they head up to the Autobahn turn. Hannock has to defend the inside line now from Jack Jensen down the back stretch. Now he knows he won't get third. He'll have to hang on to 4th as best he can from Jensen and Thompson. Out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Your winner in Heat 2 for KA3 Junior Light will be Johnny Wright. Second will be Baxter Jarrett. AJ Leggett comes home third. Oscar Hannock will come home in 4th from Andrew Thompson. Then Jack Jensen, then Matthew Dixon, then Archer Bailey. And rounding out your top 10 will be Jacob Neal and Connor Edmonds. Then it was Spencer Jackson from Campbell Dawson, Noah Curry, Jack Sydenham, Alan Wu, Lachlan Wolski, and James Clifford. Rounding out your field. We did not have Charles Newman for that one. And now we'll be going on our lunch break. We'll be back at approximately 12:36 for heat number 3 with the tag restricted lights.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport, and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
times have been my tongue and the taste of blood in my now. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes, looks like I was too late. In a strange land, I hope I found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by.
Shut up and sit down.
times have been my tongue and the taste of blood in my now. The faces in the trees with smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life to pass right by. Over the hill and far away, the ducks went one by one.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, for the penultimate round of the season. On track, we have our first of the Heat 3 races for today, and it is the tag 125 restricted lights. And now I have the grid sheet. And I'll tell you who's where. On pole will be Cody Scott in the 3. Alongside him will be Jordan Manzano in the 27. Row number 2 will be Callum Mullins in the 9. And Ryan Reid in the 91. Row number 3, Josh McLaughlin in the 52. And Billy Whitaker in the 4. Row number 4 will be Aaron Rab-Jones in the 22. And Connor O'Reilly in the 71. Cody, you might want to slow down. Yep, thank you. Rounding out your top... Cody, you might want to slow down there, mate. Rounding out your top 10 is Boston Wheeler in the 33 and Junpei Morita in the 20, in the 8. Row 6 will be Blake Ramiley in the 11 and Cooper Horwell in the 15. Row 7 will be Jackson Turner in the 12 and Bentley Tully in the 63. Row 8 will be Charlie Furlonger in the 72 and Ronan Finn in the 26. Row number 9 will be Riley Hind in the 14 and Aaron Pohl in the 24. Running out your 20 kart field will be Corey James in the 25 and Cade Russell in the 96. That is your tag restricted lights. That is your 20 kart grid. We are set for a start. Are we set for a start this time? 7 minutes plus a lap. We are away and racing for 7 minutes plus a lap, and it is going to be Cody Scott who will lead the way into Castle Nines. A bit of a push there on Jordan Manzano. He falls down to 4th, and it is going to be Callum Mullins who goes up to 2nd. Josh McLaughlin the 3rd, Ryan Reid up to 4. So Jordan Manzano has gone down to P5. Now he's got Aaron Rab-Jones on the back of him. Then it is Billy Whitaker. Then Connor O'Reilly. Boston Wheeler up to 9. Running at 10 is Blake Ramiley. Junpei Morita down into 11th spot from Jackson Turner. Then it's Cooper Horwell in 13th, up the inside of Morita. Goes Jackson Turner and Blake Ramiley. He goes up the inside of 2 in 1. Onto the Capri Straight is Callum Mullins now, who goes to the lead from Cody Scott. Then it is the number 52 of Josh McLaughlin up in the 3rd. Ryan Reid the 4. Aaron Rab-Jones up in the 5th now from Jordan Manzano. Then it's Billy Whitaker with a bit of a gap. Back to Boston Wheeler. Jackson Turner and Connor O'Reilly running at your top 10. Then it is Blake Ramiley from Junpei Morita. Then it is Charlie Furlonger from Cooper Horwell. Ronan Finn up the inside of Bentley Tully, but Bentley Tully gets him right back. And I think it is the 25 of Corey James. Oh, he goes through on Ronan Finn. Corey James goes through on Ronan Finn. Then it is Riley Hind, Aaron Pohl and Cade Russell running at your field. Aaron Rab-Jones fastest on track at the moment with a 42.979. I don't know what's happened with Bentley Tully, but he's showing 2 laps down when he's clearly in 15th, in P15. Down the back stretch they go. Mullins now has a gap of about just under 0.4 of a second to Cody Scott, and up the inside goes McLaughlin up into 2nd. Cody Scott down to 3rd. Here comes Ryan Reid around the outside. No, stays where he is at On-Site Rental Group. Onto lap number 4. There's a bit of coming together between Corey James, Brendan Finn, Riley Hind, and not Cade Russell, Aaron Pole. And Jackson Turner goes fastest on track that time with a 42.498. To Callum Mullins, 43.033. McLaughlin's 43.2 and Scott's 43.3. And Ryan Reed's 43.0. Now the gap between Mullins and McLaughlin went up to 0.8 on the last lap. Cody Scott now is second behind Mullins. On to lap number 5. It is Mullins, McLaughlin, Jackson Turner fastest again with a 42.364. Just under a second between Mullins and McLaughlin. Cade Russell off the back of the field as they head through the Video Pro hairpin. It is now 6 or 7 karts. Even 7 or 8 karts because Jackson Turner's getting up there as well. Then it's Boston Wheeler from Connor O'Reilly. Boston Wheeler's built a bit of a gap. Back to Connor O'Reilly. Then it's Furlonger. Then Ramiley. Then it is Junpei Morita. Then Cooper Horwell. Then Bentley Tully in 15. Then it's Finn. Then James, Hind, Pole and Russell. Up the inside goes Cody Scott on Josh McLaughlin. He's back up into second. Ryan Reed goes to third. Josh McLaughlin goes from second down to fourth at pit corner through Video Pro. Here comes Billy Whittaker going through on Manzano and along with Jackson Turner. So John Manzano down to 8. Meanwhile, Callum Mullins is gone. Manzano's back through on Jackson Turner, but Jackson Turner goes back down the inside under braking into Howards. Ryan Reed's up to second now. Mullins, McLaughlin, Scott, Reed. Sorry, my apologies. Mullins, Reed, Scott, McLaughlin, then Jones, Aaron Rab Jones, Whittaker, Jones, Turner. I'll start over. Mullins, Reed, Scott, McLaughlin, Rab Jones, Whittaker, Turner, Manzano. Oh, Turner again up the inside of Billy Whittaker. Up into P6. Out of the Autobahn hairpin. It is now 2.1 seconds between Mullins and Reed. Then it is Cody Scott in third. Josh McLaughlin in 4. Then Aaron Rab Jones. From Billy Whittaker. No, not Whittaker. Jackson Turner. Then Whittaker. Then Manzano. Then Wheeler. Furlonger. Then O'Reilly. Then it's Ramiley. Then it is Junpei Morita in 13th. Cooper Horwell 14th. Ronan Finn. No, sorry, not Ronan Finn. Bentley Tully. Then Ronan Finn. Then Riley Hind. Then Corey James. Then Aaron Pole and Cade Russell. Anyway, on to on-site rental group. It is still Callum Mullins who leads the way. The gap 2.2 between Mullins and Reed. It is 2.3 this time. Reed, McLaughlin up still in 4 from Jackson Turner, now in the 5th spot. Still with the fastest lap of the race, a 42.325. Head through the middle, through Video Pro, and Turner sends one on McLaughlin and Whittaker. No, Rab Jones sent it on Whittaker, but they both ran wide, and through went John Manzano up into 6th spot. Then it's Whittaker from Aaron Rab Jones. Charlie Furlonger up the inside of Boston Wheeler for P9. Meanwhile, Callum Mullins, 2.3 last time. Oh, didn't pull much that last time. Jackson Turner's up to 4. Now he's on the back of Cody Scott. We try and go for third with 15 seconds to go. They will get one more lap. Up for the Autobahn turn. Cade Russell off the back. And now Riley Hind is on the back of Ronan Finn. On to on-site rental group. One lap to go for the leader, Callum Mullins. Turner went up to third. But it is still Ryan Reid in second. Turner up to third. Then it's Scott. Josh McLaughlin to 5. Jordan Manzano in 6th. Then it's Whittaker. Then Rab Jones in a bit of a gap. Back to Charlie Furlonger. And Boston Wheeler. Riley Hine goes through. On Ronan Finn. Up into, what is it? P16. Ignore what it says on timing, because Bentley Tully is in 15th. Anyway, out of Howard's through turn 10. And onto on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in heat number 3 for tag restricted light will be Callum Mullins. Second will be Ryan Reid. Coming home in third will be Jackson Turner from Cody Scott. Then it is, who is not really happy with Turner. Then it is Josh McLaughlin. Then Jordan Manzano. Then Billy Whittaker. Aaron Rab Jones, Charlie Furlonger, and Boston Wheeler rounding out your top 10. Then it was Blake Ramiley, Connor O'Reilly, Junpei Merida, Cooper Horwell, Bentley Tully, Riley Hind, Ronan Finn, Corey James, Aaron Pohl, and Cade Russell rounding out your field. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with DD2's open performance and our tag heavies.
Shut up and sit down.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. The penultimate round of the season. And out on track we have our KZ2 of Brett Wells, our DD2s, and our tag heavies. And it will be Brett Wells, who will start out of pole in the 2. Alongside him will be Scotty Cleveland in the 14. No, sorry. I'll tell you who's where when they form up, because there is 3 different classes. Right, it will be Brett Wells on the pole in the 2. Alongside him will be Scotty Cleveland in the 14. Row number 2 will be, looks like, Dan Hutchinson in the 8 and Adam Wood in the 21. Row number 3 will be Scotty Gray in the 74 and Kimmy Mavers in the 3. Row number 4 will be Jason Smith in the 6 and Stephanie Duffy in the 13. That is your DD2s and KZ2. And in the tag heavies, it'll be Will Marshall on pole in the 17 from Harrison Fox in the 68. We're set for a start, 7 minutes plus a lap. We are away and racing. And off goes Brett Wells immediately. He goes into the lead. Then it is. Then leading the DD2s is Scotty Cleveland, and leading the tag heavies is Will Marshall from Harrison Fox. Through Video Pro for the first time, it is Brett Wells from Scotty Cleveland. Then it's Adam Wood up to 3rd and 2nd in the DD2s. Then it is Scotty Gray. Then it is Kimmy Mavers from Jason Smith and Stephanie Duffy. In the tag heavies, it's Will Marshall from Harrison Fox onto lap number 2. Brett Wells through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. He is the one in the KZ2, leading the way from Scotty Cleveland, the leader of the DD2s. Then it is Adam Wood closing up to the back of them, down the back stretch into Howard's concreting the gap between Cleveland and Wood was 0.397 of a second last time. On to lap number 3. What is the gap? Oh, 0.260. Adam Wood goes quickest in the DD2s with a 41.981. To Scotty Cleveland's 42.118. Brett Wells goes fastest in his KZ2 with a 41.970. And in the heavies, Will Marshall goes fastest with a 42.208 to Harrison Fox of 42.798. Down the backstretch. Through Howards. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental grip goes Brett Wells. Onto the Capri straight once more. Wells, 41.3. Cleveland, 41.9. Oh, we got 2 off, and it's Scotty Gray and Dan Hutchinson. Just before pit corner. 41.859 to Adam Wood is the fastest lap in the DD2s. Will Marshall, 42.3. And Harrison Fox, 42.5. Those are the fastest in the tag heavies. And well down the backstretch into Howard's concreting. Brett Wells, Scott Cleveland, and Adam Wood. Just over 4 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Cleveland, Wood, then Mathers with Jason Smithy. 41.246 to Brett Wells, 41.7 to Wood, 41.8 to Scotty Cleveland. There goes Brett Wells, then it's Scott Cleveland. Then it is Adam Wood. Down the backstretch into Howard's concreting. Scott Cleveland has extended the gap to Adam Wood a little bit. It was just literally a tenth of a second on the last lap. What is it this time? He's lost. Adam Wood's lost almost 0.4 on that lap. Brett Wells, fastest lap of the race of 41.034. There goes Kimmy Mathers and Jason Smith on our screen. Meanwhile, through Video Pro goes the 2 leaders in the DD2s, Scott Cleveland and Adam Wood. Meanwhile, Marshall does a 42.197. Harrison Fox, a 42.463. Here's your heavies, and it's Gray and Hutchinson off the back. Meanwhile, onto the Capri straight goes Brett Wells. For 40.823 that time. Then it is Brett Wells, Scotty Cleveland, and Adam Wood. Adam Wood closed up to Scotty Cleveland. Through goes Scotty Gray on Harrison Fox. Up through Autobahn goes the 2 leaders in the DD2s. The gap between Wells and Cleveland is 3.5 seconds. On to the Capri straight once more. Wells. 40.776 to him. Then it is Cleveland and Wood. The gap just over 4.5 tenths. Then it is, Kimmy Mathers and Jason Smithy. Close together. This is for third in the DD2s. They're not close enough to make a move. Adam Wood, so not Adam Wood, Scotty Gray does the fastest lap in the DD2s, a 41.632 on that last lap. Through turn 10 and on to on-site rental grid goes the leader, Brett Wells, 40.776 on the last lap. 1.5 minutes to go, 40.758 that time. What about the 2 leaders in the DD2s? What's the gap this time? Just over 3.5 tenths this time. Cleveland and Wood. Bennett's Kimmy Mathers from Jason Smith. Smith again, try to have a look up the inside at the exit of the pit corner through turn 3. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop into RHQ. Out of RHQ and onto Video Pro. Mathers, Smithy. Then it's Duffy. Then it is Will Marshall. Then Scotty Gray. Then it is Harrison Fox. Through goes Brett Wells. Meanwhile, Jason Smith gets the move done on Kimmy Mavers and goes up to third in the DD2 class. With 2 laps, they got 3 laps to go. As Brett Wells crossed the line. We're on lap number 10 now. Down the backstretch goes Brett Wells. Scotty Gray closing up to the back of Will Marshall. Scotty Cleveland now went fastest in the DD2 to the 41.570. 2 to go for Brett Wells as he crosses the line. Then it is Scotty Cleveland from Adam Wood. Then it is Smith, Mavers. Then it is Duffy, Marshall, Gray. Then Harrison Fox and Dan Hutchinson off the back. There's 1 to go. When Brett Wells crosses the line. Will Marshall, 42.197. Harrison Fox, 42.344. Not much in it. Meanwhile, Brett Wells crosses the line. He will start his last lap. From Scott Cleveland and Adam Wood. Then it is Jason Smith, then Kimmy Mavers, then Stephanie Duffy, then Scotty Gray now goes through on Will Marshall, then Harrison Fox and Dan Hutchinson. Down the back stretch for the last time. Out of Howard's Concreting through turn 10. And onto On-Site Rental Group. Your winner in Heat 3 for the open performance for the KZ2 will be Brett Wells. Your winner in the DD2s will be the number 14 of Scotty Cleveland. Second will be Adam Wood. Jason Smith will come home in third. From Kimmy Mavers, Stephanie Duffy will come home in fifth from Scotty Gray. And rounding out your DD2 field will be Dan Hutchinson, and winning the tag heavies was Will Marshall from Harrison Fox. I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with the KA3 Junior Heavies.
In a strange land, I hope I found my way back to. In a strange land.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025 and the penultimate round of the Club Championship. And on track we have our KA3 Junior Heavies for their third heat race of the day, and it will be Jackson Duong on the pole in the 13, alongside him Jet Saragi in the 38. Row number 2 will be Paddy Buckley in the 50 and Ryan Shaw in the 96. Row number 3 will be Cooper Field in the 29 and Nathan Coburn in the 74. Row 4 will be Max Southgate in the 7 and Alec Barnard in the 9. Rounding out your top 10 will be Jade Porter in the 95 and Ralph Gate in the 66. Then it'll be Johnny Wright in the 30 and it will Jake Jenkins on row 6. And rounding out your field will be Ollie Carkeet in the 19. We are looking set for a start. KA3 Junior Heavies, 7 minutes plus a lap The finals will be 9 minutes plus a lap. We are getting set for a start. We are away in racing in KA3 Junior Heavy, and it will be Jackson Duong who will lead the way through Castle Irons and into pit corner. Paddy Buckley moves up into second spot. Then it will be Saragi the third, then Ryan Shaw, then Cooper Field. Southgate makes his way up into sixth spot. Then it's Coburn from Porter. Then it's Barnard. Then Johnny Wright up into 10 from Rathgate. Then it is Jake Jenkins up to 12, and rounding out the field is Ollie Karki. Through Autobahn, Nathan Coburn goes through on Southgate up into P6, down the back stretch into the Howard's concreting hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. It is Jackson Duong who will lead the way from Paddy Buckley. Then it will be Jet Saragi, Ryan Shaw up in the fourth spot, Field, Coburn, Southgate, Porter, then Johnny Wright, then Alec Barnard, then Rathgate. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop, through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Down the back stretch, Jackson Duong's built a gap. It was just over a tenth between himself and Paddy Buckley on the last lap. Through turn 10 and on to on-site rental group, onto lap number 3. It is Duong, Buckley, Saragi, 43.657. It's the fastest lap of the race, set by Jackson Duong. Johnny Wright up the inside of Southgate at Castle Irons, but Southgate gets him on the switchback. Rathgate has gone through on Barnard and Porter. We're on lap number 3. $43.657 to Duong, 43.922 to Buckley, 43.872 to Saragi, the only ones in the 43s. On to the Capri Straight once more. Duong, Buckley, then Saragi, Shaw, Coburn up to 5, Field to 6. Then it is Johnny Wright, then Max Southgate. Then it's Rathgate in 9, running at your top 10. Gets slowed up on the exit. And allows Porter to run into the back of Gate and Barnard to go into the back of Porter, but they all get away with it. 43.611 to Duong is the new fastest lap. Here's the gap, just over 6.5 tenths of a second. Through goes Rathgate on Max Southgate up into P8. Southgate falling down the order. He's down to 9th now. He's under attack from Porter and Barnard with 4 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. His best lap, only a 45.154. He's actually got the slowest lap out on track at the moment. Meanwhile, out of turn 10 and on to on-site rental group. The gap between Duong and Buckley was under half a second. Barnard had a look up the inside of Jade Porter trying to go up into 10th, but couldn't make it stick. Paddy Buckley is now fastest on track with a 43.350. With Jackson Duong's 43.605. He caught up by like a quarter of a second on that last lap. Meanwhile, Southgate's trying to hang on to P9 from Porter and Barnard. Southgate's just on a 44.635. Right. On to turn 10. On to the Capri Straight once more. It is Duong, Buckley, then Saragi. Then it is Ryan Shaw from Nathan Coburn. Then Cooper Field. Then Johnny Wright. Then Rathgate. Then Southgate. Then Porter round out your top 10 from Alec Barnard. Then it's Jake Jenkins and Ollie Karki off the back of the field. Everyone in the field is either doing 43s or 44s now. Through goes Coburn up the inside of Ryan Shaw. (43.268) by Jackson Duong. That's the new fastest lap of the race. To Jet Saragi's 43.275, and Paddy Buckley's 43.314 as Southgate again defends from Jade Porter on the Capri straight out of pit corner. And Porter tried to have a look up the inside at turn 3 but couldn't make it stick as the door was slammed shut by Southgate. Through the Revolution flip-flop they go. Meanwhile, out of Autobahn come the 3 leaders. Duong breaking away from Buckley. 3.5 tenths of a second between Duong and Buckley on the last lap. Meanwhile, onto the Capri straight once more. Duong, Buckley, Saragi. Your 1, 2, 3. 43.259 by Duong is the new fastest lap of the race. Onto lap number 9. He is pulling away. It's almost half a second between himself. Oh, Raf Gate now sets the fastest lap of 43.240. On lap number 8. The gap between himself and Southgate is now over 5 seconds. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental group onto the Capri straight with 2 laps to go. Buckley now with Saragi all over the back of him. Meanwhile, Coburn in 3rd, Ryan Shaw in 4. Then it is Cooper Field, then Johnny Wright, then Rathgate. Then it's Southgate still hanging on to 8th from Porter and 9th, from Porter and Barnard. Then it is Jenkins and Kaki. Now everyone's in the 43s and low 44s, apart from the 2 P-platers off the back in the high 44s. And meanwhile, Porter and Barnard have gone through on Southgate. And through goes Saragi on Paddy Buckley. But Buckley gets him right back. 1 to go for Jackson Duong. The gap was about 3/4 of a second last time. It is now over 2 seconds. Through they go. Rathgate goes up the inside of Cooper Field now to go up into P7. They head through RHQ onto Video Pro. Duong, Buckley, Saragi, then Coburn. Saragi having a look around. He has out of Paddy Buckley into Autobahn. Is he going to have the run on the inside? Into Howards. Into Howards they go. No move for Jet Saragi on Paddy Buckley. Out of on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in Heat 3 will be Jackson Duong. 2nd will be Paddy Buckley. Jet Saragi comes home in 3rd. Then it was Nathan Coburn from Ryan Shaw, then Johnny Wright, then Rathgate from Cooper Field. Then it'll be Alec Barnard home in 9th from Max Southgate, rounding out your top 10. Then it was Jade Porter from Jake Jenkins and Ollie Kaki, rounding out your field. I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our Cadet 9s. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. On track, we have our Cadet 9s for heat number 3. And it will be Jacob Ding in the 55 who will start at a pole. Alongside him will be Lucas Shepley in the 56. Row number 2 will be Leo Milligan in the 25. And it will be Cooper Heffernan alongside him on row 2. Row 3 will be Vinnie Misson in the 77 and Hugo Jones in the 79. Rounding out the field will be Jack Southgate in the 7. Right, up to the Autobahn turn they go. Ding, Shapley, then Milligan, Heffernan, Misson, Jones, Southgate. That is how they line up. They get ready to go. 7 minutes plus a lap. Into the tram lines. We are away in racing for Cadet 9s in heat number 3. As they head through Castledines into pit corner. And up towards the Revolution race gear flip-flop. It is Jacob Ding from Leo Milligan up to 2nd. Then it is Shapley to 3rd. Vinnie Misson to 4th. Then it's Cooper Heffernan from Hugo Jones and Jack Southgate. Rounding out your field as they head up to the Autobahn turn for the first time. Out of Autobahn, down the back stretch they go. Jacob Ding leading the way. From Leo Milligan. Then it is Shapley. Then it is Vinnie Misson from Cooper Heffernan. From Hugo Jones and Jack Southgate. All right, through Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn, down the back stretch. Milligan defending the inside line, and now he cuts back to cover off Lucas Shepley. Onto the Capri straight goes Jacob Ding. Onto lap number 3. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jacob Ding, a 47.213. Through they go. Ding, Milligan, Shepley, Misson, Heffernan, Jones and Southgate. That is the way they are at the moment. Down the back stretch they go. Down into Howard's concreting. Through goes Jacob Ding. Onto the Capri straight once more. Ding. Then it is Milligan, Shepley, Misson, Jones, Heffernan, Southgate. That's the way they were. We're on lap number 4. Southgate only doing high 50s. And usually he was in the 49s in the last 2 heats. They will head on to lap number 5 after this one. Ding, Milligan, Shepley, Misson, Jones, Heffernan, Southgate. $47.468 to Leo Milligan, to Jacob Ding's $47.342. Southgate, what does he do this time? 53.2. Down the back stretch. Right, we're on to lap number 6 for our Cadet 9s. Out of on-site rental grid goes Southgate onto the Capri straight. What time does he do this time? 50.666. Down the back stretch, Milligan up the inside of Shepley. Trying to go for second, but couldn't make it stick. Onto the Capri straight. Goes Jacob Ding, your race leader. Leading by a comfortable margin of 2.2 seconds. 47.635 from last time. 48.2 for Shepley. 48.8 for Milligan. 48.0 for Misson. 48.1 for Jones. 49.3 for Heffernan. What about Southgate? Over the line. 50.7. Right, down the back stretch goes Jacob Ding. Through goes Milligan up the inside of Lucas Shepley. He takes second place back from him. Shepley gives him a nudge on the exit. Onto the Capri straight goes Ding. Then it is Milligan. Shepley back up the inside. Oh, trying to go for second, but Milligan holds him off. That invites Vinnie Misson to the fray. Through the Revolution race gear, flip-flop they go. Just over a minute to go, plus the additional lap. Through goes Jack Southgate. Meanwhile, the second, third, and fourth are going at it. There is Shepley up the inside of Milligan again for second place. But Milligan's going to take him straight back up the inside into... Yes, he does. He gets him into Howard's concreting, but Shepley gets him right back. Ding. Just over 30 seconds to go. Milligan up the inside of Shepley this time. Oh, close for Milligan, but couldn't get through on Shepley that time. So it is still Ding. Then it is Shepley. Then Milligan. Misson. Then Jones. Then Heffernan. Then Jack Southgate. They will see 1 lap to go. Jacob Ding is going to see 1 lap to go as he crosses the line. He's got a comfortable gap of 5 seconds between himself and Lucas Shepley. 1 more lap. Shepley, Milligan, Misson, Jones. Almost 5.2 between them. Jack Southgate breaks into the 49s with a 49.981. Meanwhile, through goes Shepley, Milligan, Misson, then Hugo Jones. Through goes Southgate. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. Out of turn 10 for the last time. Out of on-site rentals, onto the Capri straight. Your winner in heat 3 for the Cadet 9s will be Jacob Ding. Second will be Lucas Shepley. Leo Milligan will come home in third from Vinnie Misson. Then Hugo Jones, not happy with himself for that one. Not happy about that one. Then it'll be Cooper Heffernan home in sixth. Then it'll be Jack Southgate rounding out your field. As into the pits comes Jacob Ding. Over the line goes Jack Southgate. All right, we'll be back shortly with our next heat race of the day, the Tag Restricted Masters. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, the penultimate round. And out on track come our drivers with the most life experience, the tag restricted masters, our biggest field of the day. And it will be Alan Sosowski on pole in the 25. Alongside him will be Gavin Soward in the 28. Row number 2 will be Scotty Hyland in the 44. And Pete Sattler in the 56. Row number 3 will be Chris Lusty in the 2. And Nigel Barnett in the 27. Row 4 will be Adrian Godfrey in the 17. And Adrian Ferguson in the 65. Rounding out your top 10 will be Scotty Campbell in the 55. And Lee Robinson in the 11. Row number 6 will be Jeff Thompson in the 73 and Kev Field in the 26. Row 7 will be Matthew Donnelly in the 60 and Scotty Jordan in the 41. Row 8 will be Mick Robinson in the 23 and Josh Barnett in the 78. Row 9 will be Mark Brogan in the 79 and Noel Smythe in the 37. Rounding out your tops 20 will be Steve Johns in the 5 and Peter Fletcher in the 88. Row 11 will be Matt Meyer in the 76 and Clinton Hicks in the 21. And running out the field will be Chris Briggs in the 16, Tim Lemon in the 40, and Scotty Russell in the 15. We're getting set for a start this time. We are away and racing for 7 minutes plus a lap, and it is going to be Alan Sosowski who will lead the way through Castledines and into pit corner. He leads the way. Then it will be Gav Soward up to second. Then it is Scotty Hyland from Pete Sattler, then Chris Lusty. Adrian Godfrey up to P6 from Nigel Barnett. Then Scotty Campbell. It looks like Adrian Ferguson up into 9 from, I think, Jeff Thompson, or is it? No, it's Lee Robinson up into 10th. Down the back stretch come the leader. And the leaders, Alan Sosowski, Gavin Soward, Scotty Hyland. That's your top 3. Out of Howard's onto turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Onto the Capri Straight. Sosowski, Soward, Hyland, Sattler, Lusty, Barnett, or Scotty Jordan having a look up the inside of Steve Johns, trying to go up into P17. Chris Lusty trying to get onto the back of the number 56 of Pete Sattler. And up into Autobahn. Up the inside, Smythe. And Kev Field, there's a bit of rubbing. Kev Field not happy with Smythe. Up through Autobahn. They lose places to Scott Jordan and Steve Johns down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. Out of turn 10 and onto the on-site rental group sweeper onto the Capri Straight once more. It is Sosowski from Soward, then Hyland, then Sattler. Then it's Chris Lusty. Jeff Thompson goes through up the inside of Lee Robinson. Then it is Mick Robinson in 13th. Steve Johns up to 14. Then it's Noel Smythe in 15 from Scotty Jordan. Then it's Josh Barnett from Kev Field. Field up the inside of Barnett for 17th. Then it's Brogan. Then it's Briggs, Meyer. Then it is Fletcher, Lemon, Hicks, and Russell on to lap number 4. Go ahead on to lap number 4 this time round. Sosowski leads the way. Fastest lap, 44.309 by Gavin Soward. Through goes Adrian Ferguson on Matthew Donnelly. Peter Fletcher trying to go through on Matt Meyer, but can't make the move. Tim Lemon, Clinton Hicks, Scott Russell off the back. Through Video Pro. And up towards Autobahn comes the leaders. Alan Sosowski leading the way. The gap between himself and Gavin Soward, about a quarter of a second as they head into Howard's Concreting. You'll turn 9, then turn 10. And onto on-site rental group. Onto the Capri Straight once more. Sosowski, Soward, then Hyland. Pulling away from Sattler, who's also pulling away from Chris Lusty. Fastest lap of the race goes to Alan Sosowski at 44.090. Is up the inside of Adrian Ferguson. Goes Jeff Thompson. Oh! I think there was a bit of contact between Steve Johns and Mick Robinson. Robinson loses about 3 or 4 places. Matthew Donnelly. Then Jeff Thompson up to 10. Then Adrian Ferguson. Then Adrian Ferguson. Then it was Steve Johns down in 12. Johns back up the inside and Noel Smythe, is it? Down the backstretch into Howard's Concreting indeed. It was Noel Smythe. On to lap number 6, Sazlowski, Soward. Then it's Highland, Sattler. Then Lusty. Oh, Johns up the inside of Ferguson now. He goes through into 11th spot now. Mick Robinson down to 14. Where's Lee Robinson? Oh, he's way down the back of the field now, down in P25. Not where he wants to be. Down the back stretch come the leaders. Sazlowski, Soward and Highland have pulled away from Pete Sattler. I think he's being caught by Chris Lusty. Kind of on that last lap. Through goes Noel Smythe on Adrian Ferguson. Mick Robinson's behind him as well. 43.901 for Soward and 43.991 for Scotty Highland. They're the first to dip into the 43s in this race. Ferguson, Robinson. Then it's Scotty Jordan. Then it is Josh Barnett and Kev Field. This is the battle for 13th. Down to 17th. Then it's Mark Brogan. Through goes Chris Briggs. Under braking into RHQ, but he misjudges his braking zone and runs right on the exit, but he manages to hang on to 18th. Meanwhile, oh, bit of contact between Scott Russell and Lee Robinson, but they managed to get away with it. 7 laps completed. Sazlowski again takes the fastest lap of 43.837. Highlands 43.835. Second quickest. Gavin Soward at 43.901. Third quickest. Jordan. Barnett. Field. That's 17th. Dennis Briggs. Brogan. Matt Meyer. That's your 20th. Lee Robinson did go through on Scotty Russell. Now he's on the back of Clinton Hicks. Meanwhile, up to Autobahn. There's Scott Campbell and Nigel Barnett. Barnett back down the inside of Scotty Campbell to retake 7th place. And there's Matthew Donnelly right there. Meanwhile, the leaders onto the Capri Straight once more. Scotty Highland now takes the fastest lap of 43.802. The top 3, still the only ones in the 43s at the current moment. There are battles happening up and down the field, wherever you look. There's even one well down the back of the field. Tim Lemon, Clinton Hicks, Lee Robinson, Scotty Russell. Through pit corner, the back 4 go. Meanwhile, down the back stretch come the leaders. Meanwhile, there's quite a bit of battling going on in the midfield as well, as they head up through Autobahn. Meanwhile, onto the Capri Straight with just over 20 seconds to go. Come the leaders. Sazlowski, Soward, Highland, then Sattler, then Chris Lusty. Then it is Adrian Godfrey. Then it's Nigel Barnett from Matt Donnelly. Scotty Campbell in 9th. Jeff Thompson rounding out your top 10 from Steve Johns, who just becomes the latest driver to dip into the 43s with a 43.909. Tim Lemon trying to go side by side with Lee Robinson, but Robinson takes the place. He also went through on Clinton Hicks, so up into 22nd goes Lee Robinson. Meanwhile, out of 10-10, through on-site rental groups, onto the Capri Straight to start the last lap. From the leaders, Sazlowski, Gavin Soward, then Scotty Highland. The gap between them, just under 0.6 of a second. Meanwhile, the gap between Highland and Sattler, just under 2.9 seconds. Up through Autobahn for the last time. Sazlowski. Then it is Howard and Highland. Through turn 10. And on to on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in heat number 3 for Tag Restricted Masters will be Alan Sazlowski. Second will be Gavin Soward. Third will be Scott Highland. Fourth will be Pete Sattler. Then it will be Chris Lusty home in 5th from Adrian Godfrey. Then Nigel Barnett. Then Matthew Donnelly. Then Scotty Campbell. And Jeff Thompson ran out your top 10 from Steve Johns, Noel Smythe. Then Adrian Ferguson from Scotty Jordan. Then it was Josh Barnett from Mick Robinson. then Kev Field, then Chris Briggs, then Mark Brogan and Matt Meyer round out your top 20. So Matt Meyer rounds out your top 20 from Lee Robinson, Peter Fletcher, Tim Lemon, Clinton Hicks. Oh, what's happened to Peter Fletcher? He had a problem on the last lap. Suzoski, Soward, Highland, Sattler, Lusty, Godfrey, Barnett, Donnelly, Campbell and Thompson round out your top 10 from Smith, from Johns, Smythe, Ferguson, Jordan, Barnett, Robinson, Field, Briggs, Brogan, Meyer, Robinson, Lemon, Russell, Hicks. Those are your finishers. Unfortunately, Peter Fletcher retired on the last lap. Now he's just going to push the car back to the pits. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our cadet P's.
Take me back to when I couldn't count the times I bit my tongue and the taste of blood in my mouth. The faces in the trees would smile and wait. They'd ask me how I'd been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of my life. Just what a way. Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. On track we have our Cadet P-players, our least experienced drivers on track. So it'll be our Cadet 12s, Cadet 12Ps and Cadet 9Ps combined, just based on points from the first 2 heats. And we should have all 13 karts on track. Indeed we do. And here's the grid order. On pole will be Spencer Rowland in the 15. Alongside him, Harrison Bailey in the 3. Row number 2 will be Jake Sidoni in the 6. And Lincoln Ferris in the 91. Row number 3 will be Hudson Lawson in the 16. And Elijah Russell in the 51. Row number 4 will be Chase Hamilton in the 48. And Chase Klein in the 96. Running out your top 10 will be Voy Krupinski in the 17. And Dan Sewell in the 5. And rounding out the field will be Loic Bucher in the 18, Teddy Litfin in the 84, and the number 58 of Lincoln Cosgrove. All right, getting set for a start. Cadet Ps. Your Cadet 9Ps and Cadet 12Ps all combined for this one instead of the 12s in front of the 9s. We are getting set for a start. Into the tram lines. We are away and racing. And Spencer Allen will lead the way into Castledines. And looks like Harrison Bailey will move up into second spot from Jake Sidoni. And Hudson Lawson will try and go up into third as they head through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Indeed he does. The Cadet Ps, 5 minutes plus a lap is the duration for their 3 heats. The finals are 7 minutes plus a lap. As Jake Sidoni trying to go around the outside of Hudson Lawson into Autobahn, and he does so. So, Jake Sidoni back up into third from Hudson Lawson. Up the inside goes Elijah Russell on Lincoln Ferris, but Ferris gets him straight back. And Chase Hamilton's involved as well. Onto lap number 2. It is Allen, Bailey, then Sidoni, then Ferris. So Lawson, sorry, then Ferris, then Russell, then Hamilton, then Bucher, then Klein, and Dan Sewell rounding out your top 10 from Voy Krupinski, Teddy Litfin, and Lincoln Cosgrove. So head up to the Autobahn turn. Spencer Allen trying to hang on from Harrison Bailey, but Bailey is going to try and pull out of the slipstream down the inside into Howard's concreting, and he goes through and he takes the lead. Jake Sidoni to third. Hudson Lawson to 4. Lawson, Ferris, Hamilton now up into 6th from Chase Hamilton. Through they go. Through to RHQ. And on to Video Pros. Lincoln Ferris takes the lead in the 9Ps and goes up to 4th overall. Then it's Hamilton and Russell. So Hudson Lawson has lost about 3 places. And now he's got Loic Bucher on the back of him. Down the back stretch, fastest lap of the race. Goes to Harrison Bailey, a 47.881. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Onto the Capri Straight. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni. Then it is Ferris from Hamilton, then Russell. Then then Hudson Lawson. Then Loic Bucher. Then Chase Klein. Rounding out your top 10 at the moment is Dan Sewell from Krupinski, Litfin, and Cosgrove. Off goes Hamilton. And through goes Elijah Russell. He also goes through on Lincoln Ferris. Hamilton is going to have to wait. Can he get the kart restarted? Onto lap number 5. Oh, Spencer Allen trying to go up the inside of Harrison Bailey. Onto Capri Straight, but can't make it stick. 47.420 is the fastest lap of the race, set by Jake Sidoni. Lincoln Ferris leads the way into Cadet 9Ps from Hudson Lawson, then Loic Bucher. From Chase Klein, Voy Krupinski, and Dan Sewell, Lincoln Cosgrove, and Teddy Litfin. Chase Hamilton is out of this race. Up the inside into Howards. Spencer Allen tried it but couldn't make it stick. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. 1 minute to go, plus another lap. So they will get 3 to go. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni, Russell, Ferris, Lawson, Bucher, Klein, Krupinski, Sewell. Then Cosgrove and Litfin. Chase Hamilton is out. Through Autobahn they go. Down the back stretch. Goes to 3 leaders. Drew Howards and Harrison Bailey's pulled out a gap between himself and Spencer Allen with 2 laps to go. 10 seconds on the board, plus another lap. They get 2 more laps to go. We're on lap number 7 now. Harrison Bailey, Spencer Allen, Jake Sidoni, Elijah Russell, Lincoln Ferris. Then Hudson Lawson, Loic Bucher, Chase Klein, Voy Krupinski, Dan Sewell. Then it's Lincoln Cosgrove from Teddy Litfin. Oh, up the inside goes Spencer Allen. Oh, there's contact between Allen and Bailey, but they get away with it. They got 1 lap to go, and it's now going to be a three-way battle for the lead between Bailey, Allen, and Sidoni. The gap was 0.4. It is now 0.1 as they go into the last lap. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni, then Elijah Russell, then Lincoln Ferris, then Hudson Lawson, then Bucher, then Klein, Krupinski and Sewell. Then it's Cosgrove and Litfin. Out of Autobahn for the last time and down the backstretch. Will Spencer Allen have another go? He's going to have a look up the inside. He takes him under braking. But Harrison Bailey's going to be ahead as they head through turn 10. Onto on-site rental groups. Out of the final corner for the last time. Your winner in Heat 3 for the Cadet Ps will be Harrison Bailey. Spencer Allen comes home second. Jake Sidoni third. Elijah Russell will finish in 4th. Then it will be Chase Hamilton, who wouldn't finish. In the Cadet 9Ps, it'll be Lincoln Ferris who gets the win from Hudson Lawson. Then it'll be Loic Bucher, home in 3rd from Chase Klein. Then Voy Krupinski. Then Dan Sewell from Lincoln Cosgrove and Teddy Litfin, rounding out your field. All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with the Cadet 12s very shortly. Alrighty. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. And on track we have our Cadet 12s. Oh yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to Ben K Sim. I think Ben K Sim that is now set up on the grass area, and encourage everyone to come over and have a go. Anyway, here's the Cadet 12s. On pole will be Ricardo Johnson in the 50. Alongside him will be Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. Row number 2 will be Harlan Bell in the 7 and Lennox Carson in the 83. Row number 3 will be OJ in the 59 and Frankie Majorek in the 71. Row 4 will be Sebastian Woodrow in the 13 and Joseph Pilot in the 31. Rounding out your top 10 will be Jace Harriman in the 28 and Liam Campbell in the 22. Row 6 will be Oliver Jones in the 41 and Ashton Lusty in the 4. Row 7 will be Jensen Lawson in the 67 and Connor O'Hare in the 17. And rounding out the field will be the number 5 of Scarlett Mitrovic. Once again, another shout out to Ben K Sim. That is now set up on the grass area. And I do encourage everyone to come over and to have a go. All right. As they come through, Howard's concreting on the formation lap. Johnson and Broadbent on the front row. They share a win each in the 2 heat races today. To head on to the Capri Straight. They are set for their final. So heat number 3, 7 minutes plus a lap. We are away in racing. And it's going to be Broadbent who will lead the way through Castle Irons. They're going to be side by side into the pit corner. Out of pit corner, and it is going to be Ricardo Johnson, who leads out at turn 3. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop to RHQ. And on to Video Pro for the first time. Up the inside goes Harlan Bell. On Lennox Carson up to 3rd. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. It is Ricardo Johnson leading the way from Jeremy Broadbent. Then it is the number 7 of Harlan Bell from Carson, Majorek, Woodrow, OJ. On to lap number 2 they go. Johnson, Broadbent, Bell. Then Carson, Majorek. Then Woodrow. Then OJ. Down the back stretch they go. Johnson all over the back of Johnson. Up the inside and takes the lead of the race on lap number 2. If they keep fighting it out, it will invite Harlan Bell and Lennox Carson into the fray. And who knows, maybe even Majorek, Woodrow and OJ onto lap number 3. Fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap of the race goes to Harlan Bell of 46.154 as Broadbent takes the lead. Through Video Pro they go. And on to, up towards Autobahn they go. Down the back stretch. On towards Howard's concreting. On to the Capri Straight once more. It is Broadbent, Broadbent, Johnson, Bell, Carson. 46.028 is the new fastest lap. Set by Ricardo Johnson, not Ricardo Johnson, Jeremy Broadbent in the lead. Harlan Bell in 3rd, Lennox Carson in 4th from Frankie Majorek, then it's OJ. Then it's Woodrow from Pilot, then Harriman, then Liam Campbell. Everyone in the top 12 are in the 46s. Only O'Hare, Lawson and Mitrovic are the only ones in the 47s. Fastest lap of the race goes to Harlan Bell of 45.736. 5 out of the top 6 have now dipped into the 45s. The only one in the top 6 who hasn't is Frankie Majorek in 5th. Now he's got OJ all over the back of him. Through Autobahn. The top 4 have got a gap of about 0.6 to Frankie Majorek. Down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. On to lap number 6, 45.697 is the new fastest lap. Set by Ricardo Johnson. OJ still all over the back of Frankie Majorek. Where will she go for the move? Speaking of moves, Lennox Carson goes through on Harlan Bell up in the 3rd. So it is Broadbent, Johnson, Bell. Not Bell, Carson, Bell. Then Majorek, then Walton. OJ on the back. No, OJ's not on the back of Majorek yet. Just under a second between Majorek and Bell. Onto the Capri Straight once more. Just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Broadbent, Johnson, Carson, Bell, Majorek, OJ, Pilot, Woodrow, Harriman, Campbell, then Lusty, then Jones. Oh, Lusty's gone through on Liam Campbell up into P10. Then it is Jensen Lawson from Connor O'Hare and Scarlett Mitrovic off the back. Onto lap number 7 this time. Through Howard's Concreting. Onto lap number 8 they will go. Lennox Carson now has the fastest lap of the race, a 45.690. Just under a minute and a half to go, plus 1 lap. Out of Video Pro and up to the Autobahn turn. They head down the back stretch. On towards Howard's Concreting. All right, on to lap number 9. Lennox Carson again goes fastest with a 45.659. He's now all over he's going to close up to the back of his teammate Ricardo Johnson. As they head through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Through Autobahn. 20 seconds to go, so they'll get 1 more lap to go. No, they'll get 2. They'll just about get 2 to go. Out of on-site rental group. Onto the Capri Straight. 3 seconds to go. They will get 2 laps to go. Oh, through goes Woodrow up the inside of Joseph Pilot. Yes, he does go through. And up into 7th. 45.546 is the fastest lap set by Harlan Bell. And now Johnson loses 2 in 2 corners. He goes from 2nd down to 4th. And now that allows Jeremy Broadbent to pull away up the front with 1 lap to go. One lap to go for the leader, Jeremy Broadbent. Out of pit corner. On towards the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Connor O'Hare up the inside of Jensen Lawson for P13 and he goes through. Through goes Scarlett Mitrovic. Oh, Joseph Pilot back up the inside of Joseph Pilot to go back up into 7th spot. Meanwhile, down the back stretch, Harlan Bell has Ricardo Johnson on the back of him. But out of Howard's through turn 10. And out of on-site rental group, the final corner, your winner in Heat 3 for the Cadet 12s will be Jeremy Broadbent. Second will be Lennox Carson. Harlan Bell comes home third from Ricardo Johnson. Frankie Major comes home fifth from OJ. Benner was Joseph Pilot from Sebastian Woodrow. Then Jace Harriman, and rounding out the top 10 was Ashton Lusty from Liam Campbell, Oliver Jones, Jensen Lawson, Connor O'Hare, and rounding out the field, Scarlett Mitrovic. That was the Cadet 12s. We will be back soon with the KA3 seniors.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the club championship for 2025. Penultimate round for the season. And on track we have our KA3 seniors ready to do battle for the third heat race of the day. And it will be Ryan Reid on pole in the 60 alongside him, Dylan Kammerlocker in the 41. Row number 2 will be Max Chatton in the 63 and Talia Kittle in the 35. Row number 3 will be Angus Hare in the 6 and Hamilton Ray in the 3, and rounding out the field will be Aidan McCullough in the 20. 7 karts on track for the KA3 seniors. Right, on to the Capri Straight. We are set for a start. We are Wayne Racing, and it is Ryan Reid who will lead the way into Castle Dines, and it is all Max Chatton making his way up to second, Dylan Kammerlocker to third, then it is Talia Kittle to 4, Hare to 5, Hamilton Ray to 6. Onto Autobahn, down the back stretch, into Howard's concreting, into turn 10, onto the Capri Straight. Onto lap number 2 through RHQ. And out of Video Pro, Max Chatton closing up to the back of Ryan Reid. The gap was just under 3.5 tenths on the first lap. Down the back stretch they go. Into Howard's concreting. Out of Howard's. Into turn 10. And through on-site rental groups. Onto lap number 3. What will be the gap this time as they cross the line? Oh, just under 0.4. Ryan Reid, fastest lap of the race, the only one in the 42s, the 42.989. Where's Aidan McCullough? Where's he gone? I think he's retired from the race. Up through the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch they go. Chatton is actually closing up to the back of Ryan Reed on the third lap of this race. But there's still 5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Talia Kittle closing up to the back of Dylan Kamaloka as well. On to lap number 4, 42.893 is the fastest lap from Max Chatton. The second one to dip into the 42s. And the gap just under 0.2 of a second now between Reed and Chatton. So head through RHQ and through Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. And down the back stretch. Reed, Chatton, Kamaloka, Kittle, Hare, Ray. McCullough is out of this race. The top two have broken clear from Dylan, from the rest of the field. On to lap number 5. 42.768 from Ryan Reed. He has returned serve. Those two still remain the only ones in the 42s. Kamaloka 43.1. Kittle 43.0. Hare 43.3. Ray 42.1. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Out of Autobahn, down the back stretch towards Howard's concreting. And it looks like Hamilton Ray, so not Hamilton Ray, Ryan Reed has hit the afterburners or something and is now taken off into the lead. The gap was 0.32 last time. What is it this time? He's pulled another 0.4 and does a 42.582. Still ahead of Chatton. Then it's Kamaloka, Kittle, Hare, and Reed. No, Ray, sorry. Ray, not Reed. Where did I get Reed from? Ryan Reed's leading this race and Hamilton Ray's at the back of the field. I don't know why I keep getting them mixed up. Anyway, up through the Autobahn turn, down the back stretch. Dylan Kamaloka has Talia Kittle all over the back of him. 43.052 to Kittle, 43.010 to Kamaloka. They pulled a slight gap, but now Kittle's closed up to the back of him. On to lap number 7. 5.58 to Reed, 42.817 to Chatton. And now Kamaloka and Kittle have just broken into the 42s. A 42.983 to Kamaloka, a 42.934 to Kittle. 43.153 to Hare on the last lap, and a 43.353 to Hamilton Ray. Up to the Autobahn turn. On to lap number 8. Reed, Chatton. 42.768 to Reed, 42.688 to Chatton. 42.885 to Kamaloka, 42.881 to Kittle. Through Video Pro, up to Autobahn. The gap, 0.9 of a second between Reed and Chatton. As they exit lap number 8. They have approximately 3 laps to go. Reed, Chatton, Kamaloka, Kittle, Hare, then Ray. One minute to go, so they'll get 2 laps to go this time round. Through Howard's concreting. Kamaloka and Kittle. One and a half seconds now between Reed and Chatton as he sets the new fastest lap of 42.551. Kittle still all over the back of Dylan Kamaloka. Where will she make the move? 42.819 to Chatton, a 42.551 to Reed. Oh, up the inside goes to Leah Kittle. I asked if when she'll make a move, and then she does it at turn 10. But it's not over yet with 1 lap to go. As Kamaloka now will try and make a move to try and reclaim third. The gap between Reed and Chatton, 1.7 seconds. Meanwhile, Kamaloka up the inside, can't make it. There was some slight contact, but they both somehow get away with it. Up to the Autobahn turn, goes the 2 leaders. And then 3rd and 4th, down the backstretch they go. For one last time. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental grid for the last time, your winner in Heat 3 for KA3 Senior, Ryan Reed. Max Chatton will come home 2nd. Talia Kittle will come home 3rd from Dylan Kamaloka. Then it'll be Angus Hare from Hamilton Ray. Aidan McCullough did not finish. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon with tag restricted mediums. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for 2025. And on track we have our tag restricted masters for their third, not masters, mediums for their 3rd heat race of the day. On pole will be Riley Vandenbroek in the 78. Alongside him will be Zach King in the 95. Row number 2 will be Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7. Sorry, will be Noel Smythe in the 37 and Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7. My apologies. Row 3 will be Scott Jordan in the 41 and Pedro Ribeiro in the 87. Then it's Corey Donnelly in the 61, Scott Hyland in the 44, JJ Hamilton in the 48, Cameron Russell in the 22, and Marcus Georgilopoulos in the 24. We're away in racing for 7 minutes plus a lap, and it's going to be Zach King who will take the lead in the 95. Riley Vandenbroek slots in the 2nd. Then it'll be Sebastian DeSalvo slots in the 3rd. From Noel Smythe and Pedro Ribeiro. From JJ Hamilton. Or is it? What? Yes, indeed. JJ Hamilton slots into 6th. From Scott Jordan, I think. Or is it Highland? No, it's Scotty Jordan. Corey Donnelly goes through on Scotty Jordan. And off the back is Cameron Russell. Onto lap number 2. King. Hang on a minute. It says, King. King leads the way from Vandenbroek, then DeSalvo, then Smith, Ribeiro, Hamilton, Donnelly, Jordan and Russell. That is the way. Oh, Donnelly up the inside of JJ Hamilton now up into P6. But now JJ Hamilton's going to try and go back into P6. Up through Autobahn, down the back stretch and on to Howard's Concreting. The gap between King and Vandenbroek, about 3.5 tenths of a second. There's half a second between King and DeSalvo. What is going to be the gap this time as they head on to lap number 3. Just under 0.3 of a second between our top three. Vandenberg takes the fastest lap of the race at 43.926. On to lap number 4. King, Vandenbroek, DeSalvo. DeSalvo with the fastest lap of 43.794. All right, King, Vandenbroek, DeSalvo, onto lap number 5. 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. 43.747 is the new fastest lap, set by Zach King. DeSalvo currently third, from Vandenbroek in second, and Zach King leading the way on lap number 5. Down through Howard's concreting, through turn 10. Up and through on-site rental group. Just under 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Vandenbroek sets a new fastest lap of 43.727. The top 6 are all in the 43s. And it's Hamilton, Jordan and Russell. Up towards the Autobahn turn. Zach King, Riley Vandenbroek, Sebastian DeSalvo, Venice Noel Smythe in 4. From Ribeiro and Donnelly. Then it's Hamilton, Jordan and Russell. That's how they end up. That's how they stack up at the moment with 2.5 minutes remaining, plus a lap. We're on lap number 7 of this race now. King, Vandenberg, DeSalvo. They've pulled well and truly clear of Noel Smythe. About 2 seconds between DeSalvo and Smythe in 4. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. Through on-site rental group onto the Capri straight. Now 2.3 between DeSalvo and Smythe, with 1.5 minutes to go. We're on lap number 8, so roughly 3 to go. Down the back stretch they go. Into Howard's concreting. King, Vandenberg, Smythe. Oh, Vandenberg having a look, but won't be able to make the move. There's still 3 laps remaining. Oh! Chains come off for JJ Hamilton with 3 laps to go. Pulls into the pits and is out of this race. Through Video Pro, up to Autobahn. Down the back stretch. And it will be a DNF for JJ Hamilton. Meanwhile, down to Howard's concreting. Zach King, Riley Vandenberg, Sebastian DeSalvo. That's the way it's been for most of this race. with 2 laps to go. Will Vandenbroek have a look, or will Sebastian DeSalvo have a look at Vandenbroek? Through pit corner. King, Vandenbroek, DeSalvo. Still a clear gap. Back to Noel Smythe. How long will it be until one of them makes a move? Up to the Autobahn turn. Scott Jordan. Oh, sorry, no. There's 1 lap to go now. Zach King still leading the way from Vandenbroek and DeSalvo. Out of on-site rental groups. There is 1 lap to go. Zach King, Riley Vandenbroek, Sebastian DeSalvo. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. There's only a few limited spots left for Vandenbroek or DeSalvo to have a chance at an overtake. Up through the Autobahn turn. And down the back stretch towards the Howard's concreting. And there's too much of a gap between Vandenbroek and King for Vandenbroek to have a go. Now he's going to have to defend from Sebastian DeSalvo. Meanwhile, out of on-site rental group, your winner in heat 3 for restricted medium will be Zach King. Second will be Riley Vandenbroek. Third will be Sebastian DeSalvo. From Noel Smythe home in 4th. From Corey Donnelly, then Pedro Ribeiro, Scotty Jordan, and rounding out the field will be Cameron Russell. JJ Hamilton didn't finish, and Scott Hyland and Marcus George Lapollos did not start. We're going to take a short break. Next up will be our last heat race of the day for the KA3 Junior Lights. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. Our last heat race of the day, and it is our KA3 Junior Lights. Oh, bit of contact between, I think, Thompson and Jarrett. Anyway, on pole will be Baxter Jarrett in the 31. Alongside him will be AJ Leggett in the 64. Row number 2 will be Oscar Hennock in the 5 and Andrew Thompson in the 96. Row number 3 will be Jack Jensen in the 97 and Archer Bailey in the 88. Row number 4 will be Matthew Dixon in the 75 and Johnny Wright in the 30. Rounding out your top 10 will be Jacob Neal in the 24 and Connor Edmonds in the 16. Row number 6 will be Noah Curry in the 4 and Jack Sydenham in the 33. Then it'll be Spencer Jackson in the 77 and Alan Wu in the 99. Row number 8 will be Campbell Dawson in the 73 and Lachlan Wolski in the 59. And rounding out the field will be James Clifford in the 86 and Charles Newman in the 17. Though I don't see Charles Newman. On to the Capri Straight, 7 minutes plus a lap. We are away and racing. Oh yeah, I see Newman. There he is. Through Castle Iron and pit corner. So far, so good. Baxter Jarrett leads the way from AJ Leggett. Then it is Oscar Hennock in third from Andrew Thompson. Then Archer Bailey. Then Jack Jensen. Then it is Johnny Wright up to 7 from Jacob Neal. Then it is Sydenham up the inside of Matthew Dixon for 9th. Then it is Connor Edmonds. From Connor Edmonds, Noah Curry, Spencer Jackson, Campbell Dawson, then Alan Wu. It's Charles Newman up to 15. Then it's Alan Wu, James Clifford, and Lachlan Wolski. Through the Autobahn, so not Autobahn, Video Pro corner, up to Autobahn. On to lap number 3 they go. Jarrett, Leggett, Hennock, Thompson, then Jensen, then Archer Bailey. Then it is Johnny Wright from Jacob Neal. Fastest lap of the race goes to Archer Bailey, a 42.849. So 949 as Lachlan Wolski goes through on Jake Clifford up to 17th. On to lap number 4. .42.758 is the new fastest lap from Andrew Thompson in 4th at the moment, behind Oscar Hennock. In the back of Hennock is Andrew Thompson. On to lap number 5. Jarrett, Leggett, Hennock, Andrew Thompson again with the fastest lap, a 42.699. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop, through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Up to Autobahn. Jarrett, Leggett, Hennock. Then it is Andrew Thompson and Jack Jensen. Then Archer Bailey. Then it's Johnny Wright, Jacob Neal, Jack Sydenham. Then Matthew Dixon. On to lap number 6. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jack Jensen now with a 42.501. Oh, off goes Lachlan Wolski. Out of the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Meanwhile, onto the Capri Straight. Come the leaders. Jarrett, Leggett. Then a Hennock, Thompson, Jensen, Bailey, Wright, Neal, Sydenham, Dixon. 42.450 is the new fastest lap of the race set by AJ Leggett. Oh, off goes Alan Wu. Couple wheels in the dirt there. Down the back stretch, come the leaders into Howard's concreting. AJ Leggett closes right up to the back of Baxter Judd, just over a 10th and a half, separating the two. With roughly 4 or 3 laps to go. 3 or 4 laps remaining. Now it's just under a quarter of a second. Up to the Autobahn turn. Campbell Dawson on the back of Connor Edmonds. Meanwhile, down the back stretch. Hennock third. Now it's Jensen up to 4 from Andrew Thompson and Archer Bailey with 3 laps remaining. Not much separates the top 10. Through the Autobahn turn, down the back stretch. Down to Howard's concreting. Jensen trying to have a look up the inside of Hannock, trying to go for 3rd. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go for the leaders. They head onto the Capri Straight. Onto Castledines. Jensen tried to move, but had the door shut on him by Hannock, and Leggett's gone to the lead now with just under 2 laps remaining. Leggett to the lead, Jarrett to 2nd. The top 10 are closing up to each other. There isn't much separating them at all. The gap, just over 4 seconds, separates the top 10. Hannock now going defensive from Jack Jensen. Through Howards, through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. 1 lap to go. For Leggett and Jarrett. Hannock, Jensen, then Thompson, then Bailey, then it is Johnny Wright. And Thompson tried to have a go at Jack Jensen for 4th. Through to Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. Through RHQ. And onto Video Pro they go. Up towards the Autobahn turn. Leggett trying to hang on to the lead. Hannock trying to hang on to 3rd, but he gets a poor run on the exit of Autobahn, and that allows Jack Jensen to move up into 3rd. Jarrett back to the lead at Howards. Hannock trying to get back up into 3rd, but here comes Andrew Thompson. There's contact between the 2 CXR teammates. Your winner in Heat 3, Baxter Jarrett. 2nd will be AJ Leggett. Hannock will come home 3rd from Johnny Wright, then Jacob Neal, then Archer Bailey, then Jack Sydenham from Matthew Dixon, then Jack Jensen, and Andrew Thompson rounds out your top 10. Followed by Campbell Dawson, Connor Edmonds, Charles Newman, Spencer Jackson, Noah Curry, Alan Wu, James Clifford, and Lachlan Wolski round out your field. We're going to take a short break. We will be back soon with our first of the finals, the tag restricted lights.
I couldn't count. The times have been my tongue and the taste.
Okay, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. And our first final of the day will be our tag restricted lights. Let's see who is where. On pole will be Callum Mullins in the 9. Alongside him, Ryan Reid in the 91. Row number 2 will be Jackson Turner in the Jordan Manzano in the 27. And Josh McLaughlin in the 52. Row number 3 will be Billy Whittaker in the number 4. I believe I can't really see that much from here. Yes, it will be Billy Whittaker in the 4. Alongside him will be Aaron Rabjones in the 22. Row number 4 will be Cody Scott in the 3 and Jackson Turner in the 12. Rounding out your top 10 will be Boston Wheeler in the 33 and Connor O'Reilly in the 71. Row 6 will be Blake Rumiley in the 88 and Junpai Marita in the number 8. Row number 7. Then it will be Horwell, Furlonger, Tully, Finn, Hines, then it is James, Paul, and Russell rounding out your field. We're away and racing for 9 minutes plus an additional lap for tag restricted lights, and it is Callum Mullins who will get away to the lead from Ryan Reid. Josh McLaughlin up to 3rd, John Manzano to 4, then it's Aaron Rabjones. Then it'll be Jackson Turner. Cody Scott to 7 as they head through the Autobahn turn for the first time, down the back stretch. And onto the Howard's concreting corner. Onto the on-site rental groups. Off the inside goes Furlonger on Ramiley. Onto lap number 2, through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Through Video Pro and up to Autobahn. Down the back stretch. Through turn 10, onto on-site rental groups. Onto lap number 3 they go. Mullins, Reid, McLaughlin, Manzano, then Turner, then Rabjones. Then it's Cody Scott from Connor O'Reilly, from Wheeler and Furlonger. Then it is Horwell from Ramiley. Then it is Junpai Marita in 13th, from Bentley Tully. Billy Whittaker down to 15th. Riley Hind, Ronan Finn, Corey James, Aaron Pohl, and Cade Russell. That is your field. On to lap number 4. Callum Mullins. Oh, Jackson Turner's the fastest on track with a 42.719, and he's going to be closing up to the back of Jordan Manzano. Callum Mullins a 42.914. Ryan Reid a 42.877. 3 of the top 4 are the only ones in the 42s. As they head up through Autobahn down the back stretch. Down to Howard's. Jackson Turner now on the back of Jordan Manzano. They head through turn 10 and onto on-site rentals. The gap between the top, between 2nd and 3rd was 1.2. What is it now? It is 1.3 now. With Callum Mullins now fastest on track with a 42.644. Manzano in 3rd. Jackson Turner in 4th. Then it is Josh McLaughlin from Cody Scott. Then Aaron Rabjones, Connor O'Reilly, Furlonger, Wheeler, Horwell, Ramiley. Then Whittaker, then Marita. Then Tully, Hind, Finn, James, Pohl and Russell. Oh, off goes Whittaker again. I think there was contact with him and Bentley Tully, and yep. And Whittaker is retiring from this race. So now we're down to 19 as Jackson Turner sets the new fastest lap of the race of 42.488 as he's gone through on Giorgio Manzano for the final spot on the podium. Down the backstretch into Howard's concreting and Cooper Horwell's out. So now we're down to 18. On to lap number 7. Mullins, Reed, Turner. Turner with a new fastest lap of 42.432. Then it's Manzano. Then it's McLaughlin. Then Cody Scott. Then it's Aaron Rapp-Jones in 7. Then it is. Oh, Furlonger up to 8. It's gone through on Connor O'Reilly. Then it's Boston Wheeler, Blake Ramaili in 11, Junpei Marita in number 8 in P12. Then it's Tully, Hine, Finn, James, Pohl and Russell. Whittaker is out, Horwell is out. With 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. We're on lap number 8. Callum Mullins still leads the way. He set his personal best of the race of 42.533. He's pulled a slight gap to Ryan Reed. Then it is to CXR of Jackson Turner in the Alonso chassis in 3rd. Then it's the Pantano Australia kart of Giorgio Manzano. Down the backstretch. Mullins, Reed, Turner, Manzano. Three minutes to go. Mullins, Reed, Turner. Then McLaughlin, then Manzano, McLaughlin, then Scott, then Rapp-Jones, then Furlonger, then O'Reilly, then it's Wheeler, Ramaili, and Merida, then Tully. No, Hine up to 13th from Tully, Finn, James, Pohl, Russell, Whittaker, and Horwell. Whittaker out, so is Cooper Horwell. Through goes Cade Russell, down the back stretch. There's the leaders. Mullins, Reed, Turner, and Manzano. Through turn 10, through on-site rental group onto lap number 10. 6.5 minutes gone. 2.5 minutes to go, plus another lap. Junpei Marita on the back of Blake Ramaili. Will he try and go for 11th spot? Down the back stretch. Here he goes. The leader, Callum Mullins, Ryan Reed, Jackson Turner. There will be roughly 4 laps to go as we head on to lap 11. Mullins, Reed, Turner, Manzano, still your top 4. Not much has changed. 42.458 to Mullins, 42.480 to Reed, 42.482 to Turner, 42.577 to Manzano. Top 4 still within a tenth of each other in terms of lap times on the last lap. With 3 laps remaining. Mullins, Reed, Turner, Manzano. Fastest lap of the race now for Jackson Turner of 42.404 on that last lap. He is catching the 2 ahead of him. But will he have enough time? There is less than a minute to go. So there will be 2 laps to go after this one. Through goes Cade Russell. Through Howard. Up to turn 10 and through on-site rental group. Mullins, Reed, Turner, Manzano. They've pulled a gap from Cody Scott with 2 laps remaining. Up towards Autobahn they go. The time has run out. Now there will be 1 lap to go. As through they go. There is now 1 lap remaining for tag restricted light. Mullins, Reed, Manzano. Just over 9.5 tenths. It all looks, I don't know if Turner will have enough time to get to Reed or Mullins. As they head through RHQ and onto Autobahn for the last time. So not Autobahn, Video Pro for the last, I keep getting that mixed up. Up to Autobahn. They head through Autobahn and down the back stretch. On towards Howard's. Out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Your winner in the final for tag restricted light will be Callum Mullins. Second will be Ryan Reed. Third will be Jackson Turner. Jordan Manzano comes home in 4th. Cody Scott 5th from Josh McLaughlin. Aaron Rab-Jones, Charlie Furlonger, Connor O'Reilly, and Blake Ramayali rounds out your top 10. Then was Junpei Marita from Boston Wheeler. Riley Hind. Then Ronan Finn. Bentley Tully, Corey James, Aaron Powell, and then Cade Russell rounds out your finishes. Unfortunate DNFs for Billy Whittaker and Cooper Horwell. We're going to take a short break. We will be back soon with our DD2, with our DD2s, our KZ2, and Tag Heavies. Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, the penultimate round of the season. And on track, we have our second final, which is our KZ2, DD2s, and Tag Light. So Tag Heavies, sorry. Where did I get Tag Light from? Anyway, we have our KZ2 of Brett Wells in the 2. He will start at a pole. We'll see how they actually line up when they form up down the back straight. And it will be Brett Wells on pole in the 2 alongside him. On the front row will be Scotty Cleveland in the 14. Row number 2 will be Adam Wood in the 21 and Dan Hutchinson in the 8. Row number 3 will be Kimmy Mavers in the 3 and Scotty Gray in the 74. Row 4 will be Jason Smith in the 6 and Stephanie Duffy in the 13. Rounding out the field will be Will Marshall in the 17 and Harrison Fox in the 68. They are set for a start. We are away and racing for KZ2, DD2 and Tag Heavy. As into the lead goes Brett Wells into KZ2 and Scott Cleveland to the lead in the DD2s. So head through the Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. On to RHQ. And through Video Pro they go. Up to Autobahn for the first time. 9 minutes plus a lap. Brett Wells leading the way from Scotty Cleveland, then Dan Hutchinson, then Adam Wood, then Scotty Gray, then Stephanie Duffy. We'll see the order is going to come back onto the Capri Straight. And it is indeed Brett Wells who leads the way from Scotty Cleveland, then Dan Hutchinson from Scotty Gray, then Adam Wood, then Dan Hutchinson, then Kimmy Mavers and Jason Smith. And in the tags, it's Will Marshall from Harrison Fox. Harrison Fox on the back of Will Marshall.
Yeah.
Up to the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch. Brett Wells just over a second between himself and Scotty Cleveland. On to lap number 3. Brett Wells, 41.327. What is the fastest lap in the DD2s? It is a 42.100 set by Scotty Cleveland. What about in the tags, in the tag 125s? And on to lap number 3. It is a 42.551 set by Will Marshall. Down the back stretch goes Brett Wells. On to lap number 4. 41.038 from Scotty Cleveland. Then it is Hutchinson, Woody, Adam Wood. Then it is Scotty Gray down to 5th, Stephanie Duffy to 6th, Jason Smith up to 7, Kimmy Mavers down to 8. In the tags, it is Will Marshall from Harrison Fox, a 42.551 for Marshall, 42.719. It is now a 42.356 to Marshall and a 42.499 to Fox. A 41.842 to Scotty Cleveland is the fastest in the DD2s by just over 0.4 of a second to Adam Wood. Brett Wells, that's the fastest lap of the race, a 40.464. I think that's the fastest he's been all day for Scotty Cleveland. So not Scotty Cleveland, Brett Wells. Sorry, I don't know where I got Scotty Cleveland from. No, it was a 40.368 in heat number 2. That was the fastest lap from Brett Wells. Down the back stretch. On to Howard's Concreting. Meanwhile, Will Marshall does a 42.224 to do the fastest lap in the tags from Harrison Fox, who does a 42.411 onto lap number 6. There's about a half a lap between Brett Wells and the 2 tags of Will Marshall and Harrison Fox. Down the back stretch goes Brett Wells. the KZ2. 6-geared shifter kart. 125cc engine, brakes. Front brakes on that kart. And he does a 40.232. That is definitely his fastest lap of today. Scotty Cleveland, 41.576. He goes quickest into DD2s by half a second from Hutchinson and Adam Wood and Scotty Gray. And it's Jason Smith, Angus Mavers, Kimmy Mavers and Stephanie Duffy. Then it's Will Marshall and Harrison Fox rounding out the field. 42.224 to Marshall, 42.242 to Harrison Fox. The gap between the two, just under 4.5 tenths. On to the Capri Straight goes Brett Wells. 4 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Through they go. Through goes Brett Wells. Through Video Pro. Through Autobahn. Onto the Capri Straight goes the two tags of Will Marshall and Harrison Fox. Up the inside goes Adam Wood on Scotty Gray. Nope, he hangs onto it. Sorry. Dan Hutchinson, Adam Wood, Scotty Gray. Then it's Jason Smith from Kimmy Mavers. Then Stephanie Duffy. Brett Wells. 40.4. 41.576 to Scotty Cleveland. Did a 41.8 last time. .41.6 this time. He's still the fastest. Oh, no, he's not the fastest anymore. That goes to Adam Wood with a 41.546. Adam Wood is the fastest in the DD2s by 0.03 of a second. A 41.546 to Scotty Cleveland's 41.576. Brett Wells in the KZ2. He's obviously 1.3 seconds faster than anyone else. His personal best is a 40.232. He's almost into the 39s. Over the line goes Scott Cleveland. Then Dan Hutchinson. Then Adam Wood. Then Scotty Gray. Then Jason Smith. Then Kimmy Mavers. Then Stephanie Duffy. Down the back stretch. Marshall, Fox. Onto the Capri Straight goes Brett Wells. Just over 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap, so 4 laps. It'll probably be a 14 or 15 lap final for the KZ2, DD2s, and tag heavies. Or tags. But Hutchinson, Wood, Gray, Smithy, Mavers, all closing, or not Mavers, but Wood, Gray, and Smithy are on the back of Dan Hutchinson now. Try and go for second in the DD2s. Kimmy Mavers, currently 5th.
I thought he was
Then
first.
Stephanie Duffy off the back. Onto the Capri Straight goes Brett Wells. He'll start lap number 12. Onto the Capri Straight goes Scotty Cleveland. We're 8 minutes in. We're almost 8 minutes in. So there's roughly 2 or 3 laps remaining for Brett Wells. Through goes Kimmy Mavers. Through goes Stephanie Duffy. I wonder if she's actually being caught by Marshall and Fox. Over the line they go. Meanwhile, they might be caught by Brett Wells with a couple of laps to go. Down 2 gears through Castle Irons is Brett Wells. Through goes Scotty Cleveland. Wells, I think, might be backing off a bit because he did a 41.4 last time around. The gap between Cleveland and Hutchinson now up to 4.8 seconds. Marshall and Fox over the line. 0.6 separated them. It is now 0.7. Now, Brett Wells, what is he doing? Will there be 1 lap to go or will there be 2? By the looks of it, it will be 1 lap to go for Brett Wells, and he's gunning it. He's going to gun the car. I had no idea what he was doing because he did a 49.0 that last lap. He heads for RHQ. I think he's going for 1 last flyer. And he just wanted to cool down the car and the tyres because he had that much space behind him, between himself and Scotty Cleveland, that he could afford to do that. And he's the only one in the and he's the only KZ out there. He's the only one in this class, so why not? Down to approximately 2nd gear through Howards and through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. Your winner in the KZ2 will be Brett Wells. No, what time did he do? 42.2. But Scotty Cleveland will win the DD2s from Dan Hutchinson. Then Adam Wood home in 3rd from Scotty Gray, Jason Smith, Kimmy Mavers home in 6th. And rounding out your DD2s will be Stephanie Duffy. And in the tags, it will be Will Marshall from Harrison Fox. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our KA3 Junior Heavies. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship and the penultimate round for 2025. Out on track, we have our KA3 Junior Heavies for their final. And it will be Jackson Duong on the pole in the 13. Alongside him will be Jet Saragi in the 38. Row number 2 will be Paddy Buckley in the 50. And Ryan Shaw in the 96. Row number 3 will be Cooper Field in the 29 and Alec Barnard in the 9. Row 4, Max Southgate in the 7 and Jade Porter in the 95, sorry. Rounding out your top 10 is Raf Gade in the 66 and Johnny Wright in the 30. Rounding out the field will be Nathan Coburn in the 74, Jake Jenkins in the 63, and Ollie Carkeet in the 19. There through Howards. On-site rental group. We have 9 laps plus an additional lap for the KA3 Junior Heavy Final. We are away and racing. And it is going to be Jackson Duong who will get away to the lead. Oh, one car's gone round. That's Barnard. Another few cars have gone off out of Southgate and Raf Gate out off onto the grass as well. Johnny Wright was involved, I think. And is it race over for Barnard? Oh, he's not happy. He is not happy at all. Can Barnard get it going again, or is he out of this race? As Jackson Duong goes to the lead from Jet Saragi up to 2nd. Then it's Buckley from Ryan Shaw. But now he's got Cooper Field up the inside. We take P4 and we're going full course yellow. We've got 4 course yellows. We've got the slow board out. We're going full course yellow. So Duong will have to lead the field. From Saragi, then Buckley. So let's get a readout on who is where. We have Jackson Duong leading the way from Jet Saragi, then Paddy Buckley from Cooper Field, then Ryan Shaw, then Nathan Coburn, then Jade Porter from Ollie Carkey, then Jake Jenkins, then Johnny Wright, then Max Southgate, then Raf Gate. Alec Barnard, I don't know if he's out. Hope he's okay. Oh, we're going red. Oh, hang on. What's going to happen? And we're going red flag. We're going red flag. Going red flag for our KA3 junior heavies. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
took me back to when I couldn't count the times I've been my tongue and the taste.
Alrighty, out on track for the restart are the KA3 Junior Heavies. Leading the way will be Jackson Duong from Jet Saragi, followed by Jet Saragi. Third is Paddy Buckley from Cooper Field, then Ryan Shaw. So let's start over. Jackson Duong will lead the way in the 93, followed by Jet Saragi in the 38, then it'll be Paddy Buckley in the 50, Cooper Field in the 29, Ryan Shaw in the 96, Nathan Coburn in the 74, Jade Porter in the 95, Ollie Carkeed in the 19, Jake Jenkins in the 63, Johnny Wright in the 30, Max Southgate in the 7, and Raf Gate in the 66. Alec Barnard will not take the restart. He is out of this race. Down the backstretch. They go through. Turn 10 and on to on-site rental group. They will go in the middle of the tram tracks. We are away and racing for the restart for the KA3 Junior Heavies. And it is going to be Jackson Duong who will lead the way from Saragi and Buckley. And then Ryan Shaw. So Cooper Field, sorry. Then Shaw, Coburn, Porter. Then Karki, then Johnny Wright, then Southgate. Followed by Rathgate. And Jake Jenkins. Down the backstretch into Howard, and Jet Saragi goes to the lead. And Paddy Buckley will go with him. Jackson Duong down to third. Then it is Cooper Field from, I think, Nathan Coburn up to 5, from Ryan Shaw, then Johnny Wright, then Jade Porter. Max Southgate up into 9, Raf Gate up into 10. Through goes Southgate up the inside of Jade Porter. Up into 8 now. Saragi leads the way with 7 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Oh, off goes Southgate. Through goes Raf Gate on Jade Porter. Might allow Ollie Karki to try and have a go on the exit. Saragi now loses the lead to Buckley. And Duong goes with him. And now Duong takes the lead. Saragi goes back to the lead. There's been like 2 or 3 lead changes in the last in those few corners alone. On to lap number 5. Saragi, Duong, Buckley. Then Field, Coburn up to 5. Then it's Johnny Wright. Up to 5. No, sorry, Johnny Wright up to 6. Hang on a minute, where is Saragi on timing? Saragi's showing a lap down on the timing. Then it's Ryan Shaw, then Rathgate. Ryan Shaw is dropping down the order. He's been passed by Rathgate, and now he's got Southgate on his outside. Jade Porter, free wide. It was free wide down the backstretch into Howard's. But the move was successfully completed cleanly. On to lap number 6, Saragi, Buckley, Duong. Now Coburn up the inside of Cooper Field to P4. No, Cooper Field hangs on to it. Johnny Wright now goes through on Coburn up into 5. And what's happened to Saragi's transponder? He's now showing 2 laps down. Has it gone flat, or has he lost his transponder? Not sure what's happened to Saragi. He is leading on track, but it will not come up in the results at the end of the race. On lap number 6, it is Saragi, Buckley, Duong. Now Johnny Wright up to 4 from Cooper Field. Then Nathan Coburn from Rathgate. Then it was Max Southgate from Jade Porter. Then it's Ryan Shaw who's dropping down the order. It's dropping like a stone. Something's not right with that car. Oh, must be. Oh, look, steering must. Hang on, that's the steering wheel on Ryan Shaw's car was looking to turn to the left just a little bit. So it could be that the steering might be a bit bent on that 96 Arrow car. Meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race has been set by Paddy Buckley, a 43.990. He's on the back of Jet Saragi with 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Onto the Capri Straight once more. Onto lap number 8. Through goes Buckley up the inside of Saragi. New race leader, Paddy Buckley. Fastest lap of the race goes to Raf Gate now, a 43.868. Jake Jenkins only doing 46.8. Not a good race for him. Meanwhile, down the backstretch, Saragi, Buckley, and Duong. Your top three as it's been all day up the inside. Buckley, does Saragi hang on? No, he gets forced onto the ripple strip by Buckley. Buckley takes the lead from Saragi. Now Jackson Duong, and now Johnny Wright joining the party as well, trying to go up the inside of Jackson Duong. 3 of the top 4. Second, third, and fourth, all graduates of the 4SS category in recent years. Then it's Nathan Coburn in 5th, then Rathgate, then Cooper Field, Max Southgate in 8th. From Jade Porter, rear wheel on the dirt for Southgate. Not going to have much grip through Video Pro. Then he hangs on to it from Jade Porter. Then Ollie Karki. Then Ryan Shaw. Then Jake Jenkins, who's only doing 46s and 47s. On to lap number 10. Buckley, Saragi. All right, this time makes the move. Is he successful? No, he isn't. And Jet Saragi goes back to the lead. Johnny Wright now goes up to 3rd. This is on track. Saragi takes the lead from Paddy Buckley. Johnny Wright now up to 3rd. Jackson Duong down to 4. Then it's Nathan Coburn from Rathgate. Then it's Cooper Field from Max Southgate. Then Jade Porter. Then it is Ollie Karki. Saragi going defensive into Howards and through turn 10. They could end up side by side down the Capri Straight heading into Castledyne's Kink. Then nose to tail, Buckley and Saragi. Rathgate goes up the inside of Nathan Coburn to try and go for P5. Is he successful? No, he's not. Coburn hangs on to it. Still Rathgate is fastest on track with a 43.868. Now the top 4 all together now. This could be a race win here for Johnny Wright. He's not had a good day in this class, and now he could top it off with a podium or even a win. Once again, Saragi gets forced onto the ripple strip. But now he does the switch back on Buckley, and he loses another 2 places to Wright and Duong. Your top 3, right now your top 3, are all former 4SS drivers in front of the former national KA4 champion of Paddy Buckley. With under a minute to go. So roughly 2 or 3 laps. This is insane stuff in the KA3 Junior Heavy Final. The top 9 all separated by just over 6 seconds. And there is Ryan Shaw. Parked it at the Autobahn turn. Jet Saragi leads the way from Jackson Duong. Buckley back up to 3rd. Johnny Wright down to 4. There will be 2 laps to go for Jet Saragi. Then Jackson Duong. Oh, Buckley. Buckley forces Duong wide and gets back in the 2nd spot. Then it will be Johnny Wright in 4th. But with the timing, Johnny Wright will be 3rd. Because Saragi, I'm not sure what's happened with his transponder. There goes Jenkins down the backstretch. Saragi is away with it. Here's gone. Up the inside goes Jackson Duong on Johnny Wright. This is for right now the final spot on the podium. With 1 lap to go. Saragi, Buckley, Duong, Right. Raf Gate's going to be in this now. Raf Gate, with the fastest lap of the race of 43.549, he could be in with a shot at the podium on the last lap of the KA3 Junior Heavy Final. Through Video Pro for the last time. Up towards Autobahn. Suragi leads from Paddy Buckley. But who's going to be third on track? Down the back stretch. Raf Gate looks like he won't be in the conversation at the moment, but here comes Johnny right up the inside into Howard for one last time. And he holds it. Your winner in the KA3 Junior Heavy Final on track will be Jet Saragi. Second will be Paddy Buckley. Johnny Wright will claim a spot on the podium from Jackson Duong, then Raf Gate, then Nathan Coburn, then Cooper Field. Max Southgate comes home in 8th spot, followed by Jade Porter and Ollie Carkey will round out your top 10. Then it'll be Jake Jenkins who will come home in 11th spot. Unfortunate DNFs for Ryan Shaw and Alec Barnard. But well done to Jet Saragi for winning on the road. But unfortunately, due to timing, it will be Paddy Buckley who will inherit the win from Johnny Wright and Jackson Duong. What a race from the KA3 Junior Heavies. We're going to take a short break. We will be back soon with our Cadet 9s.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, the penultimate round for the season. And out on track, we have our Cadet 9s for their final. Jacob Ding has had it all his own way today. Had it all his own way today has Jacob Ding for the Just Golding number 55. And he will start this one at a pole. Alongside him will be Leo Milligan in the 25. Row number 2 will be Lucas Shepley in the 56. And Vinnie Misson in the 77. Row number 3 will be Hugo Jones in the 79. And Cooper Heffernan in the 74. And rounding out your field will be the number 7 of Jack Southgate. So far, Jacob Ding has had it go all his own, had it all go his way today. Can he make it 4 from 4? We'll have to wait and see. There's still 9 minutes plus an additional lap to find out. They head down the back stretch into Howard's concreting. Onto turn 10. Through on-site rental group onto the Capri Straight. They're already accelerating. We are away and racing for 9 minutes plus a lap, and it's going to be Jacob Ding who gets away to the lead. And it will be Leo Milligan who makes his way into second. Then it'll be Hugo Jones up into third. Lucas Shepley to 4, then Cooper Heffernan from Vinnie Misson, and then Jack Southgate. through Video Pro. And up the inside, Hugo Jones is going to go for second. Jones up to second. And where did he start? He started from 5th on the grid. He's now up in the second, but here comes Leo Milligan back up the inside to try and take second. It's allowing Jacob Ding to just run away to the tune of about 2 seconds. So it is Ding, Milligan, Jones, Shepley, Misson, Heffernan, Southgate off the back. Through the Revolution race gear flip-flop. From the rest of the Cadet 9s. Jacob Ding. 2 seconds is the gap between himself and Leo Milligan. Hugo Jones in 3rd, Lucas Shepley in 4. Pretty much all these drivers are regular visitors of our neighbouring clubs at Warwick and Toowoomba. Down the back stretch they go into Howard's Concreting they go. Through turn 10 onto On-Site Rental Group. Jacob Ding, well and truly away with it. 47.641 is the fastest lap of the race. Oh, Hugo Jones now is the fastest lap of 47.520. The top 6 are all within 0.3 of a second of each other in terms of fastest laps. But these 5 are doing it whilst in a battle of their own. Jacob Ding is doing it in clear air. Up to the Autobahn turn. The gap is now just under 2 seconds between Ding and Milligan. 50.316 to Southgate that time. Oh, up the inside. Oh, around goes Shepley. And up over the back of Hugo Jones. I think, no, that was Heffernan. Heffernan, Shepley coming together. Goodness me. Jacob Ding still leads the way. From Leo Milligan, then Hugo Jones, then Cooper Heffernan, then Vinnie Misson, now Jack Southgate up to 6, then Lucas Shepley down to 7, down to the back of the field, and up the inside goes Hugo Jones on Leo Milligan, up into 2nd now. Now he's going to try and chase after that number 55 Jess Golding Motorsport kart of Jacob Ding. And he's got 6 minutes plus an additional lap to do so. Down the Howard's Concreting they go. Up to turn 10. And on to the Capri Straight goes, first of all, the race leader, Jacob Ding. The gap, 2.1 now between Ding and Jones. And off! Oh, off goes Cooper Heffernan. Gets spun by Vinnie Misson. And up the inside, Lucas Shepley does not go through on Jack Southgate. New best lap for Southgate at 50.287. Meanwhile, Milligan now on the back of Hugo Jones. Vinnie Misson just his fastest lap on that last one of 47.801. Down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. To Hugo Jones and Leo Milligan. And Lucas Shepley has gone through on Jack Southgate. Meanwhile, side by side, down the Capri Straight. Oh, there was slight contact between Jones and Milligan. Jones was lucky to not get spun around it. Castledone's kink there. I thought they would connect right at that moment, but they managed to hang on to it. Jacob Ding leads by 2.3 seconds from Hugo Jones. Then Leo Milligan, then Vinnie Misson in 4. From Cooper Heffernan, Lucas Shepley and Jack Southgate is now dipped into the 49s. A 49.976 for Southgate. Meanwhile, up the inside goes Milligan on Hugo Jones. Oh, bit of slight contact between Milligan and Jones. But they managed to get away with it. Out of On-Site Rental Group, down to Capri Straight. Milligan holds the inside line. Down to Capri Straight on Hugo Jones. Through Castledones and through pit corner. Through turn 3 and onto the Revolutions race gear flip-flop. Onto RHQ. And onto Video Pro they go. Oh, Milligan slides wide. Oh, Hugo Jones almost took an opportunity, but he was a bit too far back. Just under 4 minutes to go, plus a lap. Down the back stretch, into Howard's concreting they go. Ding, Milligan, Jones. Then Vinnie Misson. Then it'll be Cooper Heffernan from Jack Southgate. Onto lap number 8 they go. Ding, Milligan, Jones. Still your top 3. But the times are dropping off for some of them. 47.9 to Ding, 47.7 to Milligan, 48.1 to Jones, 48.2 to Misson, 48.5 to Heffernan, 47.9 to Shepley. What about Southgate? Oh! Up and over goes Leo Milligan. They're both out. I think they're both out of this race. It just happened right at the corner of my eye. Oh, I hope both boys are okay. Oh, no, Hugo Jones looks sore. And we're going full course yellow with under 3 minutes to go. No surprises there at all. I hope both boys are okay, which means Vinnie Misson will move up into second spot. I feared that this is what I feared could happen, especially when they almost connected heading into Capri earlier. Not in Capri, Castletown earlier. But it'll be Jacob Ding who will lead the pack from Vinnie Misson, then Cooper Heffernan, Lucas Shepley and Jack Southgate. But with 2 minutes to go, I wonder if we will get this race restarted with just over 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. I hope both boys are okay. Our medics are going over to check up on them, see if they're okay, especially Hugo. He looked to have come off a lot worse. Did Hugo. A minute and a half to go, plus 1 lap. I don't know if we'll get this race back underway, even with 1 or 2 more laps to go. We'll have to wait and see. Still only a minute to go. Plus another lap. I don't know if we'll get this race back. We may or may not get 1 more lap. Should we go back to green, but I don't know if we'll go back to green flag. Oh, no, we're going red. We're going, looks like we're going red flag. We might be going red. Yep, we're going red flag. And I think that might be race over because there's only less than a minute to go. I think that might be it. It could be it for Cadet 9s, I'm not sure, but we're going to cut to a short break. We will be back soon.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy. But that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season and the penultimate round of the 2025 Club Championship. And on track we have our drivers with the most life experience, our tag restricted masters, our biggest field of the day with 25. Now we will see who is where. As they are now on the formation lap, we have Alan Soslovsky on the pole in the 25, alongside him Gavin Soward in the 28. Row number 2 will be Scotty Hyland in the 44 and Pete Sattler in the 56. Row number 3 will be Chris Lusty in the 2 and Adrian Godfrey in the 17. Row 4, Nigel Barnett in the 27 and Scotty Campbell in the 55. Rounding out your top 10 will be Adrian Ferguson in the 65 and Jeff Thompson in the 73. Row 6 will be Matthew Donnelly in the 60 and Scott Jordan in the 41. Row 7 will be Kev Field in the 26 and Lee Robinson in the 11. Row 8 will be Josh Barnett in the 78 and Mick Robinson in the 23. Row 9 will be Noel Smythe in the 37 and Steve Johns in the 5. Rounding out your top 20 will be Mark Brogan in the 79 and Matt Meyer in the 76. Then will be Peter Fletcher in the 88, Chris Briggs in the 16, Clinton Hicks in the 21, Tim Lemon in the 40 and Scott Russell in the 15. Rounding out your field. We're away for 9 minutes plus an additional lap for the Masters. Through Castle Irons and through pit corner. Oh, we got a few coming together there. It looks like Adrian Ferguson. There's a few carts come together. There's several carts. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 10 carts involved in an incident down at turn 3. Lee Robinson drops to the back of the field. Chris Briggs is out. Down the back stretch they go on lap number 1. Soslovsky leads from Gavin Soward. There it is. Scotty Hyland in 3rd. Pete Sattler's down to 5th. Down it is Scotty Campbell in 6th. Adrian Godfrey's up to 4. From Sattler, Campbell, Barnett to 7. Chris Lusty down to 8. Then it is Jeff Thompson and Steve Johns, who currently rounds out our top 10. From Mick Robinson, Josh Barnett, then Noel Smythe, then Matt Meyer, then Tim Lemon, then Clinton Hicks, then Adrian Ferguson, Kev Field, Scott Russell, Mark Brogan, Peter Fletcher, Scott Jordan, Lee Robinson, Scott Russell, Mark Brogan, Peter Fletcher, Scott Jordan, Matthew Donnelly, Lee Robinson. Chris Briggs is out. Onto lap number 3 we go. 7.5 minutes plus a lap. Here comes Sattler up the inside of Adrian Godfrey to move up in the 4th spot at Castle Irons. Fastest lap of the race goes to Alan Soslovsky, a 44.855. to Gavin Sowards, 44.921. Those are the only drivers in the 44s so far in this race. Some battles happening in the mid-pack and towards the rear of field. Clinton Hicks in front of Adrian Ferguson and Kev Field. Then we have Matt Donnelly going through on Mark Brogan. And also Scott Russell. Through goes Sosloski. Fastest lap of the race. Again goes to Alan Sosloski. A 44.371. But here comes Gav Stoward with a 44.362. He's just returned serve. Then it's Scotty Hyland with a 44.389. What's happened? Oh, and then Adrian Godfrey's back up in the 4th now from Sattler. Chris Lusty's back up in the P6 on the back of Sattler. And now Sattler's going to go up the inside of Godfrey and Lusty's going to go with him. Through goes Lusty. Oh, around goes Lee Robinson. Not having a good final is Lee Robinson up the inside. I think that is Nigel Barnett now on Adrian Ferguson. Ferguson's lost 3 places. Up over the curb goes Steve Johnson at Will Power Kart number 5. Fastest lap of the race. Gavin Soward, 48.177. They head through pit corner. Godfrey, Campbell, Mick Robinson, Noel Smythe, Steve Johns, Jeff Thompson, and Josh Barnett. Up towards Autobahn they go. The battle in the mid-pack. Meanwhile, the battle to the front. Sosloski now has Gavin Soward all over the back of him. They head through turn 10. In on 2. On-site rental group. On 2 to Capri straight once more. Not Noel. Steve Johns gets muscled out wide. Down to about P12 now. Then it's Nigel Barnett in 13th. Josh Barnett in 13th. Then Matt Meyer. Then Tim Lemon in 15th. From Adrian Ferguson. Then Kev Field. Then Clinton Hicks. Then Matt Donnelly. Then it's Mark Brogan. From Scotty Jordan. Where's Scott Jordan gone? There he is. He's now in front of Mark Brogan. Then it's Scott Russell from Peter Fletcher and Lee Robinson. Fastest lap of the race now goes to Scotty Hyland. He's the only one in the 43s. A 43.957 on lap. Now we're on lap number 7. Sosloski, Soward, Hyland, Tim Lemon trying to hold off Kev Field. Meanwhile, there's a 7-kart train being headed by the 27 of Nigel Barnett as Peter Fletcher goes through on the 15 of Scotty Russell. Meanwhile, down to Howard's, up through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. On to lap number 8, Sosloski, Soward, Hyland. Scotty Hyland again goes to the fastest lap with a 43.851. Still the only one in the 43 so far. Sosloski, Soward, Hyland. Nothing between the 3. Then it is Sattler and Lusty. Then it's Barnett, Godfrey. Then Scotty Campbell. Then Mick Robinson. Then Noel Smythe still rounding out your top 10. Or Tim Lemon making it difficult for Matt Donnelly and Kev Field. They try and go for a move. Meanwhile, look at this. It is now an 8-kart train headed by Nigel Barnett, tailed by Josh Barnett. Meanwhile, the 3-kart train for the lead. Sosloski, Soward and Hyland. Meanwhile, Ferguson goes through on Meyer. And both Donnelly and Field have gone through on Tim Lemon as well. 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Here in the tag restricted Masters. Scott Russell must have had an issue because he's dropped down to the back of the 24-kart field. 2.5 minutes to go. So roughly 3, 4, or 5 laps to go. Probably 4 laps to go. Zaslowski, Soward, Highland. Then Sattler. Then Lusty. Then it's Nigel Barnett, Scott Campbell, Adrian Godfrey, Noel Spife, Mick Robinson round out your top 10. Then Josh Barnett, Jeff Thompson. Through goes Matt Donnelly on Matt Meyer into Castledines. Mark Brogan, Peter Fletcher, Lee Robinson now. Where's Steve Johns? Where's Johns gone? Where is that number 5 Willpower Kart gone? Onto the Capri Straight. Once again, with a minute and a half to go. Plus 1 lap. He's not in the train. Barnett, Campbell, Godfrey, Smythe, Mick Robinson. Then Josh Barnett. Now Jeff Thompson as well. Then Adrian Ferguson. Matt Meyer, Kev Field. Scotty Jordan goes through on Tim Lemon. There goes Clinton Hicks. Mark Brogan, Peter Fletcher. Still has Lee Robinson on the back of him. There goes Scott Russell. 3 laps to go. First of all for Alan Zaslowski, who breaks away at the top. The gap now, 6.5 tenths between himself and Scotty Hyland now, who's up to second. Then it is Gavin Soward running third. 30 seconds to go. There will be 2 laps to go when Zaslowski crosses the line. Down the back stretch go the leaders into Howard's concreting. They may have a back marker to come across. And that is the number 15 of Scotty Russell, the only P-player in the field with 10 seconds to go. They will get one more. They'll get 2 laps. There's now 2 laps to go. 1 after this. 44.093 to Zaslowski, 43.945 to Highland, 43.931 to Soward. Him and Highland are the only ones in the 43s. Ferguson versus Donnelly now down the Capri Straight towards Castledines. Meyer holding off Scotty Jordan. Down the back stretch. They've got a back marker to deal with. Has Alan Zaslowski. Gavin Soward back up to second. This is an all right dogfight for second. Zaslowski, he's too far ahead. 1 to go. Scotty Russell now in front of Alan Zaslowski. How will they negotiate the back marker? Oh, Scotty Russell moves out of the way, but it did hold up. Alan Zaslowski, who will now have to defend from Soward. And Scotty Hyland. Down the back stretch they go. One last time into Howard's concreting. No move from Gavin Soward. No move into turn 10 or onside rentals. Your winner in the Masters will be Alan Zaslowski. Gavin Soward will come home second. Scotty Hyland comes home third. Pete Sattler 4. Then it was Chris Lusty from Nigel Barnett. Then Scotty Campbell. Then Noel Smythe. Then Adrian Ferguson. Adrian Godfrey, sorry. And rounding out top 10 was Mick Robinson from Josh Barnett. Jeff Thompson. Adrian Ferguson. Well, Matthew Donnelly finishes 13th ahead of Adrian Ferguson. Then it was Kev Field from Scotty Jordan. Then Matt Meyer. Then Clinton Hicks. Then it'll be Tim Lemon and Mark Brogan round out your top 20 from Peter Fletcher and Lee Robinson. And Scotty Russell rounds out your finishers. Steve Johns didn't finish, neither did Chris Briggs. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with our Cadet Ps.
Smile and wait. They'd ask me how I've been since yesterday. In a strange land, I hope found my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there ducks went one by one. They said it was safe. Little do we know just what awaits. Hands covering my eyes. Looks like I was too late. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. Tracing my steps, I know you've been there too. Wait 1 second for the rest of our lives to pass right by. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land, I hope I find my way back soon. In a strange land.
All right, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season, the penultimate round for 2025. And on track, we have our Cadet P-players for their final. So the 9 and 12 Ps. Most part the 12s leading the 9s. Here's the grid order. On pole will be Harrison Bailey in the 3, alongside him Spencer Allen in the 15. Row number 2 will be Jake Sidoni in the 6 and Lincoln Ferris in the 91. Row number 3 will be Hudson Lawson in the 16 and Elijah Russell in the 51. Row number 4 will be Chase Klein in the 96 and Chase Hamilton in the 48. Rounding out your top 10 will be Loic Buka in the 18 and Voy Krupinski in kart 17. Rounding out the field will be Dan Sewell in the 5, Teddy Litfin in the 84, and Lincoln Cosgrove in the 58. We are set for a start. We are not going this time round. They will get one more. They head through pit corner. Also, here we have a few kart shops here. We got Power Republic, we got Talk Karting, we got Project X, and we've also got Northside Kart Supplies. for all your spare parts for your go-kart. Just make sure you go over and see them. As you get our Cadet P's on the, we're going to get our Cadet P's underway for our final. For their final very shortly.
I did. Jesus.
Through turn 10. They're already accelerating
I've been yawning all
at
day, but
on-site
still couldn't
rental
do it.
group. We are racing for 7 minutes plus a lap in the Cadet P's. Oh, bit of contact there between Bucher and Ferris. Off the side and around goes Dan Sewell. Very, very lucky not to be collected by, I think, Litfin or Cosgrove. Oh. Yep, we are going for 7 minutes plus a lap. Up to the Autobahn turn for the first time. Harrison Bailey leads the way from Spencer Allen. Then it's Jake Sidoni. No, Elijah Russell up the third. Hudson Lawson leads the Cadet 9Ps down the back stretch. Here comes Chase Hamilton. No, he does not make the move on Hudson Lawson for fourth. So for fifth. On to lap number 2. Bailey. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni, Russell. Then it's Hudson Lawson from Chase Hamilton. Then Loic Bucher. Then Chase Klein. Then Lincoln Ferris and Void Krupinski round out your top 10. From Lincoln Cosgrove, Teddy Litfin and Dan Sewell. Off the back, there he is. Down the back stretch, out of Autobahn. Elijah Russell had a look up the inside of Jake Sidoni to try and go for third, but couldn't. I think was too far back. On to lap number 3 they go. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni, Russell. Thank you. Then Lawson, Hamilton. Then Bucher, Klein, Krupinski and Ferris still rounding out your top 10. Then it was Lincoln Cosgrove from Teddy Litfin and Dan Sewell, still off the back of the field. Fastest lap of the race overall goes to Spencer Allen with a 48.179. The fastest in the 9Ps is Hudson Lawson with a 48.761. Down through Howard's concreting. Hudson Lawson still in front of Chase Hamilton. Meanwhile, the top 4 and the 12Ps are battling away. Harrison Bailey, Spencer Allen, Jake Sidoni and Elijah Russell. Fastest lap goes to Jake Sidoni, a 47.743. Hudson Lawson fastest in the 9Ps with a 48.689. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting they go. Up to turn 10 and on to on-site rental group. Still the top 4 as you were. Spencer Allen again goes fastest with a 47.643. $47.651 to Bailey. 47.743 to Sidoni. 47.735 to Russell. Hudson Lawson again extends his gap at the top of the 9Ps with a 48.369. The second fastest is Lincoln Ferris with a 49.418. Dan Sewell at the back is the second fastest of the 9Ps with a 49.244. And he's catching Teddy Litfin by the tune of roughly, 2.7 to 3 seconds a lap. Meanwhile, down the Capri Straight go to leaders. Harrison Bailey, Spencer Allen, Jake Sidoni and Elijah Russell. And it's Chase Hamilton still on the back of Hudson Lawson, trying to go for fifth. through the Video Pro hairpin up to Autobahn. And down the back stretch they go. Through turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. They have 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. .47s for all the 4 Cadet 12Ps. Then it's Hudson Lawson still with Chase Hamilton on the back. The leaders head through Video Pro. Hudson Lawson still has that number 48 of Chase Hamilton. Chasing him. Trying to find a way to get through. Meanwhile, the top 2 have broken clear of Sidoni and Russell. Meanwhile, almost, it was a bit close between Lincoln Cosgrove and Chase Klein. 1.5 minutes to go, plus another lap. Dan Sewell, the second fastest of the 9Ps with a 49.136. Still 9.5. But Hudson Lawson is the fastest of the 9Ps, still with a 48.186. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Hudson Lawson is leading the Cadet 9Ps by just under 9.5 seconds between himself and Loic Bucher in second. Then it's another 2 seconds to Lincoln Ferris in third. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go for the 9Ps. Bailey, Allen, Sidoni, Russell. Teddy Litfin's been caught by Dan Sewell. Meanwhile, Hudson Lawson still has Chase Hamilton on the back of him. Harrison Bailey tried to go up the inside. Spencer Allen takes the lead with 1.5 to go. Harrison Bailey up the inside. He forces Allen out wide. Here comes, Sidoni and Russell make contact. But they keep third and fourth. Up through Autobahn they go. Down the back stretch they go. There will be 1 lap to go when they cross the line. Dan Sewell now up to the back of Teddy Litfin, and he goes up the inside at Castle Irons Kink. 1 to go, and around goes Lincoln Cosgrove at Video Pro. 1 to go. Harrison Bailey, Spencer Allen, Jake Sidoni, Elijah Russell. Chase Hamilton's now gone through on Hudson Lawson. Can Lincoln Cosgrove get going again, or is he out of this race? Here comes Sidoni up the inside on Spencer Allen, but Allen gets him right back. Through Autobahn they go. Down the back stretch they go for the last time. Harrison Bailey has a decent-sized gap to Spencer Allen. Out of hours, and through goes Sidoni. There's contact between himself and Spencer Allen. Spencer Allen will now have to rejoin on the exit of Video Pro as Harrison Bailey gets to win in the 12Ps from Spencer Allen, from Jake Sidoni, who will come home second. Third home is Elijah Russell. Then it'll be Chase Hamilton in fourth, and winning the Cadet 9Ps will be Hudson Lawson from Loic Bucher home in Lincoln Ferris home in second, Loic Bucher home in third, Voy Krupinski home in fourth. Then it'll be Chase Klein home in fifth from Dan Sewell and Teddy Litfin and Lincoln Cosgrove. But Spencer Allen will have to finish the race and rejoin once again from the middle, from Video Pro. Not the way he wanted his final to end after contact with Jake Sidoni. Down the back stretch. Down the back straight he goes. We'll take a quick break. We will be back soon with our Cadet 12s. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the club championship for the 2025 season. The penultimate round for the year and on track. I think it's the penultimate round anyway, from the Cadet 12s for their final. Let me just get the grid order up for you. On pole will be Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. Alongside him will be Ricardo Johnson in the 50. Row number 2 will be Harlan Bell in the 7 and Lennox Carson in the 83. Row number 3 will be Frankie Madrack in the 71 and OJ in the 59. Row 4 will be Sebastian Woodrow in the 13 and Joseph Pilot in the 31. Rounding out your top 10 will be Jace Harriman in the 28 and Ashton Lusty in the 4. Row 6 will be Liam Campbell in the 22 from Oliver Jones in the 41. Then rounding out the field will be Jensen Lawson in the 67, Connor O'Hare in the 17 and Scarlett Mitrovic in the 5. Up through Autobahn they go. They head down the back stretch. 9 minutes plus a lap is the duration for the final for the Cadet 12s. Right, out of turn 10, onto on-site rental group, onto the Capri Straight. 9 minutes plus a lap for the Cadet 12s. We are away and racing, and it is going to be Jeremy Broadbent who will lead the way through Castle Irons and into pit corner. And there's 2 gone round at the back. That is O'Hare and Campbell. Liam Campbell at least gets going again, so will Connor O'Hare. They'll both be well down the back of the field. Through goes Joseph Pilot on Jace Harriman. Meanwhile, leading the way is indeed Jeremy Broadbent from Ricardo Johnson. Harlan Bell up to 3rd. Lennox Carson to 4. Then it is Frankie Madrack to 5. Then it's OJ in 6. Then it's Sebastian Woodrow. Joseph Pilot. Right. It is Jeremy Broadbent leading the way from Ricardo Johnson. Then it is Harlan Bell from Lennox Carson. And it's Majorak from OJ. Then it is Woodrow, Pilot, Harriman, and Lusty so far running out your top 10. Then it is Oliver Jones from Jensen Lawson. Then it's Scarlett Mitrovic from Liam Campbell and Connor O'Hare off the back. We're on lap number 2. 1 minute down. 13 to go. No, not 1. No, 8. Sorry, 7.5 to go. 1.5 minutes down. 7.5 minutes to go. Is up the inside. Goes Lennox Carson on Harlan Bell for 3rd. The top 2 already breaking clear. The gap was 8.5 tenths on the first lap. What is it this time? So head over the line. It has already gone up to 1.2 seconds. Jeremy Broadbent. No, Ricardo Johnson, currently fastest on track with a 46.145. Now on lap number 3. Oh, through goes Johnson now up the inside of Broadbent and takes the lead on lap number 3 down at Howard's. Now onto the Capri Straight once more to start. Lap number 4. Johnson, Broadbent. Now Lennox Carson back up to 3rd from Harlan Bell. Then it's Majorak. Then OJ. Then it is Joseph Pilot from Woodrow. Down to P8 now. From Jace Harriman, then Ashton Lusty. Still running at your top 10. Then Oliver Jones from Jensen Lawson. Then Scarlett Mitrovic. Then it's Liam Campbell and Connor O'Hare off the back. Lennox Carson fastest on track with a 46.077. Johnson, Broadbent, still nose to tail. Third and fourth nose to tail. Broadbent goes fastest on track with a 45.863. Joseph Pilot now in the 45s as well, a 45.954. He's going to close up to the back of OJ and Majorek. He could be I wouldn't count out. I actually wouldn't count out Joseph Pilot to be a dark horse for the podium in this final. Down the backstretch goes Johnson and Broadbent. Still nose to tail. No move yet from Jeremy Broadbent. Lennox Carson holding third from Harlan Bell. Onto lap number 6. Broadbent pushing Johnson up the Capri straight. And the fastest lap of the race from Johnson, a 45.776. Liam Campbell is catching Scarlett Mitrovic now. Up to the Autobahn turn now. Still no move from Jeremy Broadbent. He's just on the back of Ricardo Johnson. Trying to put Ricardo Johnson under as much pressure as he possibly can. Onto the Capri straight they go. 45.740 from Johnson is now the fastest lap of the race. Still nothing between the top two. So head through for Revolution Race Gear flip-flop. Down to RHQ. Into the Video Pro hairpin. And up to Autobahn. Down the backstretch. Into Howard. Still no move yet from Jeremy Broadbent on Ricardo Johnson. Onto the Capri straight once more. Johnson. Broadbent. 45.703 to Johnson. Now, new fastest lap. This time by Harlan Bell. A 45.628 as Sebastian Woodrow has now been overtaken by Jace Harriman. Joseph Pilot. Oh, OJ up the inside. Can't make the move stick. Has to tuck in behind Majorek and could be under attack from Joseph Pilot. For up the inside goes Pilot up in the P6. And up the inside to the lead goes Jeremy Broadbent on Ricardo Johnson. And now Majorek goes, OJ goes side by side with Pilot down the backstretch into Howard's. Now up to Castledyne's Kink into pit corner. But meanwhile, Jeremy Broadbent has taken over the lead from Ricardo Johnson. Did I say? Carson third. Bell in 4. Then it's Majorek, Pilot. Then OJ. Then it's Harriman, Woodrow. Then Lusty. Then it's Oliver Jones. From Jensen Lawson, then Liam Campbell. Then Scarlett Mitrovic. Then Connor O'Hare rounding out the field. Onto the Capri straight. Johnson trying to size up a move on Jeremy Broadbent to try and regain the lead with just under 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Broadbent, Johnson. Now they might be bringing Lennox Carson and Harlan Bell into it. Majorek in 5th from Pilot and OJ. Then it's Harriman and Woodrow. Then it's Ashton Lusty still rounding out your 10 from Oliver Jones, Jensen Lawson and Liam Campbell. Scarlett Mitrovic down to 14 and rounding out your field is, at the moment, Connor O'Hare. Just under a minute and a half to go. Plus 1 lap for Broadbent. And for Johnson. Johnson back up the inside. He retakes the lead on lap 11. And now it is inviting Lennox Carson and Harlan Bell to join the fight for the race lead. It could be a 4-way battle for the lead. In fact, it is looking like it's going to be a four-way battle for the lead. Through the Autobahn they go, down the back stretch. Down into Howards. Broadbent on the back of Johnson. Oh, we're going to go into lap number 12. There will be 2 laps to go. Majorek, here comes OJ off the inside of Pilot, can't make it stick. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Down the back stretch. They will see 1 more to go as up the inside goes Broadbent. He knows it's now or never. And through he goes to the lead, but Johnson, he's going to have the exit speed. Or he gets forced out wide by Broadbent. Carson goes round the outside. And on-site rental group. Onto the Capri straight. Harlan Bell goes with him. 1 to go. New race leader, Lennox Carson. Through goes Harlan Bell to the lead. Broadbent's back up into second. Carson down to third. Johnson to 4. Through RHQ. And on to Video Pro for one last time. Harlan Bell defends the middle of the track. Up to the Autobahn turn for the last time. Harlan Bell has to cover off the attack from the three behind him. But here comes Broadbent and here comes Carson. Ran 3 wide into Howards. They managed to go through cleanly. And now on to, turn 10. Around the outside again goes Carson. It is going to be a 1-2 for the Project X Paralens. Lennox Carson will win the Cadet 12 final from Ricardo Johnson. Harlan Bell will come home third from Jeremy Broadbent, who is not happy at all. Then it will be Frankie Madrake home in fifth from Joseph Pilot. Then it'll be OJ from Jace Harriman, Ashton Lusty, and Sebastian Woodrow rounding out your top 10. Followed by Oliver Jones, Jensen Lawson, Liam Campbell home in 13th from Scarlett Mitrovic. And Connor Rahea rounding out your finishers. But what a race from the Cadet 12s. We'll take a short break. We will be back soon with the KA3 seniors.
Shut up and sit down.
Alrighty, welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season. And on track we have our KA3 seniors. And we will have Ryan Reid on the pole in the 60. Alongside him will be Max Chatton in the 63. Row number 2 will be Dylan Kamaloka in the 41 and Talia Kittle in the 35. Rounding out the field will be Angus Hare in the 6 from Hamilton Ray in the 3 and Aidan McCullough in the number 20. Three finals to go. for today. Heading through Howards, onto turn 10, onto on-site rental group. KA3 seniors, 9 minutes plus a lap to determine the winner for today. We are away in racing, and it's going to be Max Chatton who may lead the way, and indeed he is. Max Chatton takes the lead into pit corner from Ryan Reid, then to Leah Kittle in third from Dylan Kamaloka. Hamilton Ray moves up in the fifth from Angus Hare and Aidan McCullough off the back. Oh, Kamaloka and Talia Kittle side by side up to Autobahn. Who's going to take third? It is going to be Dylan Kamaloka. Meanwhile, the top two run away. Up the inside. Oh, move from Talia Kittle up to third. Here comes Kamaloka right back at her to return serve. Meanwhile, onto the Capri Straight. The leaders have gone to almost 2 seconds between the leader and third place. In fact, it is just over 2 seconds between Max Chatton and Dylan Kamaloka. Through RHQ, through Video Pro. And up to the Autobahn turn, it is Max Chatton from Ryan Reid. Then it's Dylan Kamaloka from Talia Kittle. Then Hamilton Ray and Angus Hare. And Aidan McCullough off the back. On to lap number 3. It is Max Chatton with the fastest lap of the race. No, it is actually Ryan Reid with the fastest lap of the race, a 42.959. Up to the Autobahn turn, go to leaders. Max Chatton and Ryan Reid. The gap between Reid and Kamaloka is now 2.1. Down the backstretch they go. Into Howard's concreting. Come out of Howard's. Meanwhile in the background, Kamaloka, Kittle, Ray and Angus Hare will still be fighting at over third place. Meanwhile, Max Chatton goes fastest again with a 42.761. The gap just under 0.3 between himself and Ryan Reid. Remember, the free heats don't matter. It's where you finish in the final that matters for the day. Right now, Max Chatton could be set for, I think, a first win here at Ipswich Kart Club. But he has to hold off Ryan Reid for another 6 minutes plus an additional lap. Dylan Kamaloka has Talia Kittle on the back of him. Then it's Hamilton Ray and Angus Hare. Meanwhile, over the Capri Straight, Ryan Reid goes fastest with a 42.678. He's still on the back of Max Chatton. Through RHQ and onto Video Pro go the leaders. Meanwhile, through goes Kamaloka, Kittle and Ray. Up to the Autobahn turn. 2 wheels in the dirt there for Aidan McCullough. Meanwhile, down the back stretch. The two leaders, Chatton and Reid, still go at each other. Meanwhile, Talia Kittle still on the back of Dylan Kamaloka. Onto lap number 6. Another new fastest lap, this time by Max Chatton, of 42.646. To Ryan Reid's 42.787. A gap just under 0.4 now between the two, but this time Ryan Reid almost closest right up to the back of Max Chatton. Up for the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch they go. Down to Howard's concreting. And on to on-site rental group. We're halfway through the time. They still have one more lap after it. After the time runs out, Ryan Reid sets a new fastest lap of 42.592. Chatton and Reid are trading fastest laps every single lap of this final. to the Autobahn turn. I have no idea what's happened with timing. It just stopped updating. Yep, timing stopped updating after the 2 leaders crossed the line. Anyway, onto the Capri Straight, Chatton and Reed. 1 and 2. Benitez, Kamaloka and Talia Kittle. And through goes Ryan Reed to the race lead with 3.5 minutes to go, plus the additional lap. Up for the Autobahn turn, and he's already starting to pull a bit of a gap to Max Chatton. Down the back stretch towards Howards. I think Talia Kittle in 4th is playing it safe. Playing it smart with Dylan Kamaloka, trying to see if they can build a gap between themselves and Hamilton Ray so they can go, so she could go for a move with roughly 2 to go. So the timing has stopped updating at roughly 4.5 minutes in. So according to the leaderboard on the live stream, it's still showing 4.5 minutes to go, but we just ticked down to 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Up to the Autobahn turn goes Kamaloka and Kittle. Meanwhile, through Howards. Onto the Capri Straight. 2.5 minutes to go. It's roughly 4 laps remaining between Ryan Reed and Max Chatton. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Kamaloka and Kittle, 3rd and 4th. Down the backstretch, will Talia Kittle go for a move within the next couple of laps. She'll want to make a move with 2 laps to go. In fact, here she comes now, up the inside of Dylan Kamaloka at turn 10. With 3 laps to go. Talia Kittle up onto the podium. Now the timing has started to update again. Ryan Reed, fastest lap of the race, a 42.421. We are on lap 11. We have 1.5 minutes to go, and oh, Angus Hare's now gone. So Aidan McCullough will move up another position, up into P6. Meanwhile, Ryan Reed, Max Chatton, Talia Kittle, and Dylan Kamaloka, and Hamilton Ray. That's your top 4. 1 minute to go. So 3 more laps to go. The gap between Reed and Kamaloka has now gone up to just over 5 seconds. Up for the Autobahn turn. Go to leaders. Down the back stretch goes Ryan Reed, followed by Max Chatton. And behind him, Talia Kittle is pulling away from Dylan Kamaloka. 30 seconds to go. They got 2 laps to go, plus 1 lap. Reed, Chatton, Kittle, Kamaloka. There is 2 to go. All right, we got 1 lap to go. We're going to go on to lap number 14. 1 to go for Ryan Reed and Max Chatton. Come over the line. 6.5 tenths between the 2. Talia Kittle pulling away again from Dylan Kamaloka to just over half a second now. And sets her fastest lap of the race, a 42.715. Meanwhile, through the Video Pro hairpin. Up to the Autobahn turn for one last time. down the back stretch and into Howard's. He comes out of Howard's onto turn 10. And your winner in the KM3 senior final will be Ryan Reid. Second will be Max Chatton. Talia Kittle will stand on the podium. Dylan Kamaloka comes home in fourth from Hamilton Ray, and Aidan McCullough rounds out your finishers. An unfortunate DNF for Angus Hare. That was our KA3 seniors. There's 2 more finals to go. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with the tag restricted mediums. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club, Championship Round number 7 for the 2025 season. And out on track come the tag restricted mediums for their final, the penultimate final of the day. And we'll have Riley Vandenbroek on pole in the 78. Alongside him will be Zach King in the 95. Row number 2 will be Noel Smythe in the 37 and Sebastian DeSalvo in the 7. Row number 3 will be Corey Donnelly in the 61 and Pedro Ribeiro in the 87. Row 4 will be Scott Jordan in the 41 and JJ Hamilton in the 48. Rounding out the field is Scott Hyland in the 44 and Cameron Russell in the 22. We are set for a start. We are away and racing for 9 minutes plus a lap, and it is going to be Zach King who once again gets to the lead from Riley Vandenbroek. Sebastian DeSalvo again slots in the 3rd from Noel Smythe. Then it is Pedro Ribeiro from Scott Jordan in front of Scotty Hyland. Then it is Corey Donnelly and Cameron Russell off the back. Up towards the Autobahn turn for the first time. It is Zach King from Vandenberg under attack from Sebastian DeSalvo. King already going defensive into Howard's concreting. Come out of Howard's, it's onto turn 10. Out of 10 and onto on-site rental group. Onto lap number 2. King, Vandenberg, DeSalvo, Smythe, then Ribeiro. Then it is Scott Jordan. Scotty Hyland goes back through on Corey Donnelly, but Corey Donnelly goes right back through, return serve. Through RHQ and on to Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch. Goes to 95, Lightning McQueen livery of Zach King. In front of his Ultimate Kart Academy teammate, Riley Vanderbroek. The top 4 broken clear from Pedro Ribeiro in P5. 7.5 minutes to go. 1.5 minutes gone, 7.5 to go. King, Vandenbroek, Van de Salvo. Fastest lap of the race goes to Zach King with a 43.851. To Vandenbroek's 43.951. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. King, then Vandenbroek, then DeSalvo. Through Howards. To turn 10 and onto on-site rental group once more. This time to start lap number 4. Zach King, Riley Vandenbroek, fastest lap of the race, a 43.591. The top 4 are the only ones in the 43s. They head through. The Revolution race gear flip-flop through RHQ and onto Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. King, Vandenbroek, then DeSalvo. Down the back stretch. Down to Howard's concreting. 3 minutes gone. 6 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap. Up the inside goes Vandenbroek into Castle Dines, and he takes the lead on lap number 5. The top 5 are now the ones in the 43s. From Scotty Hyland, then Pedro Ribeiro. Then Scotty Jordan and Cameron Russell off the back. Up to the Autobahn turn. Down the back stretch to go. Vandenbroek's already pulled a gap. Back to Zach King. Down through the Howard's concreting hairpin. 3.5 minutes gone. 5.5 to go. Plus 1 lap. Vandenbroek. The gap is now just over half a second between himself and Zach King. And he does the new fastest lap of the race, a 43.452. Then it's Sebastian DeSalvo in P2. So P3, sorry. King in second, DeSalvo third. They're still pulling away from Noel Smythe and Corey Donnelly. Or are they? 43.779 to Donnelly. 43.735 to Hyland. They're just as quick as the top 4, and up the inside goes Sebastian DeSalvo up to second. The maroon plate, the Queensland State Cup champion from last year, which I believe, if memory serves me correctly, used to be known as the closed state titles. Riley Vandenbroek does the new fastest lap of the race, a 43.347 on lap number 6. We're now on lap 7. Oh, cards on the dirt, that is Scott Jordan and Pedro Ribeiro, but they keep going. They somewhat get away with it, but they lose a lot of time to the cards ahead of him. Meanwhile, down to Howard's concreting. The gap between Vandenbroek and King has already grown to just over 1.3 seconds. Vandenbroek over the line. Another new fastest lap, a 43.316 to Vandenbroek. A 43.363 to DeSalvo. A 43.790 to Zach King. A 43.948 to Noel Smythe. A 43.768 to Corey Donnelly. A 43.584 to Scotty Hyland. Scotty Hyland is the third fastest kart on track with a 43.551. But all the way down in 6th place. Down the back stretch. Out of Howard's already. Comes Riley Vandenbroek. He sees 3 minutes to go. Just over 3 minutes to go. The gap between himself and DeSalvo is now 1.2 seconds. Pulling away from DeSalvo and King. Up to the Autobahn turn. Zach King making a return this weekend and in 3rd spot. Down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. The battle for 4th is on between Noel Smythe and Corey Donnelly. Meanwhile, just under 2.5 minutes to go for Vandenberg. DeSalvo, King, Smythe, Donnelly, Highland. Then it is Pedro Ribeiro from Scott Jordan and Cameron Russell off the back. 43.563 to Vandenberg, 43.411 to DeSalvo, 43.902 to King. But they're pulling away from Smythe, 44.109 to Smythe. And Donnelly goes through up into 4th now. And Scotty Hyland into Torque Karting, 44. Birilat is now going to be up the inside of Noel Smythe. No, he doesn't. Stays where he is. Smythe and Hyland have done battle in the Masters. Meanwhile, roughly, I'd say 3 laps to go. Vandenberg, DeSalvo, King. They've now well and truly pulled away from Corey Donnelly and Noel Smythe and Scotty Hyland. Then it is Pedro Ribeiro and Scotty Jordan. Cameron Russell off the back. Down the back stretch. Vandenberg and DeSalvo. Then it's Zach King. Through goes Hyland. This time up the inside. The move is successful on Noel Smythe up into P5. 3 laps to go for Vandenberg, DeSalvo and King. Now King is 2 seconds between himself and Corey Donnelly, but Donnelly's catching him at just under 1/10 of a second per lap. King did a 43.901 the last time. Corey Donnelly did a 43.816. Now there is 2 laps to go for certain for the number 78 of Riley Vandenbroek. Comes out of turn 10 and onto on-site rental group. He sees 15 seconds to go, so he knows there's 2 to go. Then it's DeSalvo, then King, then Donnelly, then Hyland, then Smythe. Then it's Ribeiro. Oh no, Scotty Jordan's gone through on Pedro Ribeiro. Zach King does his personal best of the race, a 43.692. But still, not enough to pull away from Corey Donnelly. But the gap between them is just over 2 seconds between himself and Donnelly. One lap to go for the race leader. The number 78 CS55 kart from Footy Ultimate Kart Academy in Power Republic. It is VDB. DeSalvo second, then King, then Donnelly, then Hyland, then Smythe. Oh, better side by side through on-site rental group 4. Scotty Jordan and Pedro Ribeiro. Ribeiro makes his way back up into 7th. Down the back stretch for the last time. Into Howard's Concreting. Through turn 10. And on to on-site rental group for the last time. Your winner in the final for tag restricted medium will be Riley Vandenbroek. Double fist pump. Second will be Sebastian DeSalvo. Third will be Zach King. Fourth will be Corey Donnelly. Scotty Hyland will come home in 5th from Noel Smythe. Then it'll be Pedro Ribeiro. Then it'll be in 7th, then it'll be Scotty Jordan. And rounding out the field will be Cameron Russell in the 22. We're going to take a short break. There's one more final to go. The last final. And hopefully we save the best for last. The KA3 Junior Lights. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025, and it's the last race of the day. It is the KA3 Junior Lights, and it will be Baxter Jarrett on the pole in the 31. Alongside will be AJ Leggett in the 64. Row 2 will be Oscar Hannock in the 5 and Archer Bailey in the 88. Row 3 will be Andrew Thompson in the 96 and Johnny Wright in the 30. Then it's Jack Jensen in the 97 and Matthew Dixon in the 75. Rounding out your top 10 will be Connor Edmonds in the 16 and Jack Sydenham in the 33. Then it'll be Jacob Neal in the 24, Noah Curry in the 4. That's your row 6. Row 7 will be Campbell Dawson in the 73 and Spencer Jackson in the 77. Row 6 will be Charles Newman in the 17 and Alan Wu in the 99. Rounding out the field will be Lachlan Wolski in the 59 and James Clifford in the 86. Set for a start, 9 minutes plus a lap. We're away and racing. The KA3 Junior Lights. And it will be Baxter Jarrett who will lead the way into pit corner. Out of the first couple of corners, and he is indeed leading the way. Oh, and off goes Oscar Hannock. Straight over the grass. He'll have to go around the long way through Brisbane Karts and through the RHQ Speed Bowl. He'll be way down the back of the field now. And he'll have grass on his toes, so to avoid the cones, he'll have to cut through Video Pro and up to Autobahn, down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. Oh, it's side by side between, I think, Andrew Thompson and Archer Bailey for third spot. The leaders are away with it. Oh, here comes Johnny Wright and Jack Jensen, both on the back of Andrew Thompson. Thompson up the third. Johnny Wright up to 4. Archer Bailey down to P5. Then it is Jack Jensen, Matthew Dixon. Then Jack Sydenham, Jacob Neal, and Connor Edmonds running at your top 10. Then it's Noah Curry from Spencer Jackson. Then I think it is Campbell Dawson at 13th. Indeed it is. Oh, wide. Force out wide is Spencer Jackson. On Noah Curry and through goes Charles Newman. On Campbell Dawson towards the rear of field. Then it is Alan Wu, Lachlan Wolski, James Clifford and Oscar Hannock. On lap number 3 we go. AJ Leggett, fastest on track with a 43.090. Oscar Hannock on the back of James Clifford. He goes through on the inside of RHQ. Up into 17th. Down the back stretch he goes. Down the back stretch goes the leaders. Back to Jarrett and AJ Leggett. 2 minutes gone. 7 minutes remaining and one more lap. So 11 laps to go. 3 laps done, so roughly 11 to go. On to lap number 4. Jarrett now goes fastest on track with a 42.851 to AJ Leggett's 42.959. Through RHQ and on to Video Pro, Archer Bailey. Down to P8 in front of Jacob Neal and Connor Edmonds. Jacob Neal is actually another graduate from the 4SS category. Oscar Hannock, his best lap is only a 43.915. And he's working his way through the traffic. He goes through on Lachlan Wolski. Meanwhile, further up, Jarrett and Leggett are gone. Then it is Thompson and Wright. Then it is Jack Jensen. Archer Bailey up the inside of Jack Sydenham, and I think Jacob Neal's going to go with him. No, he doesn't. Jacob Neal's going to have to do the over-under at turn 3. Through goes Jacob Neal. Up into P8. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Back to Jarrett leads from AJ Leggett. Jack Jensen is the fastest on track at the moment with a 42.677. They head down the back stretch into Howard's Concreting. Oscar Hannock has gone through on Lachlan Wolski and is now trying to chase down Alan Wu. Fastest lap of the race goes to AJ Leggett with a 42.553. All over the back of Baxter Jarrett. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Jarrett and Leggett. Oscar Hannock now on the back of Alan Wu. Through Video Pro. Up to the Autobahn turn he goes. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are still fighting with each other. Andrew Thompson 3rd. Johnny Wright 4th. Jack Jensen 5th. Matthew Dixon 6th. Fastest lap of the race goes to Baxter Jarrett. A 42.536. And it's AJ Leggett, P2. Andrew Thompson 3rd. Johnny Wright 4th. Ben Jensen, Dixon, Bailey. Oscar Hannock's gone through on Alan Wu. And is now chasing down Noah Curry to move up into P14. After being dead last in 18th after the first lap. A long way behind. Like 2.5 seconds behind James Clifford. He's made his way up into 15th, and it could be 14th. In fact, he already is up into 14th. Now he's going to chase down his next target, Campbell Dawson. Fastest lap of the race again for AJ Leggett, a 42.403. He's closed in by another 0.04 of a second between himself and Baxter Jarrett. The gap now sits at 0.158 of a second. Oscar Hannock going to try and close up to the back of Campbell Dawson. But can he do it? Everyone apart from Connor Edmonds in the top 14 are all in the 42s. 3 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. So roughly 6 laps remaining. Jack Jensen does the fastest lap of the race on that lap, a 42.393. Through goes James Clifford off the back of the field. Leggett, 0.235 between the 2 to last this time round. What is it going to be on lap number 9 when we come to the end of lap number 9? 0.281, so another half a tenth. Lost between Jarrett and Leggett. But Jarrett pulled from Leggett. Oscar Hannock, what does he do this time? He did a 42.6. He does a 42.8, so Campbell Dawson pulled away a bit there. Up to the Autobahn turn they go. Out of Autobahn, here comes Spencer Jackson trying to look for a move on Connor Edmonds to move up into the top into the top 10, but couldn't make it stick. Here comes AJ Leggett with a move up the inside of Baxter Jarrett to take the lead of the race on lap number 10. On to lap 11 now. Now Jarrett has to Leggett has to defend from Baxter Jarrett into Castledines. This could invite Andrew Thompson into the conversation, or even Jack Jensen, who's currently in 4th. Andrew Thompson defends from Jack Jensen. Oh, here comes Jensen up the inside, but still can't make it stick on Andrew Thompson. But Thompson gets it right back up in the 3rd. Thompson still defending from Jensen. They almost come together once again, the two teammates. That's CXR. Fastest lap of the race goes to Jack Jensen of 42.241. Still 2 laps to go. We're on lap number 12. Here comes Oscar Hennock on the back of this train of 4, headed by Connor Edmonds. With Spencer Jackson around goes Jackson. That's another place gain for Oscar Hennock up in the 13th. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go for Leggett and Jarrett. Thompson to hang on the 3rd from Jack Jensen. Out of pit corner, those two go. 15 seconds on the clock. Here comes Oscar Hennock up the inside of Campbell Dawson now for P12. Meanwhile, through the middle hairpin, go to 2 leaders. So through Video Pro, up to the Autobahn turn. Down the backstretch towards Howard's concreting. The gap just over 0.2 of a second that last time round. Okay, now see, 1 to go. Leggett and Jarrett. Through they go. Hennock's moved up another 2. He's up into the top 10 after going past Newman and Edmonds. Up to Autobahn. And Baxter Jarrett forces his way through to the lead. Down the back stretch into Howard's concreting for the last time. They come out of Howard's to turn 10 and through on-site rental group. Your winner in the final for the KA3 Junior Lights will be the 31 of Baxter Jarrett. Hang on a minute. They didn't present the last lap. Jack, it looks like Baxter Jarrett's going to do another lap, it seems. But it will be Baxter Jarrett who wins the final in the KA3 Junior Lights from AJ Leggett. 3rd will be Jack Jensen from Andrew Thompson. Johnny Wright home in 5th from Matthew Dixon. Then it'll be Archer Bailey from Jack Sydenham in 8th. Then it'll be Jacob Neal in 9 and Oscar Hennock round out your top 10 from Charles Newman in the 17th. And Connor Edmonds, Campbell Dawson, Noah Curry, Spencer Jackson, Alan Wu, Lachlan Wolski and James Clifford round out your finishes. What a race. What a day. It was a good day for racing today here at Ipswich Kart Club for round number 7 of the Club Championship for 2025. My name is Samuel Greenolsh and I will see you at presentation.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.